Your life can change in one night. I say to you, what you impress upon the subconscious while you sleep, you will express when you wake. Tonight, if you will listen, if you will let my words sink deep, by morning, the old record of failure will be smashed, and a new record of success will begin to play. In these hours, I will reprogram your mind with the laws of God. You will hear truth until doubt dissolves. You will plant words of health, supply, love, and perfect self-expression into the soil of your subconscious. What you have long desired will no longer seem far off, for you will know it is already yours by divine right. No longer will fear, worry, or old records of failure run your life. You will wake with faith instead of fear, expectancy instead of despair, peace instead of struggle. Tonight, I will speak the word that sets you free. You have tried striving. You have tried worrying. You have tried forcing. And yet, the same patterns return. The bills pile, the body aches, the door stays closed. Why? Because the subconscious has been impressed with fear. And what is impressed must be expressed. But the good news is this: the same law works for faith. When you impress truth, truth expresses. When you plant abundance, abundance grows. Tonight, I will give you words that the subconscious must obey. It has no choice, for it is pure power without direction. I will give it direction, and you will see results. Here's what will unfold tonight. For 4 hours, you will hear the word of truth spoken again and again, in rhythm, in power, until it becomes the only picture in your mind. We will cover prosperity, health, love, protection, perfect work, divine timing, and freedom from fear. I will speak the denials that erase error and the affirmations that establish truth. As you drift to sleep, your conscious mind will grow quiet, and the subconscious will be wide open. It will receive the word without resistance, and by morning, your life will already begin to align with the divine design. So I say to you, listen, rest, and receive. For just one night of truth can change your whole world. You have heard me say tonight, one night can change your life. Now, let me show you why. Here's something most people completely miss. Your subconscious is not a judge, it is not a critic, it is not a reasoning mind. It is pure power without direction. It does not argue. It does not question, it simply obeys. Whatever you impress upon it, it must express. This is the very reason people live in the same cycle of failure for years. They go to bed rehearsing fear, and in the morning they reap fear's harvest. They go to bed thinking of lack, and they wake to more bills on the table. They are faithful sowers, but they sow weeds instead of wheat. I tell you the truth. Fear is simply faith turned upside down. It is faith in evil instead of faith in good. Every anxious word, every careless statement, every picture of failure goes down into the deep soil of the subconscious and waits for its season, and it never fails to produce a crop. This is the law of impressions. Now, what I am about to tell you may sound startling, but it is the law. Every picture you hold long enough in your mind must objectify itself in your life. A woman once told me that as a child, she would often imagine herself dressed in black, a widow, left alone. She saw it so vividly, she felt it as real. And years later, she married, and her husband soon died, and she became exactly what she had pictured widowhood embodied. Do you see? The subconscious cannot take a joke. It cannot say, "Oh, she didn't mean that." It must obey. That is why tonight is so powerful. When you lie down and let the conscious mind grow quiet, the subconscious is wide open, like fertile soil. It does not resist. It does not debate. It simply receives. And what you plant tonight in those hours of sleep, you will wake to tomorrow. The harvest begins at dawn, so here is what you must do. Instead of letting fear write the script of your life, you must give the subconscious new orders. Bold orders, true orders, divine orders. You must speak words that carry pictures of faith. If you say, "I walk in abundance," immediately the subconscious begins arranging circumstances to match. If you say, "I am divinely protected," then protection surrounds you like a shield. If you say, "Every cell of my body is filled with light," then the subconscious sets to work cleansing, restoring, renewing every part of you. I ask you, what have you been impressing lately? Have you been speaking of debt? Then debt multiplies. Have you been telling the tale of sickness? Then sickness gains a foothold. Or will you tonight begin to speak of life, health, supply, and love? For the subconscious does not resist, it only records. Let us make this plain. The subconscious is like a phonograph record. Every word is etched into it, and it plays back in your affairs. Some of you have been listening to the same old record for years. I never have enough money. I always get disappointed. People can't be trusted. Nothing ever works out for me. And the record spins on, faithfully playing what you once declared. But here is the glory. A new record can be made at any moment. So tonight, I say with authority, I impress upon my subconscious only the truth of God. I smash and demolish every untrue record. I write anew the records of health, of wealth, of love, of perfect self-expression. And these records must play, for the law cannot fail. My friend, this is not theory. It is fact. What you impress, you will express. Tonight is the night to change your record, to change your life. For one night of truth planted in the subconscious is enough to cancel years of error. And so we move on. For if the subconscious must obey, then we must also learn how to break the old engravings, the worn grooves of fear and failure, and replace them with songs of victory. Now that you see how the subconscious mind faithfully obeys every impression, let us go deeper into the very heart of freedom. For here is a truth that will shake you awake. The records of your past, the words spoken carelessly, the fears rehearsed faithfully, the pictures entertained secretly, they have all been etched into the grooves of your subconscious, and they continue to play like a gramophone that never stops spinning. And if you listen closely to the story of your own life, you will hear the same tune played again and again. The tune of lack, the tune of disappointment, the tune of sickness or betrayal, and you wonder why it never changes. You wonder why the scenery shifts, but the story remains the same. It is because the record is the same, and the record will play until it is smashed. But I declare to you that no record of evil can withstand the hammer of the spoken word of truth. For every false engraving, every groove of fear, every song of defeat can be broken by a higher vibration, and that vibration is your word spoken in faith. For your word is your wand, and when you wave it over the old conditions, the wilderness blossoms, the desert floods with rivers, and the dry bones live again. You must never imagine that you are bound to play the old tune forever. For your word has the power to create a new melody, a new rhythm, a new life. Listen to this story. A woman once said over and over in jest, "I wish I lived in a trunk." And though she laughed when she said it, though her friends thought nothing of it, the subconscious did not laugh. The subconscious did not forget. The subconscious wrote it down as law. And years later she found herself in poverty, literally living out of a trunk, and she cried out, "How could this happen?" But I tell you how, her careless word became a living picture impressed upon the subconscious. And the subconscious brought it to pass, for the subconscious must obey. Now hear me, what you jest about, what you mutter under your breath, what you declare when you are angry, what you say when you are discouraged, all of it is being etched into the record, and the record never sleeps. It only plays back in your affairs. So what must you do? You must smash the old record. You must shatter the grooves of failure and lay down the needle on a new song. How is it done? By the bold, repeated, uncompromising word of truth. Stand up in your own soul tonight and declare, "I smash and demolish every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They are wiped clean, they are dust, they are gone. I now make my perfect records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. These records play loud, these records play clear, these records cannot be stopped, for they are the word of God through me." And as you speak it, you feel it, and as you feel it, the subconscious is impressed, and as it is impressed, it must express. Do not say, "It is too late, the old record is too strong, I have spoken too many careless words." For I tell you, truth is eternal, and one word of truth spoken in faith can wipe out years of false engravings. One declaration of life can erase 1,000 mutterings of death. One word of abundance can scatter a mountain of lack. Your spoken word carries the vibration of spirit, and spirit is stronger than every lie of the past. So tonight, as you lie down, say it with me until it rings in your ears like a song. I smash and demolish every untrue record. I am free from the groove of fear. I am free from the groove of lack. I am free from the groove of sickness. I am free from the groove of delay. I write my new record now, and it is the record of victory. Let that be the lullaby of your sleep. Let it be the music that fills the chambers of your subconscious, and you will wake to find that new circumstances, new opportunities, new doors have begun to swing open, for the new record has begun to play. And I say again, this is not imagination, this is law. For every condition in your life is simply the record of your past words and thoughts pressed into form. And when the record is smashed, the condition disappears. When the new record is made, the new condition appears. You are not bound, you are not helpless, you are not the victim of yesterday's words, for the word of God in your mouth tonight is stronger than the words of fear in your mouth yesterday, and it is written, "Behold, I make all things new." So let us move on, for you now know how to impress the subconscious and how to smash the false records of the past. But what happens when fear still tries to climb back? When the burden presses heavy? When worry knocks at the door of your mind as you prepare to sleep? Then we must learn the sacred act of casting the burden, and you will see that sleep itself is not just rest for the body, but a holy exchange where fear is laid down and truth is received. Here is something most people never understand, and because they never understand it, they spend their nights wrestling with shadows and their days reaping the bitter fruit of unrest. But tonight you will learn the great secret of peace, and it is this. Every burden, every fear, every weight that presses upon your chest, every thought that circles in your head like a vulture in the sky, is not yours to carry. For the Christ within is the burden bearer, and when you lay your care upon him, you are immediately free, for his yoke is easy and his burden is light. And I say to you now, the soul that learns to cast the burden before sleep will always wake to freedom. For the subconscious will no longer be engraved with worry but with truth, and it will work all night to bring forth demonstrations of peace, supply, and protection. Most people clutch their troubles as if worry were some holy duty. They hold on to their problems as if thinking about them could change them. But I tell you, worry is nothing more than wasted imagination. It is inverted prayer, it is faith in evil, and it feeds the very conditions you long to escape. And when you lie down with worry on your pillow, you are planting fear into the soft soil of your subconscious, and in the morning, the harvest begins again. More confusion, more delay, more lack. But tonight, you will break that cycle. Tonight, before you sleep, you will lay the burden down and declare with your whole heart, I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Say it until you feel it. Say it until the weight lifts. Say it until peace comes like a flood. For the moment you give it up, infinite intelligence takes over and works in ways you know not of, and the solution appears when you least expect it. I remember a woman who came to me in deep despair. Her affairs were tangled, her heart was heavy, her mind was clouded, and she said, I cannot see the way out. I told her to repeat, I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free, and to repeat it until she felt a shift within her. She obeyed, and after many repetitions, she felt peace wash over her. She felt the knot in her stomach dissolve, and in the days that followed, her affairs began to untangle themselves in miraculous ways. Doors opened, help came, and the thing that seemed impossible was made easy. That is the power of casting the burden. It is not begging, it is not pleading, it is not struggling, it is surrendering the false sense of personal responsibility and allowing divine love and wisdom to do the work. So as you prepare to sleep tonight, do not clutch the problem, do not rehearse the fear, do not drag tomorrow's imagined trouble into your bed, but lay it down at the feet of the Christ within. For the Christ within never slumbers nor sleeps. He watches over Israel, he watches over you, he makes plain the path, he opens the door, he provides the supply, he heals the body, he dissolves the fear. You need only speak the word, I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. And when you have said it, believe it, and when you believe it, you will sleep, not in anxiety but in peace, not in fear but in faith, not in darkness but in light. And here is the wonder, the subconscious, freed from the heavy impressions of worry, is now open to receive the impressions of truth, so that as you sleep, it begins to engrave the records of health, abundance, love, and right action. And in the morning, you will find yourself lighter, clearer, freer, ready to meet your day, not as a slave of circumstances, but as a master of conditions. For the soul that casts the burden before sleep wakes to miracles. Now, let us go further, For if casting the burden frees the subconscious from error, then the night itself becomes the golden doorway of power. For the conscious mind rests, but the subconscious never sleeps, and it is in those hours of silence that the most powerful impressions are made. So let me now show you how the night itself can be used as a holy workshop, where new records are engraved and the harvest of truth is planted while you sleep. Now listen closely, for what I am about to tell you is the very hinge upon which the door of your new life swings, and if you miss this, you may lie down at night as so many do, heavy with worry, burdened with fear, restless with doubt, and you will rise in the morning with the same load upon your back. But if you hear this and practice it, you will discover that the night hours are not wasted hours. They are the hours of greatest power, the golden season when the conscious mind is silenced and the subconscious stands wide open, impressionable, fertile, ready to receive whatever seed is sown. And it does not resist, it does not argue, it does not weigh the pros and cons, it simply receives and obeys. This is the great secret. The night is your ally, your silent helper, your unseen worker, for while you sleep, the subconscious is busy bringing into form the very pictures impressed upon it. Most people use the night to rehearse failure. They go to bed muttering about what went wrong in the day. They picture tomorrow's disasters before tomorrow even arrives. They lie in the dark, imagining unpaid bills, angry conversations, sickness, or loss, and then they wonder why they wake exhausted and why life seems to repeat itself like a broken wheel. They have allowed the night to become a workshop of fear. But I tell you, the same law that faithfully engraves the picture of worry will just as faithfully engrave the picture of faith. And this is why I say, the night is the doorway of power, the sacred time when truth can slip past the gatekeeper of the conscious mind and be planted directly into the soil of the subconscious, where it cannot be resisted. So what must you do? You must go to bed not with fear but with faith, not with complaint but with thanksgiving, not with dread but with declaration. You must fall asleep speaking words of truth, until you drift into slumber with the words still on your tongue and the picture still before your inner eye. For if you sleep with fear, you will wake to fear's harvest, but if you sleep with truth, you will wake to truth's demonstration. Remember, the soil does not care what seed is planted, it only multiplies what it receives. The subconscious does not care what words are spoken, it only engraves what is impressed. The choice is always yours. Think of it like a garden. The gardener does not dig at the soil in the middle of the night. He does not shout at the ground to grow faster. He plants the seed and then goes to sleep, knowing the soil is at work in the dark, unseen, silent, inevitable. So it is with your word. Speak it before sleep, release it into the subconscious, and then rest. For while you sleep, the unseen power is arranging circumstances, moving people, opening doors, dissolving barriers, clearing paths. By morning, the harvest has begun, and you may find that what seemed impossible yesterday is already moving toward you today. I recall the words of Scripture. I will both lay me down in peace and sleep. For thou, Lord, only makest me dwell in safety. That is the promise, that is the picture. Peace as you lie down, safety as you sleep, and demonstration as you rise. Do not underestimate the night. It is the holy chamber where fear can be dissolved and faith can be magnified, where the old record can be erased and the new record engraved. And remember this, repetition in the state of drowsiness is the most powerful. When your body is heavy with sleep and your mind drifts between waking and dreaming, the words you speak sink deep into the subconscious like stones dropped into still water. That is the golden moment. Use it wisely. So tonight, as you drift, speak words like these. I am divinely provided for. I am surrounded by love. I am protected by infinite intelligence. I wake tomorrow to new supply, new health, new joy. Repeat them gently, rhythmically, until they carry you into sleep, and know that while you sleep, the word is working, the law is moving, the harvest is being prepared. For the night is not an empty pause, it is the very doorway of power. And now that you see how the night itself can be used as a holy exchange, you are ready to step into the next law, for prosperity is always the cry of the human heart, and God has made full provision for every demand. The purse, like the subconscious, can be empty or full depending on the words spoken. So let us now turn to the word of prosperity, and I will show you how to unlock the storehouses of heaven with nothing but the word on your lips. Now we come to the cry that echoes through every human heart, though some whisper it in shame and others shout it in desperation, and that cry is for supply, for provision, for prosperity. Men and women toil and struggle. They chase after opportunities. They scheme, they save, they hoard, they beg, and still they often find themselves living on the edge of lack, never quite satisfied, never quite secure. And the world tells them that prosperity comes by hard labor, by competition, by sacrifice. But I tell you, those are the ways of Pharaoh, the cruel taskmaster who demands bricks without straw. You were not born to slavery under lack. You were not sent here to scrape and worry and clutch. You were sent into a world of inexhaustible supply, a world where God Himself is your unfailing source, a world where every demand already has its supply waiting, hidden in the unseen, ready to spring forth when called by your word. This is the law of prosperity. God is man's unfailing supply, and every demand has its perfect answer already prepared. You say, "But Florence, I see nothing. My bank account is low. My debts are many. My opportunities are few." And I say back to you, stop looking at appearances, for appearances are nothing but the outpicturing of yesterday's words. Look instead to the source, which never runs dry. Look to the invisible, where the streams of abundance are flowing, waiting to break through the dam of your doubt. You cannot serve both God and mammon. You cannot speak lack and expect abundance. You cannot think poverty and expect riches. You must speak words of plenty, even when your purse feels empty, for the purse is only the shadow, and the word is the substance. Let me tell you a story. A woman once came to me with only $8 to her name. $8 stood between her and despair. She told me she felt guided to give half of it away as a tithe, and though her reasoning mind screamed against it, her faith was stronger. She gave, and then she boldly declared, "God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways." Within days, money began to pour into her life from channels she never expected. Gifts, opportunities, checks, provision beyond what her reasoning mind could imagine. That is how the law works. Faith is the ditch you dig in the faith desert, and supply is the water that rushes to fill it. If you refuse to dig, the water has no place to flow. If you refuse to act, the supply has no channel to pour through. Do you see now why words of lack are so deadly? Every time you say, "I can't afford it," you close the channel. Every time you say, "Money is hard to come by," you narrow the stream. Every time you complain, you shut the door on abundance. But every time you say, "God is my supply, I am rich in every way. Money comes to me freely and easily, under grace, in perfect ways," you throw open the floodgates, and the streams of plenty rush toward you. The law has no favorites. It only gives you what you impress upon it. If you sow lack, lack multiplies. If you sow plenty, plenty grows. So tonight, as you prepare to sleep, speak words of prosperity with confidence. Do not plead, do not beg, do not whimper as if God were a reluctant giver. Speak with authority, for you are the heir of divine supply. Say, "I am now linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity, which comes to me under grace in perfect ways. I am fearless in letting money go out, knowing that my supply is endless and immediate. Every door is open, every channel is free, and abundance flows to me now." Say it until you feel it. Say it until your subconscious accepts it as fact. For the purse, like the body, like the home, like the heart, must obey the word. And remember this: prosperity is not merely money. Prosperity is right ideas, right opportunities, right people, right timing. Prosperity is freedom from fear about tomorrow. Prosperity is the assurance that what you need will always be there when you need it. And when you know this in your heart, you will live in fearless generosity, you will give without fear, you will act without hesitation, and you will find that every demand, no matter how great, is instantly supplied. So, let us move deeper into this law, for now that you know prosperity is released by the word, you must also learn how to speak prosperity with expectancy, not as a beggar hoping for crumbs, but as a child claiming their inheritance. And I will show you how the very act of affirmation, spoken with faith and rhythm, becomes a magnet drawing supply from every direction. Now that you see clearly how prosperity is not something you chase but something you call forth, let me show you the mighty tool placed right in your hand, the instrument by which you open the storehouses of heaven, and that tool is the spoken word, the living affirmation that draws into your world every good and perfect gift. Words are not idle. Words are magnetic. Words are seeds. Every word you speak takes root in the subconscious and grows after its kind, and when you learn to harness this law with bold affirmations, you will see doors swing open, channels appear, and supply rush in from directions you never considered possible. But hear me, it must be spoken in faith, with authority, not as a plea but as a command, not as a wish but as a decree. For the universe does not respond to whining but to certainty. It does not answer the wavering, double-minded request. It answers the confident declaration that knows its source and expects fulfillment. I have often told students to use this affirmation. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Do you hear the rhythm, the boldness, the finality of it? There is no doubt in that word, no begging, no hesitation. It is a statement of law, and law always fulfills itself. One woman repeated that very affirmation night and day until it became her song, her heartbeat, her truth, and in due season, she received money far beyond what her reason said was possible. She needed $3,000 and was sued for the exact amount, and it seemed the worst possible disaster, but at the last moment, by divine arrangement, the case turned in her favor, and she received precisely what she had spoken. That is the power of affirmation. Even through what seemed like loss, the law found a channel to bring her supply, because the word had gone forth and could not return void. Now some will say, Florence, are you telling me to deny appearances? Are you telling me to say, I am rich when my purse is empty? And I say, yes, deny the false appearance and affirm the truth, for your purse is only a shadow, but your word is substance, and when the word is spoken long enough, the shadow must change to match the substance. You do not wait for the evidence to affirm. You affirm, and the evidence appears. That is the law. Faith is not waiting to see before you believe. Faith is believing before you see, speaking before you feel, acting before you know. And let me tell you this as well. When you affirm, act as though it is already done. Buy the trunk for the voyage even when you cannot yet see the ticket, for faith without action is dead. One of my students longed to travel abroad, but had not the means, and yet he declared, I give thanks for my divinely designed trip, divinely financed, under grace, in perfect ways. Then he prepared. He bought a trunk, he made ready, and soon the money came, and the voyage was his. His action matched his affirmation, and the law delivered. You must not sit idle, repeating words while refusing to move. You must prepare, you must act, you must live as though the thing were already here, and then the affirmation becomes flesh. So tonight, as you lay down your head, do not let the last words on your lips be words of lack, but words of abundance. Speak with rhythm and power. Unexpected doors fly open, unexpected channels are free, and endless avalanches of abundance are poured upon me. Under grace, in perfect ways. Say it until your whole body vibrates with the truth of it. Say it until your subconscious accepts it as law. Say it until you fall asleep, hearing the sound of money rushing toward you like a mighty river. For in the night, the words will be engraved deeper and deeper, and by morning, the flow has already begun. And remember, prosperity does not come by striving, nor by clutching, nor by competing. It comes by affirmation, expectation, and preparation. Speak it, expect it, prepare for it. And you will find that money and opportunity appear in miraculous ways, not forced, not strained, but natural, inevitable, joyous. This is your divine right. This is the law. And as you see prosperity released, you will also see that the same word which fills the purse also heals the body, for the body, like the purse, is but a reflection of the words impressed upon the subconscious. So let us now move on, for health is the next crown of life, and just as lack is only the shadow of false words, sickness is only the body's record of wrong thought, and love, joy, and forgiveness are the words that bring wholeness. Now we turn to that which is most precious, more precious than rubies, more valuable than gold, and yet so often squandered, neglected, or poisoned by careless words and festering emotions. And that treasure is health, the radiant vitality of the body, the temple in which the spirit dwells. You must understand this clearly. Sickness is not a random accident, nor is it some mysterious punishment sent from above. It is the outpicturing of wrong thoughts, the record of fear, resentment, envy, and worry etched into the very cells of the body. Every emotion is a chemical, every thought a vibration, and when you allow fear to rule, it contracts and poisons. When you allow anger to burn, it scorches and inflames. When you harbor resentment, it hardens and distorts, and the body so faithful, so obedient to the mind outpictures in flesh and blood the very record impressed upon it. The body is the servant of the subconscious, and what is impressed upon the subconscious must be expressed through the body. Do not imagine that you are helpless before disease, for the same law that engraved the false record can erase it, and the same word that impressed sickness can impress health. You can speak your body into wholeness, you can call every cell into harmony, you can flood every nerve with peace, and every organ with light, for the spoken word carries the power of spirit, and spirit is health itself. I remember a woman who was vibrant and happy until she allowed resentment to take root. Her husband passed and left part of his estate to a relative, and she felt cheated, wronged, bitter. She brooded on it day and night, and her body responded by forming hard stones, gallstones, as her hardened thoughts crystallized in her flesh. She grew weaker, thinner, ill. But when a metaphysician showed her that resentment had done this, and that only forgiveness could cure her, she turned, she released, she forgave, and the stones dissolved. Her body was restored, her health returned. Do you see? The body is but a faithful mirror. Change the thought, and the body changes. So what must you do? You must watch every word that concerns your health. Never say, I am sick, I am tired, I am weak, I am old. Those are curses dressed as casual statements, and the body will obey them as law. Say instead, I am strong, I am filled with divine life, I am radiant with health. Every cell in my body is filled with light. Say it until you feel it in your bones. Say it until your body tingles with new energy. Say it until the subconscious has no choice but to record it, and then watch as the body expresses it. Divine love is the great physician. Divine life is the true vitality. You are not a frail creature of dust. You are the radiant image of God, and the word spoken in faith restores the image to perfection. You may ask, but what of hereditary disease? What of age? What of weakness that seems to run in the family line? And I say to you, those too are false records, engraved by the collective belief of the race, and you can smash them as surely as you smash the record of lack. Say boldly, there is no hereditary disease, for God is my Father, and only perfection flows in my blood. I am strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead quickens my mortal body now. Speak it as law, and the body will obey. For spirit knows no age, no weakness, no decline, and when you identify yourself with spirit, you rise above the false law of flesh. So tonight, as you lie down, speak words of health into your body. Picture yourself flooded with white light, every cell radiant, every organ harmonized, every nerve at rest. Say, divine love floods my consciousness with health, and every cell in my body is filled with light. Say it gently, rhythmically, as you drift to sleep, and the subconscious will engrave it all night long, repairing, renewing, restoring. And in the morning, you will rise lighter, clearer, stronger, as if a burden had been lifted, because it has, for the body has received the word and obeyed. And once you know this law, you will never again fear disease, for you will know that it is not master but servant, not fate but record, and the record can be rewritten at any moment by the word of truth. And if the word can heal the body, then surely the same word can heal the heart, for just as resentment breeds stones in the body, so selfishness and fear breed stones in relationships, and only divine love can dissolve them. So let us move now from health to love, and I will show you how the same law that restores the body also restores harmony in the heart, in the home, and in every tie of affection. Now that you have seen how the body, that obedient servant of the mind, is restored to harmony through words of truth, let us pass into the sacred chamber of the heart, for love is the greatest power in heaven and earth, and it is love alone that fulfills the law. You may ask me, Florence, What has love to do with prosperity, with health, with success? And I tell you, everything. Without love, your affirmations are lifeless. Without love, your demonstrations crumble. Without love, your words fall to the ground. For divine love is the very substance of creation, the vibration that dissolves discord, the chemistry that transmutes hatred, resentment, jealousy, and fear into joy, harmony, peace, and affection. If your relationships are bitter, if your home is filled with strife, if loneliness dogs your steps, it is not because love has failed you, but because you have failed to release divine love, that unchanging, inexhaustible stream that flows from the heart of God into your heart. If only you will let it. How many souls have chained themselves to misery because they clung to a person who was not theirs by divine right, or because they feared to release the wrong attachment and trust infinite intelligence to send the right one? They confuse human will with divine love, and in their desperation they force, they plead, they manipulate, and then they wonder why their unions sour and their hearts ache. But hear me now, you cannot lose your right mate. If someone is not yours by divine selection, they will drift away. And when you release them in love, you make way for the perfect counterpart, the one who fulfills every ideal of your heart. If you cling to the wrong person, you are shutting the door to the right one. But if you trust, if you affirm, if you declare, I have a wonderful marriage in a wonderful way, and my heart's desire is divinely fulfilled, then infinite intelligence will draw to you the one who matches you in every good way, and the union will be joyous, effortless, radiant. I recall a woman who came to me longing for a particular man. She prayed, she affirmed, she pleaded that he would be hers. But I told her to release it, to declare, I have a wonderful marriage in a wonderful way, and my heart's desire is fulfilled. In time, that man drifted out of her life, and another entered, one who embodied every quality she had truly desired. She was happier than she could have imagined, and she said to me, Florence, I see now that I did not want him. I wanted the essence, the joy, the companionship, the harmony, and God sent me one who gave me all of that without the sorrow. Do you see? When you speak love and truth, you receive not the shadow but the substance, not the counterfeit but the real. So what must you do tonight as you lie down? If there is bitterness in your heart, dissolve it with love. If there is resentment against another, let divine love flood it away. Say, divine love now dissolves every wrong condition in my mind, body, and affairs. Divine love is the most powerful chemical in the universe, and it dissolves everything that is not of itself. Say, divine love surrounds me, enfolds me, fills me. I radiate love to all, and love returns to me multiplied. As you repeat these words, you will feel the hard knots of anger and fear within your chest begin to loosen. You will feel peace flowing like warm light, and your subconscious will be impressed with pictures of harmony, friendship, marriage, and joy. And as you sleep, the new record of love will be engraved, and by morning, you will find yourself speaking differently, acting differently, and seeing others differently, because the old grooves of bitterness have been smashed, and a new record of love has begun to play. Remember always that divine love is not weak or sentimental. It does not coddle, it does not beg, it does not chain itself in fear. Divine love is strong, radiant, irresistible, and it draws to itself every good thing. When you radiate love, you are magnetic. You need not chase, you need not fear, rejection, you need not manipulate, you radiate. And what is yours comes to you. Divine love brings harmony to every relationship, dissolves every quarrel, heals every estrangement, restores peace to the home, friendship to the heart, and companionship to the lonely. And because divine love never fails, you can rest tonight knowing that every tie of affection in your life is being purified, strengthened, and perfected under grace. And when you have grasped this truth, you will see that just as divine love dissolves wrong relationships and establishes right ones, so it also builds a shield around you, a circle of protection that no enemy can pierce, no accident can invade, no weapon can prosper against. For when you dwell in love, you dwell in safety. So now let us move forward, for if health restores the body and love restores the heart, then protection restores peace to the mind. And I will show you how words of truth form a wall of light about you, keeping you safe in every path you walk. Now that you have felt the power of divine love to heal the body and to restore the heart, let us pass to another law that gives the soul a sense of security so strong that no storm can shake it, and that law is the law of protection through the spoken word. For just as you may speak health into your body and prosperity into your purse, you may also speak safety into your path, and you will find that the very air around you becomes charged with a shield of light. Most people live their days trembling under the tyranny of fear of loss, fear of accidents, fear of violence, fear of other people, fear of unseen dangers, and they do not know that every fear is a magnet, drawing to them the very evil they dread. But I tell you now, you need never fear again, for words of truth are stronger than any weapon, and when spoken with authority, they build an invisible wall about you, a circle of divine love that nothing of harm can cross. I recall countless times when students were saved from danger by a single word of protection spoken in faith. One woman, about to step into the street, suddenly felt a warning rise within her. She paused and declared, "God is my shield and my deliverer, no weapon formed against me shall prosper." And in that instant, a car came rushing past. Had she stepped forward, she would have been struck. But the word had gone before her and made her path safe. Another student, traveling alone, repeated Psalm 91 as her shield. "He shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways." She arrived unharmed, though she passed through places others feared to tread. Do you see? Fear would have drawn danger, but faith declared protection, and protection became the fact. So what must you do tonight? Before you sleep, speak words of safety and surround yourself with light. Say, "I walk in a circle of divine love. Nothing can touch me but that which is good. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. I am invisible to failure, visible only to my good." Say it until you feel a calm certainty settling over you, as though a fortress has been raised about you. Let it be the lullaby of your subconscious, so that all through the night it engraves a record of safety and peace. And in the morning, you will walk through the day fearless, for you will know that you are not alone, you are guarded, guided, and protected by the word you have spoken. The subconscious does not argue with danger any more than it argues with lack. If you feed it fear, it will express fear, and you will meet what you dread. But if you feed it faith, if you declare your safety in God, then every path you walk will be cleared, every journey will be guarded, every step will be guided. Do not imagine that protection must come through weapons or locks or defenses of man. The greatest shield is the invisible wall of spirit built by your word. Speak protection, and you will live under it. Speak safety, and you will dwell within it. Speak divine love, and you will move as one surrounded by light. And once you know this, you will never again go to bed trembling, never again walk your street in fear, never again shrink back from what men call danger, for you will know that your life is hid with Christ in God, and nothing can touch you but that which is good. And as prosperity has filled your purse, and health has filled your body, and love has filled your heart, and protection has filled your path, there remains one more crown, one more victory, and it is the secret door to success. For many souls live with enough money, enough health, enough safety, and yet they feel unfulfilled, blocked, shut out from their true destiny. But I will show you that success is no secret, it is a system, and the door that seems locked can be opened by the word, just as surely as the walls of Jericho fell at the shout of faith. Now we come to the place where so many stand halted, staring at a wall that looks too high to climb, too thick to break, too solid to move, and they call it delay, they call it defeat, they call it bad luck or cruel fate, but I tell you it is nothing but the wall of their own thoughts, the wall of resentment, the wall of discouragement, the wall of fear, and it is not a fortress at all, but a mirage sustained by wrong words and false beliefs. The Bible tells us that the children of Israel stood before the walls of Jericho, and the walls fell flat when the people shouted with a great shout of faith. This story, like every story in Scripture, is a picture of your own life. For your Jericho is the condition that keeps you out of your promised land. Your Jericho is that one obstacle that seems immovable. The very thing that convinces you success is for others and not for you. But hear me now. There is no wall so strong that it cannot be shattered by the vibration of a spoken word of truth. No fortress so high that it cannot be leveled by the shout of faith. Many have built their own walls of Jericho without even knowing it. A woman resents the success of another, envies the gift she received, and by that very resentment she shuts herself off from her own good. I once told a woman, filled with envy, to declare, "What God has done for others, He now does. For me, and more." She obeyed, and soon she received the very gift she had envied, and another gift besides. Do you see? Envy and resentment build the wall, but the word of truth makes it crumble. Another woman came to me in despair, blocked in every direction. I told her to declare, "The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace." She saw, in her mind's eye, the wall fall flat before her and herself, stepping over into freedom. Within days, the demonstration came, her affairs opened, and the obstruction dissolved. That is the power of the word. Now perhaps you think, "But my wall has stood for years. I have prayed, I have tried, I have struggled, and still it towers before me." And I tell you, it has stood because you have been rehearsing it, you have been speaking of it, you have been strengthening it with every word of complaint. The more you talk about the wall, the thicker it becomes. The more you speak of delay, the longer you wait. The more you dwell on injustice, the more injustice comes. But if tonight you will stop feeding the wall and begin to speak the word of victory, you will hear the trumpet of truth sound, and the wall will fall flat. Say it with me. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. Say it until you see it. Picture the wall tumbling down. Picture yourself walking over the rubble into wide spaces of freedom and abundance. The subconscious does not resist this picture. It accepts it, it records it, it expresses it. For words are radioactive, vibrating, carrying pictures into form, and the vibration of a word, of truth is strong enough to level any fortress of fear. So, my friend, do not tremble before your Jericho any longer. Shout it down, laugh at it, declare it nothing. For success is not a secret hidden behind walls, it is a system of faith, joy, courage, and persistence. When the wall falls, the treasures of your city are yours: the right work, the right recognition, the right fulfillment. You are not meant to circle your Jericho forever, you are meant to shout the shout of faith and enter in. And once the walls have crumbled, what remains is expectancy, the steady belief that only good awaits you. For it is not enough to break down the old obstruction, you must now prepare for the harvest. You must expect the unforeseen good. You must anticipate the miracle. And so let us pass on to the law of expectancy, the final key to lasting success. For when you expect plenty, you prepare for plenty, and plenty becomes inevitable. Now that the walls have crumbled and the path before you lies open, we must come to the final key, the golden crown of demonstration, the principle that decides whether you merely taste a little good or whether you live in the steady flow of it, and that is the law of expectancy. For it is not enough to speak the word once and rejoice when the wall falls. You must keep your whole consciousness tuned to expectancy. You must prepare as though your good were already here. You must walk and act and think in the vibration of fulfillment. Many souls have shouted their walls down only to see new ones rise, not because the law failed them, but because they returned to fear, to doubt, to watching appearances. Expectancy is the steady gaze of faith that says, "I know my good is on the way, I know it is mine now. I know it will appear in perfect time and perfect manner." Expectancy is the soul standing at the door with lamp lit, ready to welcome the bridegroom. Look around you at the world, and you will see expectancy at work everywhere. A farmer plants seed and expects a harvest. He does not dig up the seed each morning to see if it has sprouted. He does not cry out, "Perhaps it will not come." He prepares his barn, he sharpens his tools, he trusts the law of growth. A mother prepares for her child before the child is born, setting the room, gathering clothes, moving in faith that the unseen life will appear in due season. In the same way, you must prepare for your good. If you need supply, prepare your purse to hold it. If you need a home, make ready for it. If you desire marriage, begin to live in joy and harmony now. What you expect, you prepare for. What you prepare for, you magnetize. One of my students longed for a voyage abroad, yet he had not the means. He could have said, "It is impossible, I will wait until I see the money," but he knew the law. He declared, "I give thanks for my divinely designed trip, divinely financed, under grace, in perfect ways." and he prepared. He bought a trunk, a bright and happy trunk with a red band around it. He placed it in his room, and each day looked upon it, seeing himself ready for his journey. Soon, he even felt the motion of the ship, heard the cry of the gulls, smelled the air of the docks. His expectancy was so strong that the subconscious had no choice but to engrave the picture, and the money came, the trip was his, and every detail was perfect. That is expectancy in action. But do not miss this. The law of expectancy works both ways. If you expect trouble, you prepare for it. If you expect sickness, you open the door to it. If you expect failure, you magnetize it. Job declared, "The thing I greatly feared has come upon me." He prepared for the wrong thing, and the wrong thing came. How many people save for a rainy day, and the rainy day arrives right on schedule? How many prepare for old age with fear, and they enter into weakness and decline because they rehearsed it for years? Expectancy is a magnet, whether for good or for ill. That is why you must be vigilant, always preparing only for the good, speaking only of the good, expecting only the good. So tonight, as you drift to sleep, speak words of expectancy. Say, "The unexpected happens, my seemingly impossible good now comes to pass." Say, "I am prepared for wonders, I am ready for miracles. I am expecting gifts from the storehouse of heaven." Let those words echo in your subconscious until they are engraved as law. And in the morning, watch as new opportunities appear, new doors open, new supply flows. For the law cannot fail. What you expect, you will experience. Now, my friend, you have walked with me through the laws that govern your destiny. You have seen how the subconscious must obey the word, how the burden is cast, how the night is the doorway of power, how prosperity flows by affirmation, how health is restored by truth, how love harmonizes all ties, how protection surrounds by the word, how walls crumble before the shout of faith, and how expectancy secures the harvest. And so, as this night's journey draws to its close, let us step into the final moments together, where I will gather the threads into one golden cord and leave you with the affirmation that seals it all, that you may rise in the morning never the same again. And now, beloved soul, we stand at the threshold of completion. And yet, you know, as I know, that this is not an ending but a beginning. For the words you have heard tonight have not been idle. They have been living seeds sown deep in the fertile soil of your subconscious, and they will not return void. They are at work even now, pressing out the old records of fear, demolishing the grooves of lack, dissolving the walls of resentment, and engraving the new songs of victory, prosperity, health, love, protection, and success. You have walked with me through the law of impressions, and you know now that the subconscious does not argue, it only obeys. You have learned to smash the old records and make new ones. You have cast your burdens upon the Christ within and felt the holy exchange of rest. You have discovered the night as the doorway of power, where every word spoken in drowsiness becomes a living command. You have released prosperity by the bold use of affirmation, health by forgiveness and love, relationships by divine harmony, protection by the shield of truth, success by the shout that crumbles Jericho, and fulfillment by the steady flame of expectancy. You are not the same soul who pressed play on this message, for the very vibration of your consciousness has shifted, and the proof will come to you in the morning, in the days to come, in the swift and certain demonstrations that follow the spoken word. And so I charge you now, do not return to the old way of speaking. Do not return to careless words, idle complaints, anxious mutterings, for every word is a seed, and you are now a master gardener of your destiny. Speak only life, only truth, only abundance, only health, only love, only victory. When fear whispers, answer with faith. When doubt presses, answer with declaration. When the old record tries to play again, smash it with a new word of power. Say boldly, "I am a child of God, and every good and perfect gift is mine by divine right." Say it when you rise, say it as you walk, say it before you sleep. Let your word be the law of your life, and the law will never fail you. And let me leave you with this affirmation. Let it be the seal upon your heart tonight. I look with wonder at that which is before me. I expect only good. I walk in a circle of divine love, into which no fear can enter. I am divinely protected, divinely guided, divinely provided for, and divinely prospered. The walls of lack and delay crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace in perfect ways. I am fearless, I am free, I am fulfilled, and I am forever one with the infinite riches of spirit. Repeat it after me, let it echo in your soul until it vibrates through every cell of your being. And when you rise tomorrow, know this: you will never be the same again. The word has gone forth, the seed is planted, the law is at work, and your good is rushing to meet you. Do not be surprised when the miracle comes quickly, for the law works swiftly when it is believed. Do not be startled when the door opens easily, for the walls have already fallen. Do not be shocked when the money, the health, the love, the opportunity arrive, for it is the natural harvest of the words you have spoken and the truths you have heard tonight. Simply give thanks, rejoice, and declare, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in my eyes." But before you go, I must tell you this: there is another law, a deeper key that will carry you still further, and it is the law of non-resistance. For many of you will see results, and yet you will also meet obstacles, people who oppose you, circumstances that seem to block you again. If you fight them, you give them power. If you resist them, you strengthen them. But if you understand non-resistance, you will turn every obstacle into an open door, every seeming defeat into a swift victory. This law is rarely understood, and yet it is essential, for it makes you untouchable by opposition and unstoppable in your good. So I invite you now to continue with me to hear the next message: the law of non-resistance, how I turn obstacles into open doors. Do not delay, for the momentum of tonight must carry you forward. You have spoken the word, you have planted the seed, you have set the law in motion. Now learn to meet tomorrow's resistance with triumph, to walk in effortless dominion, to flow with the current of spirit that no obstacle can withstand. Click, listen, and go on, for your journey into freedom has only just begun. 3 words can turn a piece of paper into a key that opens treasure. I do not speak of luck, I speak of law. And if you dare to say them before you hold your ticket, you will see what the world calls chance bow to divine certainty. In this teaching, I will unfold the difference between hope and faith, chance and law. You will learn why idle speech attracts loss, and why the right word spoken at the right moment commands supply. I will give you case stories of those who spoke their decree and watched unexpected money arrive. You will learn how to guard your mind from fear, how to use grace to protect your winnings, and how to place gratitude on every sum so it multiplies. And before we close, you will know exactly what 3 words to speak before you touch a lottery ticket. Words that change your odds, words that align you with the unfailing supply of God. Here's something most people completely miss. They think money comes by luck. They think life changes by chance. They think if they can just guess the right number, if they can just scratch the right card, if they can just happen upon the right day, everything will suddenly turn. And so they live in the worship of chance, bowing down before a false god that never delivers. For luck is blind, luck is deaf, luck is dumb. Luck has no law behind it, and whatever has no law behind it cannot stand. You may win once by luck, but you will lose 1,000 times more, for luck cannot be trusted. Luck is a liar, and those who depend on it wake up poor, discouraged, and bound by fear. Do you see the pattern? A man buys his ticket and says, "I hope I win." He is already preparing for defeat. His words are sowing failure before the numbers are even drawn. His subconscious hears him say, "I hope," and it replies, "Then you do not expect. If you do not expect, then you do not believe. If you do not believe, then you do not receive." Hope without faith is only a wish, and wishes are weak things. They float in the air, but they do not root in the soil. And what happens when a man keeps repeating these hopeless words? He reaps exactly what he has planted. He spends his money on tickets, but he plants his words in defeat. He goes to bed saying, "I never win, I never get lucky," and the subconscious makes it law, delivering the harvest of his own lips. I have known men who prepared speeches for their failure, rehearsing what they would say when they lost. I have known women who bought tickets but said in the same breath, "It never works for me." And they were right, not because fate cursed them, but because their own word condemned them. That's why I say, relying on luck is like planting seed on the stone. It looks like something may sprout, but the ground is barren and the seed dies. No matter how many times you scatter, the soil gives you nothing. And yet the crowd runs after luck, buying, clutching, begging, hoping, while law stands beside them, ignored, waiting to serve them. Law is exact, law is sure, law is unfailing, but luck is only a mirage. Now let me ask you, have you ever noticed that the ones who cry the loudest about never winning are the ones who always speak of loss? They tell you before they scratch, I know I won't win. They tell you before the numbers are drawn, it's just for fun, but I never get picked. They are making a law with their own tongue, and law does not argue. Law obeys, and so it is done unto them exactly as they believe, exactly as they speak. This is why most people remain in the same cycle. They are sowing the wrong seed and expecting a right harvest. They are planting words of lack and waiting for fruit of abundance. They are filling their subconscious with defeat and expecting victory. And when it doesn't come, they say, it's just bad luck. No, my friend, it is not luck. It is law. So I tell you, stop trusting luck. Stop clutching tickets with fear. Stop speaking hope as if it were faith. Luck will fail you every time, but the word never fails. The difference between those who lose and those who win is not the paper in their hand, but the word on their lips. And if you learn this law, you can step out of the crowd of losers and into the few who walk in demonstration. What I am about to share may sound too simple for the reasoning mind, and yet it is the most powerful truth you will ever know. Luck fails, but law never fails. The world worships chance because it does not know law. But the universe is not a lottery of chaos. It is a kingdom of order. Every word, every thought, every decree sets a cause in motion, and that cause unfailingly produces its effect. This is why Jesus declared, "By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." He did not say, by thy lottery numbers, by thy guesses, by thy chances. He said, by thy words, for the word is the seed, and the seed must grow. I have watched students step out of despair and into abundance by grasping this simple key. They stopped crying for luck and began speaking law. One woman came to me with fear in her eyes, clutching the little she had, certain she was doomed to lose. I told her, your fear is faith inverted. Reverse it now. Speak supply instead of lack. Declare abundance instead of ruin. Say, God is my supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it until you feel it. She obeyed, and within days, unexpected money came into her hands, not by luck, but by law. You see, law is impartial. Law does not say, I like this one better than that one. I will bless him and curse her. Law is exact. If you speak lack, you reap lack. If you speak abundance, you reap abundance. It is not personal, it is principle. The farmer does not put corn in the ground and reap wheat. He reaps the same seed he sows. So it is with you. If you sow words of defeat, you will reap defeat. If you sow words of victory, you will reap victory. The harvest may seem to delay, but it cannot be denied, for the law never fails. I once had a student who said to me, Florence, I have affirmed prosperity, but I still see no change. I asked her, have you mixed your words with doubt? Have you sown abundance by day, but dug it up with worry at night? Have you spoken faith in the morning and fear in the afternoon? She lowered her eyes, for she knew it was true. The law is exact. It does not multiply double-mindedness. It multiplies what you plant consistently. When she corrected her speech, when she guarded her tongue, when she refused to cancel her affirmations with contradictions, her affairs shifted, and she proved that the word works when you work the word. Now, imagine the contrast. One man says, I hope this ticket wins, and he loses. Another man says, God is my unfailing supply, and money flows to me from every direction, under grace, in perfect ways, and his purse fills, his needs are met, his channels open. The ticket may look the same, but the law behind it is different. One is supported by fear, the other by faith. One is a cry to chance, the other a decree to law, and law always answers. So hear me clearly, when you walk in law, you never walk in vain. When you speak the word of faith, the invisible must rearrange itself to match it. When you declare abundance, the channels of abundance must open. When you align your speech with truth, your life will outpicture truth. It is as certain as the rising of the sun, as sure as the tide of the sea. Luck stumbles and falls, but law stands forever. And that is why I tell you, never again say, I hope. Say instead, I know. Never again say, I wish. Say instead, I declare. Never again say, maybe. Say instead, it is done. For heaven and earth may pass away, but the law of the word will not pass away. The word you speak in faith today is the world you will walk in tomorrow. And once you understand this, you will never again bow to luck. You will speak with authority, you will live in demonstration, and you will know by experience that the law never fails. Here is something the world overlooks, something so simple that the carnal mind laughs at it and calls it folly. And yet it is the one truth upon which every destiny rests. Every word is a seed. The ground does not argue with the farmer. It does not say, this seed I will grow and that seed I will reject. It does not reason. It does not laugh. It does not doubt. It simply receives, and it brings forth after its kind. The earth will as faithfully produce weeds as it will wheat, if that is what you sow. So it is with your subconscious mind. It is soil, rich, deep, unfailing, and it is waiting only for the seed you drop into it with your words. Every idle sentence, every careless joke, every despairing sigh, every bold declaration, each one is a seed, and the soil does not forget. I knew a woman who had everything her heart could desire, a fine home, comfort, security, and yet she grew weary of her responsibilities, and in her foolishness she often cried, I am sick and tired of all this. I wish I lived in a trunk. She said it half in jest, but the subconscious has no sense of humor. It does not know the difference between laughter and seriousness. It only hears the word and sets about to grow the seed. Years later, stripped of her possessions, cast out of her home, she found herself indeed living in a trunk, the exact harvest of her idle seed. Think of it. She had spoken herself into the very poverty she feared, not by some evil fate, not by the cruelty of others, but by her own tongue. Do you see the law? You are never a victim of circumstances. You are a sower of seed. If you do not like your harvest, do not curse the ground, do not cry against the heavens, but change your seed. For just as surely as weeds once sprang from your careless words, so can wheat and roses and vineyards spring from your faithful words. Jesus Christ declared, Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Not some of what he sows, not a portion of what he sows, but all. If you continually say, I never win, I never prosper, nothing ever works out for me, you are sowing weeds, and the law will bring you a harvest of weeds. But if you say with conviction, God is my unfailing supply, and great avalanches of abundance now pour into my life under grace, then you have planted good seed, and the ground must return good. Now you may say, Florence, I did not mean it. I was only joking. I was only speaking carelessly. But hear me. The subconscious does not know whether you mean it or not. It records every word, as a phonograph records every sound, the cough, the stumble, the whisper, as well as the song. It plays back what is impressed upon it, and you must live among your records until you smash them with new decrees. That is why I tell you to watch your words as you would watch your treasure, for they are treasure. They are the gold you cast into the invisible that returns to you in visible form. So when you take that ticket in your hand, or when you speak about your affairs, do not let the tongue drop weeds into the soil of your mind. Do not say, I never win, I always lose, money never comes my way. For the law listens, the soil receives, and the harvest will come. Say instead, I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. I now draw in endless good, under grace, in perfect ways, plant wheat instead of weeds, roses instead of thorns, gold instead of dust. For every word is a seed, and your harvest is nothing but the outpicturing of what you have sown. When I tell you that your word is your wand, I do not speak in poetry or in symbol only. I speak in the plainest law of spirit, as exact as mathematics, as certain as the rising of the morning sun. A wand is an instrument that carries the will of the one who wields it. It directs invisible forces, it calls into form what the eye of imagination has first beheld. And so it is with your word. Man does not often understand the treasure he carries upon his tongue. He jokes idly, he laments foolishly, he repeats phrases of lack and fear, and wonders why his world mirrors back to him lack and fear multiplied. Yet if he would only lift the rod of his word in faith, if he would dare to speak what the world calls impossible, the desert of his life would bloom, the barren purse would overflow, and the so-called odds of chance would bow down before him as servants. I once knew a woman who came to me with only $2 in her purse. To her eyes, $2 was poverty, a reminder of all she lacked. But I would not see lack for lack is a lie, and I would not let the lie stand. I told her, we bless these $2, and we know that you hold the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in, under grace, in perfect ways. I see it crammed, jammed, bulging with yellow bills, green bills, checks of every color, silver and gold, pouring into your hand. She caught the vision. She felt her little purse heavy with money, as if invisible weight had already been dropped into it. Her faith was so alive that she gave me one of those dollars as a love offering, and I dared not refuse. For to refuse would have been to behold lack instead of plenty. And what followed? Shortly afterward, she was gifted $6,000. $2 had become 6,000, and the world called it luck, but she and I knew it was law. Do you see the power here? It was not the arithmetic of the bank, it was the arithmetic of spirit. The words crammed, jammed, bulging painted a picture on her subconscious, and the subconscious, that faithful servant, had no choice but to bring the picture into visibility. Your subconscious does not respond to cold, lifeless statements. It responds to vivid images, to words charged with life and color. To say, I have money, may be true, but it is not electric. To say, my purse is crammed, jammed, bulging with bills and checks, overflowing with abundance, is to set fire to the imagination, to strike the picture on the canvas of the inner mind so that it cannot help but reproduce it outwardly. Now many will say, but Miss Shinn, am I not deceiving myself if I speak of a purse overflowing when I see only emptiness? And I answer, you are deceived already if you believe in emptiness. For emptiness is only an appearance, a shadow that flees before the light of truth. When you wave your wand, you are not lying, you are declaring the higher truth that dissolves the lie. Just as a fog can cover the ocean, yet cannot hide the ocean's depth, so appearances of lack can veil your abundance, but cannot cancel it. Speak the truth of supply, and the fog of lack will lift. I tell you again, the word is your wand. With it, you command fortune, you silence fear, you heal the body, you open doors that no man can shut. Without it, you wander as one unarmed, buffeted by appearances, waiting on what the world calls luck. Which shall it be for you? Will you drift with chance, or will you take the wand in hand and decree your good? Remember this, the wand never fails when wielded with fearless faith, and the words you speak tonight may be the very words that crowd your purse tomorrow. Before you can speak the decree that commands fortune, before you can utter the 3 words that bend so-called chance into obedience, you must first prepare the ground of your consciousness. For it is no use scattering golden seed upon soil that has been left untended, full of weeds, rocks, and thorns. For the weeds will choke the harvest, the rocks will stop the roots, and the thorns will pierce the tender shoots before they can rise. And yet this is what most people attempt. They rush to speak affirmations while their minds are still tangled with fear, still echoing with words of failure, still cluttered with the images of defeat. And then they cry out, "The law does not work for me." But the law is exact. It works with what you give it. If you give it fear, it grows fear. If you give it worry, it grows worry. If you give it contradiction, it grows confusion. Only when you give it pure, fearless seed can it give you back a harvest of plenty. So the first work is clearing. The first word is release. The first step is casting out fear. I have told my students again and again, fear is inverted faith. It is belief turned upside down. It is the same creative force, but instead of expecting good, it expects evil. Instead of calling in supply, it calls in lack. Instead of opening doors, it slams them shut. And when you take a lottery ticket in your hand and say, "I hope I win, though I probably won't," you have already planted the seed of loss. You are already rehearsing defeat. You are already inviting the harvest of weeds. This is why I say to you, do not let fear go unchallenged. Do not carry it into the sacred hour of decree. Meet it at the gate and send it away. How do you send it away? By giving it to the Christ within. You cannot carry fear out by force. You must lay it down. Speak aloud, with calm certainty. I cast this burden upon the Christ within, and I go free. Say it until you feel the burden roll off your shoulders. Say it until your chest lightens and your breath deepens. Say it until the shadows in your mind scatter and peace enters. This one sentence is the broom that sweeps the floor of consciousness, the light that banishes darkness, the hand that sets down the load. And once you have spoken it, refuse to pick the burden up again. Do not rehearse the fear. Do not repeat the doubt. Do not argue for your own defeat. Cast it once and go free. When the mind is cleared, it must also be guarded. For many people sweep out the room only to invite the same intruders back in. They cast out fear with one hand and beckon it back with the other. They say, "I cast this burden upon the Christ within." And then, an hour later, they sigh, "But what if I still lose?" This is double-mindedness, and the law cannot multiply double-mindedness. You must stand firm. You must close the door against fear, just as a guard closes the gates of a fortress. Let no thought enter that does not align with your decree. Say to every shadow, "You have no place here." This ground is holy. This soil is reserved for the seed of truth, and the more you practice this, the more natural it will become, until your subconscious itself stands guard and refuses to admit the enemy. Understand this well. The work of preparation is not wasted time. It is the most necessary step of all. For the decree, no matter how powerful, cannot take root in a mind still choked with weeds. But a decree, even a simple one, dropped into soil that is clear, fertile, and guarded, will grow swiftly, surely, abundantly. I have seen students who struggled for years suddenly receive demonstration after demonstration once they learned to prepare. They stopped speaking fear, they stopped rehearsing loss, they stopped clutching their burdens, and they cast them upon the Christ within. And then, when they finally spoke their decrees, the decrees blossomed almost overnight. So prepare your mind, cast out fear, sweep away worry, guard against doubt, stand firm in faith, say it aloud even now. I cast this burden upon the Christ within, and I go free. Feel the freedom, feel the lightness, feel the ground of your soul made ready. For soon, into this cleared soil, we shall plant the 3 words that change everything. You have cleared the ground, you have cast away the burden, you have swept the room of your mind until it stands ready like a temple prepared for the presence of God. Now the moment has come to place upon your lips the very decree that will change the atmosphere around you, that will alter the vibration of your affairs, that will turn the lie of chance into the certainty of law. And I tell you again, Do not speak this as one testing to see if it works. Do not speak it as one pleading for mercy. Do not speak it as one whispering in hope. Speak it as one commanding, as one possessing, as one whose voice carries the authority of heaven itself. For the subconscious responds to authority, not to begging, not to wishing, not to fear. It hears certainty and it obeys. It hears command and it executes. It hears law and it fulfills. And here are the words, I win now. 3 simple words, yet they carry within them the whole force of truth. Why? Because they are spoken in the present tense. The subconscious does not recognize tomorrow. It does not respond to someday. It does not act upon perhaps. It only knows the eternal now. When you say, I will win, you push it away into the future, and the future never arrives. But when you say, I win now, you bring it into the only moment that ever exists, the present, and the subconscious rushes to make it so. This is the secret hidden in plain sight. You must declare your good as already done, not as a distant hope. Notice, too, that the words are short, sharp, unmistakable. There is no vagueness, no clutter, no condition. They are like the blow of a hammer on the anvil. I win now. Not I might, not I hope, not I wish. I win now. And every time you speak it, you are engraving a groove into the subconscious, a groove that the law must follow until it prints victory into your affairs. I remember a student who practiced this decree. She had long spoken timidly. I hope to do better. Perhaps things will change. Maybe next time. And the harvest was always disappointment. But when she learned to say, I win now, with fire and conviction, the atmosphere around her shifted. She walked differently. She spoke differently. She bought her ticket differently. And soon, what she once called impossible appeared, not by chance but by law, because she had dared to claim the now instead of postponing her good into the mist of tomorrow. Now let me warn you, when you first begin to say these words, appearances may rise up in protest. The ticket may look the same, the bank account may look the same, the purse may feel the same. But do not bow to appearances, for appearances are lies waiting to be dissolved. The law does not work from the outside in, it works from the inside out. You speak, you believe, you hold the picture, and then the outer world rearranges to match the inner decree. If you doubt because nothing has yet changed, you are like a farmer who digs up his seed each morning to see if it is sprouting. No, plant it, water it, give thanks for it, and the harvest will appear in its season. So take these words into your mouth. I win now. Say them with authority. Say them with conviction. Say them until you feel the vibration in your bones. Say them when you buy the ticket. Say them when you hold it in your hand. Say them when you lay down at night. Let them become the drumbeat of your consciousness, and do not mix them with contradiction. Do not say, I win now, and then mutter, but probably not. Do not say, I win now, and then laugh it off as foolishness. Stand firm, hold the decree, protect it as you would protect a spark in the wind until it grows into a flame that cannot be quenched. For these 3 words are not empty syllables. They are the rod and the staff, the key and the lock, the hammer and the chisel. They carve your victory into the unseen, and once carved, it must appear. Speak them as truth, and truth will answer. Speak them as law, and law will obey. Speak them as your decree, and decree will become demonstration. I win now. Now that you know the decree, I win now, I must give you the safeguard that makes it not only powerful but perfect, not only swift but safe. For there are those who seize the law and wield it rashly, as a child might strike with fire, not knowing what it may consume. You must understand this. The law will obey whatever you impress upon it. And if you impress selfishness, if you impress greed, if you impress a demand that is not aligned with your divine portion, you may receive what you asked for, but with sorrow added, with trouble following, with regret that sours the gift. That is why I teach every student to close their affirmation with the words, under grace, in perfect ways. Grace is the great adjuster. Grace is the invisible hand that turns aside what would wound you, that shields you from what is not truly yours, that redirects your decree into channels that bless you and all concerned. Grace is love lifted into law. When you say, under grace in perfect ways, you are saying, let this good come only if it is mine by divine right, only if it leaves no one harmed, only if it blesses me without sorrow. And the beauty of grace is this: it does not limit your good, it perfects it. It ensures that what you receive is not only abundance but right abundance, not only victory but right victory. Not only gain but gain that leaves your conscience clear and your spirit at peace. I recall a woman who once demanded that a certain man should marry her. She set her heart upon him and cried out for him daily. But I would not affirm it, for I knew it might not be her divine selection. Instead, I taught her to say, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right man to come to me under grace in perfect ways. At first she resisted, but at last she yielded. And soon a man far better suited, kind, generous, faithful, came into her life, and she was unspeakably grateful that she had not chained herself to the wrong one. Had she forced her decree without grace, she might have gotten what she thought she wanted, but it would have brought bitterness. With grace, she received what was hers by divine right, and joy followed. So it is with money. So it is with tickets. So it is with every desire. You may cry, I win now, and the law will hasten to fulfill. But unless you add, under grace, in perfect ways, you may draw to yourself winnings that curse you, or channels that harm you, or outcomes that entangle you in sorrow. But with grace, the law is clothed in love, and nothing can come that is not rightfully yours. Nothing can enter that is not safe. Nothing can be given that does not bless. Remember, the scripture says, the blessing of the Lord, it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it. That is grace. The riches that come under grace are clean, are pure, are joyful. They do not demand the price of your peace. They do not rob your health. They do not break your relationships. They come in perfect ways, and they lift you higher. Therefore, never forget to add these words. They are your safeguard, your shield, your firewall. They keep your demonstration unmarred, your harvest unsoured, your victory untainted. So when you stand with ticket in hand, say it all. I win now, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it boldly. Say it with faith. Say it knowing that grace goes before you, prepares the channel, perfects the method, shields the outcome, and delivers your good in a form more wonderful than your own reasoning could ever have arranged. And then rest, for what comes under grace must bless you, and what comes in perfect ways cannot harm you. There was once a woman who came to me weary, her eyes clouded with disappointment, her voice heavy with the weight of repeated failures. She said, Miss Shinn, I have spoken affirmations, I have prayed, I have tried to hold faith, but still my purse remains thin and my luck never turns. And I said to her, my dear, do not speak of luck, for luck is a lie. Speak of law, for law is truth. And do not weary yourself with many words. One decree, spoken with faith, carries more power than 1,000 mutterings spoken with doubt. Tonight, when you hold your ticket, say simply and with authority, I win now, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it as truth, not as hope. Say it as law, not as wish. Say it as though God himself had placed the words on your tongue, for indeed he has. At first, she looked at me uncertainly, for the habit of defeat had written deep grooves in her mind. She said, But Miss Shinn, I have said such things before, and nothing has happened. I answered, Then you have said them as one testing, as one hoping, as one begging. But the law does not answer hope, it answers faith. It does not obey begging, it obeys command. Do not speak the decree as though you are trying to convince yourself. Speak it as though it is already done. Speak it as though you are the authority and the world must obey. For it is written, decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. She went away with those words echoing in her mind. That evening she bought her ticket. She felt the old fear rise, the old doubt whisper, "Why bother? You never win." But instead of bowing to it, she cast it out with the sentence I had given her. She said aloud, "I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free." Then she took her ticket in hand and declared firmly, clearly, without wavering, "I win now, under grace, in perfect ways." And with that, she let the matter rest. She did not pace the floor. She did not wring her hands. She did not rehearse failure. She simply trusted the law to do its perfect work. The next day she returned to me, her face shining with astonishment and joy. She said, "Miss Shinn, you will not believe it. I received unexpected money today. Not through the ticket, but through another channel I never even imagined. A friend I had not heard from in years appeared suddenly and pressed into my hand a sum of money I desperately needed. And though the ticket itself did not win, I feel I have won greater than I hoped. For I see now that it was never the ticket itself that was my source, but the law of supply that worked through the channel prepared." And I said to her, "You have learned a mighty truth. The ticket is but one channel, and channels come and go, but the source is unchanging. When you decree, 'I win now,' you are not binding yourself to one number, one card, one piece of paper. You are declaring yourself aligned with winning itself, and winning will find you through the channel, most perfect, most gracious, most safe. Sometimes it will be the ticket. Sometimes it will be a gift. Sometimes it will be an opportunity. Sometimes it will be a debt paid, a door opened, a channel revealed. But always, when spoken with faith, the decree must be fulfilled. So you see, my friend, it is not the lottery that you are commanding. It is the law of abundance itself. It is not the numbers that obey. It is the unseen order of spirit. And when you stand in faith and declare, "I win now, under grace, in perfect ways," the law takes your word and rushes to fulfill it through the nearest open channel. The world will call it chance, the crowd will call it luck, but you will know it is law, and you will rejoice that the invisible has become visible once more. There was another woman, timid and uncertain, who came to me with nothing in her hand but a little purse and $2 tucked inside. Her face betrayed the thought that had haunted her for years. "This is not enough. It never will be enough. I am always at the end, always behind, always lacking." And I said to her, "Do you not know that your purse is not your source? Do you not know that these $2 are not your supply? Do you not know that the Spirit of God is an unfailing treasury and that your purse is but the channel it flows through? If you curse the channel, you block the stream. If you bless the channel, you open the floodgates. So do not call your purse empty. Do not call your purse poor. Call it the purse of spirit, the magic purse that can never be depleted, that is crammed and jammed and bulging with abundance." I placed my hand upon her purse and spoke aloud. "This purse is the purse of spirit. It is crammed and jammed with money. It bulges with bills, with checks, with gold and silver. Money goes out and money comes in perfect circulation, under grace, in perfect ways." She looked at me with half a smile, uncertain whether to laugh or to believe. But as I spoke, her imagination caught fire, and I saw her eyes brighten with a new light. She began to picture it herself, the little purse heavy in her hand, bursting with abundance. And I told her, "Carry that picture with you. Do not see emptiness, see fullness. Do not speak lack, speak plenty. Wave your wand, and your purse must obey." Days later, she returned to me, trembling with joy. She said, "Miss Shinn, you will hardly believe it. I have received $6,000, a gift, unexpected, and it has come so swiftly I can scarcely comprehend it. I answered, "Do not say you can scarcely comprehend it. Say you comprehend it perfectly, for it is law, not chance. It is the exact harvest of the seed you planted when you blessed your purse and declared it full." And so she learned that her $2 had not been a curse but a seed, and by blessing it, she had multiplied it into thousands. This is why I tell every student, never mock the small, never curse the little, never sigh over the few coins in your hand. For the law does not despise the small, the law multiplies whatever is blessed. Jesus himself did not scorn the 5 loaves and 2 fishes. He lifted them, he blessed them, he gave thanks, and the multitude was fed, and baskets overflowed with fragments. Bless the little, and it becomes much. Curse the little, and it becomes less. Your purse is not a prison, it is a channel. Speak to it as though it were alive, for it is alive with the life of spirit, and it will answer to your word. So I give you now the same decree. This purse of mine is the purse of spirit. It can never be depleted. It is crammed and jammed and bulging with money. Money goes out, and money rushes back in, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it each time you reach into your purse. Say it each time you spend, each time you receive. Make it a song upon your lips, and you will see soon enough that what once looked like emptiness will swell into fullness, and what once mocked you as poverty will obey you as abundance. For the purse is but a symbol, and the true power is in your word, and your word is your wand. There was once a young woman, scarcely more than a girl, who had read my writings and dared to believe them. She had little money, little backing, little experience, yet in her heart she carried a vision of opening a tea room and candy shop. To those around her, the idea seemed foolish, for the times were hard and her purse was thin, and her family warned her that she was stepping into certain failure. But she had caught a glimpse of truth, and she knew that supply does not come from conditions, it comes from law, and law responds to the spoken word. So she opened her lips each morning and declared, "I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay." She spoke it not once, not twice, but daily, faithfully, with the ring of conviction in her voice, and she moved forward in obedience to the vision planted in her spirit. She found a little shop, plain and unremarkable, but she filled it with her word, and the word filled it with customers. On the first day, people came, not in a trickle, but in a stream. They lined up at the door, waiting for tables, waiting for candy, waiting for service, as though they had been summoned by invisible cords. She and her helpers could scarcely keep pace. And each morning, when her assistants grew weary and said, "Surely today will be quieter, surely business will slow," she answered firmly, "No, God is my supply, not man, and every day is a good day." And her decree held true. The shop was crammed and jammed, as she put it, overflowing with customers, filled with orders, alive with abundance. I recall a particular holiday when her workers grew especially discouraged. They said, "Today is a holiday. No one will come. Business will surely be poor." But she replied, "The law does not take holidays. God is my supply, not appearances, and every day is a good day." That very afternoon, an old friend entered the shop, ordered a small box of candy, and when he handed her his check, she opened it and found it was written for $100. $100 for a 2-pound box of candy. That is how the law works when spoken in faith. The world would call it luck, but she and I knew it was law, the exact outworking of her daily decree. This young woman's tea room became a living example of demonstration, proof that it is not capital, not conditions, not cleverness that determines success, but the word spoken in fearless faith. She did not lean on advertisements or location or the opinion of her relatives. She leaned on the law of her own decree, and because she spoke daily with conviction, the invisible moved, the channels opened, and her shop overflowed. So what is the lesson here? That your good is not dependent on what the world says is possible. that appearances of limitation are lies waiting to be dissolved, that when you dare to declare, every day is a good day. I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay. The law of supply must hasten to fulfill your words. Speak this daily over your own work, your own affairs, your own ventures, and watch how what once seemed small and uncertain begins to overflow. Do not bow to appearances. Do not fear the seasons. Do not tremble at holidays or downturns, or the murmurs of those who doubt. Say with faith, God is my supply, and every day is a good day, and you will see doors open, orders multiply, customers arrive, and channels of increase appear. For the law is exact, and the law never fails the one who never fails to speak the word. When I say to you that every word is a seed, I do not mean that all seeds are alike, for some are small and wither quickly, and some are mighty and take root so deeply that the harvest cannot be denied. The difference lies in the power of the word spoken, and the power lies in its vividness. The subconscious mind is like a child, easily impressed by pictures, responsive to colors, shapes, and living forms, yet deaf to pale abstractions. You may whisper, "I am prosperous," in a faint monotone, and nothing will stir, for the picture is too thin to take hold. But if you say with fire, "My purse is crammed and jammed and bulging with money, overflowing with bills, checks, and gold, alive with endless supply," then the imagination is captured, the subconscious is struck, and the law must move. The words paint pictures, and the pictures become flesh. I have known students who struggled with affirmations for months, repeating lifeless words without result. They came to me weary, saying, "Miss Shinn, I speak my prosperity daily, but still I see nothing." And I asked them, "What do you say?" And they answered with vague mutterings, thin declarations without color. I said, "That is why the ground has not yielded. You have planted shadows instead of seed. Now speak with images, speak with life, speak with words that carry the weight of substance." And when they obeyed, when they began to say, "I see my purse heavy in my hand, I feel it bulging with supply, I know it is always filled and refilled under grace," their conditions shifted swiftly, and money came by channels unexpected. For the vivid word is not resisted, it is accepted. The subconscious cannot help but obey what is pictured with strength. Do you not see how even the scriptures are filled with vividness? The Master did not speak in pale abstractions. He spoke in parables, in images, in pictures that stirred the imagination. He said, "Consider the lilies of the field," and at once the listener saw flowers blooming without toil. He said, "A sower went forth to sow," and all who heard saw the seed fall on rocky soil, on thorny ground, on good earth. He knew that truth must be painted in living color for it to take root, and so must your affirmations. They must be more than dry statements. They must be pictures that live. Therefore, when you declare your abundance, do not say timidly, "I have money." Say boldly, "I walk in abundance now. My purse is filled to overflowing. My life is overflowing. I see money rushing in and rushing out in endless circulation, for it cannot be depleted. It is spirit in visible form." Let every word carry a picture. Let every declaration strike the subconscious like a chisel carving in stone. The law will take the image and reproduce it in the outer world with exactness. The difference between the lifeless word and the vivid word is the difference between a seed left on the surface and a seed driven deep into the soil. One is carried away by the wind, the other is buried in the earth, watered, and grown into harvest. If your affirmations have not borne fruit, it may be that you have spoken too faintly, too vaguely, too without picture. Begin today to clothe your affirmations in vividness, in images, in life. Say them until you see them, and when you see them within, you will see them without. So remember this: the subconscious is not moved by shadow, but by picture, not by faint wish, but by living decree. If you would command fortune, Then choose words that paint it so clearly you cannot help but feel it. Say, my purse is crammed, jammed, bulging with money. I feel it in my hand. I thank it in my heart. I know it is mine by divine right. Speak like this, and the harvest will be swift. For vivid words strike deep, and vivid words always grow. There is a truth I must impress upon you now, for the spoken word carries power too great to be left without guidance, and that truth is this: every decree must be sealed with the words, under grace, in perfect ways. For you must remember, the law is exact and impartial. It will bring to pass whatever is impressed upon it, whether it be wise or foolish, whether it be for blessing or for sorrow. The soil of the subconscious does not argue. It only grows the seed it is given. And so it is possible, if you speak without wisdom, to call in what you think is good, only to find that it is not your divine portion, and it brings with it burdens instead of blessings. Grace is the safeguard, grace is the shield, grace is the hand of spirit that corrects the clumsy command of the human tongue and ensures that only what belongs to you by divine right, only what blesses you and all concerned, can enter your life. I recall a woman who once insisted she must marry a particular man. Her whole thought was bent upon him. She said to me, "Miss Shinn, I will not rest until I have this man." But I told her, I cannot affirm for you what may not be yours by divine right. For if he is not your appointed mate, then to bind him to you would be to bind yourself to sorrow. Instead, say, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right man to come to me, under grace, in perfect ways." She resisted at first, for her will was fixed, but at last she yielded, and she began to speak the decree I gave her. And not long afterward, a man of greater kindness, greater faithfulness, greater love came into her life, and she was unspeakably grateful that she had not chained herself to the wrong one. Grace had protected her, grace had corrected her, grace had perfected her demonstration. So it is with money, with tickets, with all supply. You may cry out, "I win now," and indeed the law will hasten to fulfill your decree. But if you do not add the safeguard, you may draw to yourself winnings that come through wrong channels, through harm, through methods that disturb your peace. There are those who have gained money only to lose health, or gained wealth only to find misery in its company. But when you add, under grace, in perfect ways, you ensure that your gain comes clean, comes whole, comes unmarred, leaving no sorrow with it. For is it not written, "The blessing of the Lord, it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it"? That is the blessing under grace. Understand this clearly. Grace does not limit your good, it perfects it. It does not take away your demonstration, it refines it. It does not deny your abundance, it multiplies it safely. Grace is the adjustment of spirit, smoothing out the rough edges, closing the wrong doors, opening the right ones, weaving every decree into the divine design so that nothing harmful can enter, nothing false can stand, nothing premature can ruin. When you say, under grace, in perfect ways, you place your word into the hands of infinite intelligence, and you can rest, knowing that what comes is exactly right, exactly safe, exactly perfect. So take this safeguard to your lips every time you speak your decree. Do not say merely, "I win now." Say, "I win now, under grace, in perfect ways." Do not say merely, "Large sums of money come to me." Say, "Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways." Do not say merely, "My purse is filled." Say, "My purse is filled and refilled under grace in perfect ways." Make these words the seal upon every decree, and you will never fear that your demonstration may bring regret. Grace will go before you. Grace will guard you. Grace will perfect what you have spoken. And so I tell you, never speak a word of power without clothing it in grace, for grace is the robe that makes your decree fit to walk in the courts of heaven. Grace is the crown that makes your affirmation shine with divine authority. Grace is the safeguard that ensures that your harvest will be good and only good. Seal your words with grace, and you will find that every demonstration not only blesses you, but blesses all who touch it. And you will walk in the peace of knowing that your supply is perfect, safe, and sure. Now I come to a law that many pass by lightly, thinking it but sentiment, thinking it but good manners, and so they rob themselves of its multiplying power. That law is the law of gratitude and praise. Gratitude is not courtesy alone, it is creative force. Praise is not flattery, it is spiritual chemistry. When you bless and give thanks for what you have, no matter how small, you put the seal of multiplication upon it. When you murmur and complain about what you have, no matter how much, you place the seal of decrease upon it, and the law is exact. Whatever you bless, increases. Whatever you curse, diminishes. Whatever you thank God for, multiplies in your life. Do you not remember the story of Jesus and the loaves and fishes? There were 5 loaves and 2 small fish, far too little for the multitude that gathered. The disciples looked at the lack and despaired, but Jesus lifted the little, gave thanks, blessed it, and handed it back. And as it was passed among the people, it multiplied until thousands were fed, and 12 baskets overflowed with fragments. He did not despise the smallness. He did not curse the insufficiency. He gave thanks, and thanksgiving turned the little into much. That was no miracle outside of law. It was law itself, demonstrated perfectly. I knew a woman who came to me with only a small sum left, trembling that it could not last her through the week. I told her, "Do not curse it. Do not call it small. Place your hand upon it and say, 'I thank God for this evidence of supply, and I bless it to multiply under grace in perfect ways.'" She obeyed, though to her reasoning mind it felt foolish. She blessed the little she had. She gave thanks over it. She treated it as seed, and within days new channels opened, fresh income appeared, and she was delivered from her fear. The money had multiplied, not by arithmetic, but by law, not by chance, but by decree sealed with thanksgiving. Why does this work? Because gratitude is the magnet that draws more of what you thank God for. Praise is the atmosphere in which increase flourishes. To complain is to choke the seed. To thank is to water it. To murmur is to poison the soil. To praise is to enrich it. You may think gratitude is a feeling you wait for, but I tell you, gratitude is a decree you choose. Say, "I thank thee for my immediate and endless supply. I bless every dollar in my purse, and it multiplies. And the very act of thanking will call in more to thank for. The very act of blessing will open channels for more blessing to flow. The world thinks, when I have more, then I will give thanks. But the law says, give thanks now, and you will have more. The world says, when the purse is full, then I will bless it. But the law says, bless it now, and it will be full. Thanksgiving goes first, multiplication follows after. If you wait to thank until you see, you will wait long. But if you thank before you see, you will see swiftly. For faith gives thanks in advance, and faith always receives. So I charge you, never again call what you have little. Never again sigh over your portion. Never again curse your purse with words of lack. Lay your hand upon it and bless it. Lift it to heaven in praise. Say, I thank thee for this purse, which is the purse of spirit. It is filled and refilled, crammed and jammed and bulging with money. I bless every dollar that passes through my hands, for it returns to me multiplied. I praise thee that my barns are full and my cup runs over. Say it until your whole soul rings with thanksgiving. Say it until your atmosphere is charged with praise, and you will see soon enough that what once looked like little has become much, and what once seemed not enough has become more than enough. For gratitude and praise are not ornaments to the law. They are the law. They are the force that multiplies every sum, that enlarges every gift, that increases every seed. Bless, and you will see increase. Thank, and you will see multiplication. Praise, and you will walk in overflow. This is the truth, and this is the way, And this is the power that makes every dollar a seed that grows into harvest. Before the decree can be spoken with power, before the three words can fall like thunder into the silence, you must understand the chamber into which they will be cast. That chamber is the subconscious mind, the silent partner of every life, the hidden builder of every fortune and every failure. The subconscious is not clever, it is not creative in itself, it is obedient. It does not reason, it does not question, it does not decide between jest and earnest. It is the soil that receives and multiplies whatever seed is dropped within it. If you drop fear, it grows fear. If you drop doubt, it grows doubt. If you drop hope mingled with worry, it grows confusion. But if you drop faith, pure and simple, faith clothed in words of power, then the subconscious rushes to work without delay, building bridges, arranging circumstances, opening channels, until the invisible seed has pressed itself into visible form. Now here is the mystery most people never consider. The subconscious is most open when the conscious watchman is weary, and this happens in the twilight before sleep. All day long you may speak words of faith, and the conscious mind may rise up to argue, "It is not possible, it has never happened, it cannot be so." All day long appearances may shout louder than your decree. But at night, when the eyes grow heavy and the reasoning mind lays down its arms, the gate to the subconscious swings wide, and whatever word is last spoken slips past without resistance. That word is planted in the richest soil, where it will grow all through the hours of slumber, and you will awaken to find its first fruits already forming. This is why I tell my students, never go to bed with fear on your lips, never lie down with complaint as your lullaby, never let the last seed you plant be one of lack or doubt. For the harvest will rise to meet you in the morning, and you will wonder why life feels heavy, not knowing it was you who planted heaviness in the dark. Therefore, preparation is essential. Before you speak the decree of winning, before you utter the words that shift the odds, you must clear the field of old weeds. How? By casting every burden on the Christ within. Say it aloud, with authority, with calmness, with faith. I cast this burden upon the Christ within, and I go free. Whatever the fear, whatever the debt, whatever the worry, hand it over, leave it behind, refuse to carry it into the night. For if you cling to it, you will plant it and it will grow. But if you release it, the ground will be cleared and the soil will be ready. Once the burden is cast, fill the space with praise. Do not leave your subconscious empty, for empty ground quickly gathers weeds. Say, I thank God for my immediate and endless supply. I thank God that my purse is filled and refilled. I thank God that what is mine by divine right now comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Say it until peace fills you, until your chest loosens, until your heart feels light, until you are resting already in abundance. Then, and only then, is the subconscious prepared to receive the decree. Think of it as the clearing of a temple before the entrance of a king. You sweep the floor, you light the lamps, you open the gates, and you fill the air with song. Only then do you usher in the sovereign. So it is with your subconscious. You cast out fear, you light the lamp of praise, you open the gate with thanksgiving, and then you invite the decree to enter. And once spoken in such an atmosphere, the decree cannot fail, for it is received in purity, planted in readiness, and sealed in peace. So take this to heart. Do not rush past preparation. Do not despise it. Do not think the decree will work if fear still crouches in the corners of your mind. Clear the soil, cast the burden, fill the chamber with gratitude, and then, when the hour is quiet and the eyes are heavy, speak the words that must bring your demonstration. For the subconscious is a faithful servant, and what you give it in the night, it will give back to you in the day. Now the hour has come. All the preparation, all the clearing of the field, all the casting away of burdens, all the blessing of the little, all the vivid words, all the guarding of the tongue. It has all been leading here, for truth must always rise to its decree, and decree must always be spoken before it can be seen. You have heard me say again and again that the word is the seed, that the word is the wand, that the word is law. And now you will take that wand in hand and you will speak not as a beggar asking for scraps, not as a gambler hoping for chance, not as one half believing and half doubting, but as one who knows that the infinite has clothed them with authority, as one who knows that heaven bends to the decree of faith, as one who knows that when the word is spoken with certainty, the unseen rearranges itself at once to obey. And the decree is this: I win now. 3 words, no more, yet carrying the whole force of law within them. Why these 3? Because they are clothed in the present tense, and the subconscious knows only now. It does not register tomorrow. It does not act on someday. It does not stir itself for I will. When you say, I will win, you postpone your harvest into a future that never arrives. But when you say, I win now, you anchor it in the eternal present, and the subconscious accepts it as fact, and once accepted, it must bring it forth. That is why I teach you to speak not of what may be, but of what already is. Do not wait for evidence to declare. Declare, and evidence will follow. Speak it with fire, with certainty, with authority. Do not whisper it as a faint hope. Do not mutter it as a wish. Do not dress it in timidity. Let it fall from your lips like a hammer striking the anvil, like a trumpet sounding in battle, like a king proclaiming law. Say it aloud, I win now. Say it again until your very bones vibrate with it. Say it until your imagination bursts with the picture of victory. Say it until the subconscious, that faithful servant, bows and says, it is done. And do not be moved by appearances. When you first speak, the ticket may look unchanged, the purse may still feel light, the bank account may still show lack. But appearances are shadows, and shadows cannot stand before the light of truth. Speak the decree and let appearances dissolve in their own time. Do not dig up the seed to see if it is sprouting. Do not cancel your word with mutterings of doubt. Speak and then stand still, knowing that the law is already at work, that the seed is already alive, that the harvest is already pushing through the soil. I knew a student who took this decree upon her lips. For years she had said, I hope, I wish, maybe someday. And the harvest was always delay and disappointment. But when she learned to say, I win now, her whole atmosphere shifted. She walked differently, she looked differently, she carried her ticket differently, not as one clutching at chance, but as one holding proof of law. And though the ticket itself was not the channel, within days unexpected money poured into her life through another door. She came to me astonished, saying, It worked, but not as I thought. And I said, It always works, and it always chooses the perfect way. For the decree does not bind itself to one channel. It opens every channel, and the law chooses the best. So take it into your mouth now, you who have listened, you who have longed, you who have waited. Take the decree and plant it in the soil of your soul. I win now. Say it when you wake. Say it when you walk. Say it when you hold the ticket. Say it when you lie down at night. Make it the rhythm of your day and the seal of your night. Protect it from contradiction. Refuse to cancel it with idle talk. Let it echo and echo until it fills your being. And then watch, for the world will shift, the channels will open, the money will flow, and what was once called chance will reveal itself as law, law obedient to your decree. 3 words spoken with faith, spoken with conviction, spoken with certainty. I win now. This is the sentence. This is the wand. This is the key. Use it, and see how swiftly the invisible bends to obey. Now that you have spoken the decree, I win now, and sealed it with grace, you must take one more step, a step that many stumble over, and by stumbling cancel their good. You must release the channel, for the law is not bound to the narrow path of your reasoning. The infinite mind is not limited to the one door you are watching, nor to the one instrument you have chosen. Yet how often do men and women decree their good and then bind it with their own conditions? They say, I win now, but it must be through this ticket, through this number, through this very drawing. And if the channel they have chosen does not open, they cry, the law has failed me. But the law cannot fail. What has failed is their faith, for they clung to one method while the infinite was opening 1,000 others. Think of it this way: the farmer sows seed and trusts the earth. He does not dig up the ground each morning demanding to see through which grain of soil the stalk will rise. He leaves the method to the law of growth. The tailor receives your order for a coat. You tell him the style and the size, but you do not dictate the stitch or the thread or the exact path of the needle. You leave the method to the craftsman. So must you leave the channel to infinite intelligence, which knows all ways, sees all paths, holds all means. When you decree, I win now, you have ordered your coat. You have planted your seed. Your part is complete. The method is God's. This is where faith must show itself, for faith does not cling, faith releases. Faith does not dictate, faith trusts. Faith does not strain, faith rests. You must say, I win now, under grace, in perfect ways, and I leave the channel to infinite mind. I do not bind my demonstration to one number or one door. My supply may come through the ticket or through another channel more perfect, more safe, more swift. But come it must, for the law has heard my decree, and the law cannot fail. Speak this, believe this, and you will not be shaken when appearances seem to delay, for you will know that the decree is already alive, already growing, already pressing into form through the path of least resistance. I remember a student who spoke for money to pay her debts. She affirmed faithfully, yet she feared that it could only come through her employer, and she grew anxious when her employer gave no raise. She came to me disheartened, saying, "It has not worked." I told her, "You are binding your good to one channel. Release it. The law has 1,000 instruments. Say instead, God is my unfailing supply. I do not limit the channels. What is mine by divine right now rushes to me, under grace, in perfect ways." She obeyed, and not long after, a gift came to her from a relative she had not heard from in years, more than enough to pay her debts and leave her in freedom. The channel was unexpected, but the decree was fulfilled, for the law cannot fail. Do not make the mistake of dictating the method. Do not strain your eyes at one door while the law is opening another behind you. Do not cry, "It must be through this ticket, or else it is nothing." That is not faith, that is fear in disguise. Faith says, I have spoken and it is done. I do not care through what door it comes, for all doors are God's. I do not care through what hand it is given, for all hands are God's. I do not care what path it takes, for all paths lead back to me when I decree. That is the freedom of true faith, and that is the freedom that brings demonstration. So tonight, when you speak the decree, release the channel. Say, I win now, under grace, in perfect ways, and I leave the method to infinite intelligence. Rest in that. Trust in that. Know that the coat is already being cut, the seed is already sprouting, the law is already fulfilling. And then watch in awe as the good comes, often through doors you never knocked upon, often through paths you never traced, often through ways more ingenious than you could have imagined. For the law is sure, the supply is certain, the word is seed, and the harvest must come. Now we have walked the path together, and you see clearly that life is not ruled by luck, nor governed by chance, nor decided by the blind drawing of numbers. Life is governed by law, eternal, exact, unbending, yet full of love when sealed with grace. I have shown you why luck fails, why idle words create poverty, why careless jokes plant weeds that grow into thorns. I have shown you that every word is a seed, that the tongue is a wand, that the purse is not a prison, but a channel of spirit waiting to be blessed. I have shown you students who were lifted from despair into plenty, who turned $2 into 6,000, who filled a little shop until it overflowed, not by struggle, not by toil, but by decree. I have led you step by step into the inner chamber of the subconscious, where the soil of your soul waits each night to receive the seed that you choose. I have taught you to clear it with release, to sweep it with the broom of burden casting, to water it with praise, to guard it with thanksgiving. And then, at the climactic hour, I placed in your hand the decree, 3 words of power, 3 words of present tense law, 3 words that collapse chance into certainty. I win now. This is not a toy, not a trick, not a charm for gamblers. This is law. It is as serious as the sunrise, as exact as the seasons, as faithful as the tide. Speak these words with faith, and the subconscious must accept them, and once accepted, the law must bring them to pass. Seal them always with under grace in perfect ways, so that nothing harmful, nothing false, nothing premature can touch you. And once spoken, release the channel. Let the infinite choose the door. Let the law arrange the method. Let grace perfect the way. Do not clutch, do not dictate, do not bind. Say it, believe it, release it, and rest. And let me remind you, gratitude and praise are not afterthoughts. They are multipliers. Bless every dollar, thank every coin, praise every channel, and you will see increase upon increase. Do not curse the little. Do not despise the day of small things. Do not sigh over what you think is not enough. Bless it, thank it, praise it, and it will multiply. For the blessing of the Lord, it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it. That is grace, and that is law perfected. So here is my final charge to you. For the next 7 nights, before you sleep, cast your burden on the Christ within. Clear the ground of fear, sweep the chamber of worry. Then, with calm authority, speak the decree. I win now, under grace, in perfect ways. Let those be the last words upon your lips as you pass into slumber. Plant them deeply and rise each morning giving thanks that it is already done. Watch, for in those days, channels will open, opportunities will appear, supply will flow, and what once seemed bound to chance will reveal itself as law, law that never fails. Say it with me now, aloud, as a seal upon all we have learned. God is my unfailing supply. I win now, under grace, in perfect ways. I bless every dollar, and it multiplies. I thank God for my immediate and endless abundance. Say it until you feel the vibration rise within you, until the words no longer sound like hope, but like certainty, until the truth burns in your bones like fire shut up in your heart. That is when you will know that the decree is alive, and the harvest cannot be delayed. And if you desire to go further, if you long not only to win but to multiply, not only to receive but to expand, then go with me into the next teaching. This one sentence multiplies every dollar you touch. There I will give you the decree of increase, the law of expansion, the secret by which every sum in your hand grows larger, every coin returns multiplied, every channel overflows. Click it now and continue the journey, for the law is endless, the supply is infinite, and the word is your wand. 4,183. To the world, it looks like numbers. But in spirit, it is a code. A code that unlocks miracles when spoken before midnight. You may have begged, you may have struggled, you may have prayed for years. Tonight, I hand you the key. Speak this word, and watch the walls of lack fall flat. In this lesson, I will show you how one code, simple, short, but alive with power, can dissolve fear, open the way, and bring into form the good that belongs to you by divine right. You have been told life is a battle. I tell you, life is a game. And when you learn the rules, you do not beg, you declare, and you receive. You may have tried affirmations and grown weary when nothing appeared. You may have repeated words without fire, only to see the same troubles return. But tonight, I reveal why your words did not move mountains. and how to speak so heaven itself rushes to obey. The code I give you is not empty talk. It is law backed by spirit, and when you understand it, you will never speak in vain again. In this teaching, I will uncover the secret of the 4183 code, why it was called forbidden, and how to use it under grace, in perfect ways. I will share with you the exact declaration to speak, the law it sets in motion, and the stories of those who have seen miracles follow it. We will expose the lies of fear, we will replace doubt with authority, and by the end, you will know how to command your midnight hour. Stay with me, for the last truth I will reveal may shock you, and it will set you free. Most people think numbers are lifeless. To them, they're marks on paper, things to add and subtract, tools for the bank or the classroom. But in spirit, every number carries vibration, and every vibration carries a message. What looks empty to the carnal mind is alive in the divine. This is why I tell you 4183 is not random. It is a code. And when the tongue clothes it in sound, it moves forces unseen. Here's what most people miss. Your words are never idle. Every word you speak is a seed. Every sentence is a decree. The subconscious is a perfect servant. It does not argue, it does not reason, it does not sleep. It only receives what you impress upon it, and then it carries out the order in detail. That's why Jesus warned, "By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." He did not say, "By thy intentions." He did not say, "By thy hopes." He said, "By thy words." Because words are vibrations, and vibrations shape matter. Now listen closely. Imagine a phonograph record, soft and sensitive. Every note, every breath of the singer, every cough in the background impressed upon that record. When the needle drops, it plays back exactly what was given, no more, no less. That's the subconscious. It doesn't choose the tune. It doesn't correct the mistakes. It simply repeats, faithfully, until you decide to smash the old record and cut a new one. And the only tool you hold in your hand to cut that record is your word. Do you see why the code matters? 4183 is not powerful because the world declared it so. It is powerful because when spoken with faith, it gives the subconscious a new pattern, a fresh decree. It interrupts the cycle of fear. It replaces the joke of lack, the chant of worry, the confession of defeat with a divine imprint. And once impressed, the subconscious will play it back, over and over, until it becomes the shape of your affairs. I knew a woman once who loved to joke, "I wish I lived in a trunk. I'm so tired of managing my house." She laughed, her friends laughed, but her subconscious did not laugh. It recorded, and before long, the very house dissolved, and she found herself with nothing but a trunk. Do you see? The subconscious does not care if you meant it lightly. It obeys. So when you speak 4183 with intention, you are reversing the careless words that bound you. You are setting a new pattern, a new command, and life has no choice but to echo it back. And maybe you're thinking, why 4183? Why this string? Because spirit hides power in what looks simple, to confound the proud and lift up the faithful. The prophets spoke in numbers, in signs, in codes, so that the casual eye would pass over, but the hungry heart would find food. Numbers are symbols of order, and when you clothe them in voice, they become commands in the unseen. The world sees arithmetic, heaven hears decree. So I ask you now, what record have you been cutting? Have your words carved images of fear? Have your sentences played back poverty, illness, disappointment? If so, rejoice, for tonight you will smash the old disc. You will cut a new one, etched with the vibration of 4183, etched with the rhythm of release and supply. And once it is spoken, the subconscious will obey, the unseen will align, and your outer world will have no choice but to match the inner decree. Remember this, life does not hand you conditions by chance. Life hands you the echo of your word. Speak 4183 before midnight, and you will see how quickly the echo changes its tune. Here is something most people completely miss, and yet it is the very hinge on which the whole teaching swings, the hour of midnight. To the reasoning mind, midnight is nothing more than the turning of a clock, the passing of one day into another. But in spirit, midnight is the gate, the crossing, the very threshold between the old and the new. It is the hour when one record ends and another begins, when the subconscious stands open like soft wax, waiting for the seal of your word. That is why I tell you to speak before midnight. Because if you go to bed carrying fear, if you close your eyes with doubt still ringing in your mind, the subconscious will hold that fear through the long hours of sleep and play it back as your reality. But if you command the hour, if you speak the code with faith before the day dies, then you send your word ahead into the unseen, and the new day is born carrying your decree like a crown. Think of how the Bible speaks of midnight. Paul and Silas, bound in prison, lifted their voices in praise at midnight, and the prison doors swung open, the chains fell, and every captive was loosed. That was not a story of chance, but a law in action. Midnight is the pivot point of power. It is the end of one captivity and the start of release. And so it is with you when the world sleeps, when reason grows quiet, when the body sinks into silence, the subconscious is uncovered. The guards are down. It receives without question. And if you dare to speak the code 4183 at that threshold, the impression goes deeper than it could at any other hour. It is the law of divine timing. I knew a woman who came to me weary, carrying only $8 in the world. She was dejected, worn, ready to surrender. Yet she obeyed the inner voice, that still small whisper which told her to take a certain step, to follow a hunch, to go home though reason said to stay. And through that obedience, thousands of dollars came to her in a way she could never have reasoned at the very moment it was needed. Do you see? She obeyed the divine urge, and the gate opened. Midnight operates in the same way. It asks you to step beyond reason, to speak when all appearances are against you, to command when logic says, it is too late. For in spirit, nothing is too late. Midnight is not an ending. It is the instant of new beginning. And let me press this deeper. Most people go to bed rehearsing their troubles. They whisper, I am tired, I am broke, I am alone. And they fall asleep with these sentences etched across the sensitive plate of the subconscious. Then they wonder why they wake to the same chains, the same lack, the same disappointments. But if you will turn the tide, if you will speak 4183 before midnight, you are changing the seed before it goes into the soil. You are commanding the harvest at the very moment of planting. That is why the code must be spoken at the threshold, for the soil of the subconscious is never more fertile than in that midnight hour. So when I tell you to speak this word, do not take it lightly, do not postpone, do not say, tomorrow I will begin, for midnight waits for no man. The day closes, and what you send into the dark will greet you in the light. Speak with authority, speak with joy, speak as one who knows, and watch how quickly the new morning obeys. For midnight is not the end of time. It is the opening of the secret door, the very swing of the hinge between captivity and freedom, between lack and plenty, between fear and faith. And if you speak 4183 before that door closes, you will see how swiftly the unseen rushes to fulfill your decree. Here is the place where so many stumble, and it is the single reason why most prayers seem unanswered, why most affirmations ring hollow, why many souls cry out and yet see no change in their affairs. It is because they have given more power to fear than to faith. I say to you plainly, fear is not some harmless shadow. Fear is inverted faith. It is faith standing on its head. It is the belief in evil instead of good, the confession of failure instead of the declaration of victory, the dark agreement with lack instead of the radiant agreement with abundance. And what is faith but agreement with God? And what is fear but agreement with the enemy? When you tremble, when you picture disaster, when you rehearse the worst in your mind, you are prophesying against yourself, and your subconscious, ever faithful, ever obedient, takes your fear as law and works it out in detail. I knew a man once who feared a certain disease, so rare it was considered almost impossible to contract. Yet he studied it, read about it, pictured it, rehearsed it, and he filled his imagination with the dread of it until his body, obedient to his word, clothed itself in the very disease he feared, and he died from his own distorted vision. That is fear's harvest. On the other hand, I have seen those who clung to faith with iron tenacity, who, though every outward circumstance denied them, declared with boldness, God is my supply, my health, my protection, and my deliverance. And I have watched doors swing open, chains fall away, healing break forth, money flow in, friends appear, and situations turn from impossible to effortless. That is faith's harvest. One law, two outcomes. Your choice determines which side you reap. Now perhaps you say, but how can I keep from fearing? It rises in me before I know it. And I answer, fear will always come knocking, but you need not invite it in. Fear will whisper, but you need not echo it with your tongue. Faith is not the absence of fear, it is the substitution of truth in place of the lie. You cannot leave a vacuum in consciousness. If you cast out fear but do not fill that space with faith, 7 worse fears will come rushing back. The cure is to speak the word of truth until it overshadows the lie. Say with me, I now substitute faith for fear. I now align with divine law. I now expect only good, and good rushes to meet me. That is not daydreaming, that is command. And the subconscious, which does not argue, will record it and life will echo it. Think of it like tuning an instrument. Fear is the string drawn tight, shrill, discordant, vibrating to failure. Faith is the string tuned to harmony, resonant with heaven, vibrating to success. You may have lived for years strumming on fear, hearing only the song of lack and sickness, but the instant you strike the note of faith, the whole atmosphere shifts. Fear is a counterfeit faith, a twisted mirror. Do not waste time fighting shadows. Turn on the light. And what is the light but the bold word of truth spoken aloud, clothed in conviction? That is why the code 4183 carries such power, for when spoken with faith, it substitutes the divine vibration for the false one, it cancels the old record and etches the new. So I ask you now, as you sit in the quiet of your own thought, what are you agreeing with? Are you in covenant with fear, repeating its sentences, bowing to its pictures, bowing to the idol of lack and loss? Or are you in covenant with faith, agreeing with God, daring to say, though every appearance denies it, I declare my abundance, my health, my perfect expression, and by divine law it comes to pass? That decision is the fulcrum on which your whole demonstration swings. Do not treat it lightly. Choose faith, and fear dissolves like mist before the Sunday. Choose faith, and the code 4183 becomes not just numbers, but a key that turns the lock of the unseen and flings wide the gate of miracles. Now let me show you something that has saved many lives from shipwreck and has lifted countless souls out of disappointment into joy. It is the law of substitution. Most people are worn and weary because they have clung to the wrong picture. They have fixed their gaze upon something or someone not meant for them by divine right, and then, when it fails, they despair and cry out that God has denied them. But God denies no one. What really happened is that they were holding the wrong pattern, the counterfeit instead of the true design, and the law must substitute the right for the wrong, the gold for the dross, the diamond for the pebble. The subconscious is like soft clay. It will take any impress, whether crooked or straight, but the superconscious, the God mind within you, carries the divine design, the perfect blueprint. And when you dare to speak the word of substitution, when you say, if this thing is not mine by divine right, I cannot lose what belongs to me. I will receive its equivalent. Then you free the law to act, and the counterfeit is swept away, but the true comes rushing in. I remember a woman who begged me to speak the word that she might marry a certain man, whom we shall call A, B. She loved him deeply, she desired him passionately, and she was certain he was the only man who could ever make her happy. But I said to her, that is not the way of divine law. I cannot speak the word to bind another soul, for that is witchcraft. What I can do is speak the word for your right mate, the man chosen for you by divine selection, the one who belongs to you by perfect pattern. She was reluctant. She feared that this would mean losing AB, but I told her plainly, if AB is the right one, you cannot lose him, and if he is not, his equivalent will come swiftly. She agreed, though half-heartedly, and for a time she continued to see A, B. But strangely enough, she began to notice that he no longer seemed so wonderful. His words fell flat, his presence lost its charm, and her heart grew restless. Then suddenly another man appeared, a man who declared from the first moment that she was his ideal, who said all the things she had longed to hear from A, B, and never heard. She found herself loving him in return, and she married him with joy. The law of substitution had acted, the wrong picture was dissolved, the right one appeared, and there was no loss but only gain. Do you see how merciful the law is? It will not let you remain chained to the wrong door, though you may pound upon it till your knuckles bleed. It gently removes your grasp and leads you to the open door that swings wide with welcome. But most people fight the substitution. They cry, "I want this job, this person, this thing, and nothing else will do." And when it slips away, they sink into despair. Yet if they had spoken the word, "I let go of the wrong and call to me the right," the divine substitute, the perfect selection, they would have found joy springing up in the very place of loss. The law of substitution is also the law that turns curses into blessings, that transforms losses into opportunities, that changes dead ends into open paths. How many times have I seen someone lose a position they clung to with fear, only to be led to a far greater opportunity, one that suited them perfectly and paid them richly. Yet in the moment of loss they wept, not knowing that heaven had taken away the counterfeit to bring them the true. That is why I say to you, never hold a thing with clenched fists. Hold it lightly, bless it, and say, "If this is mine by divine right, it will stay. If it is not, something better will take its place, and you will never know loss again." So now, when you speak the code 4183, understand that it works because it substitutes the divine record for the false one. It erases the crooked line and draws the straight. It dissolves the shadow and reveals the substance. Do not fear the letting go. What belongs to you cannot be taken, and what is taken was never yours by law. Say with me now, "If this is not mine by divine right, I welcome the divine substitute, the equivalent that brings joy and not sorrow, abundance and not lack, freedom and not bondage." And when you speak it with faith, you will find the old pictures fading, the wrong doors closing, and in their place, the true door swinging open, the right picture shining, and the joy of divine law fulfilling itself without struggle, without delay, without mistake. That is the mercy of substitution in action, and it will never fail you. Now we come to the very heartbeat of this mystery, the living breath behind these four figures, 4183. Many will say, "But it is only a number. How can such a thing carry power?" And I answer you boldly. In spirit, nothing is dead. All is alive, and everything carries vibration, and vibration is the language of creation. God spoke, and worlds formed. Sound went forth, and matter obeyed. The invisible always precedes the visible, and what you call a number is not merely arithmetic, but a rhythm, a tone, a chord. And when that chord is struck upon the unseen strings of the subconscious, it resounds through your affairs like music, drawing into order, release, and increase. Numbers are symbols, yes, but when breathed out by the tongue and clothed with faith, they become commands to the unseen, and the unseen obeys without question. Understand this. Your subconscious is a perfect phonograph. It records without judgment, it plays back without choice, and it knows no difference between a fearful chant and a faithful decree. If you fill it with words of defeat, with jokes of poverty, with whispers of sickness, it plays them back in your body, your home, your business, until your very days are scored with the music of your own careless tongue. But if you cut a new record, if you smash the old disc and carve into it the rhythm of 4183, spoken with conviction, then the subconscious will play back a new tune, one of freedom, one of harmony, one of supply. The law cannot resist vibration. What is impressed must be expressed. That is why I teach you to speak aloud, to clothe the vibration with sound, to give the word flesh and tone, so that the impression is deep and unmistakable. Think of a tuning fork. Strike it, and another fork across the room will hum an answer, though you never touched it. So it is with 4183. Speak it with faith, and the unseen hums to meet it. The law of vibration cannot fail. You do not need to see the current that carries your word. You do not need to trace the path it will travel. You only need to strike the chord. And when you do, people will appear, doors will open, checks will arrive, bodies will heal, not because you forced them, but because you set the vibration and everything else tuned itself to match. I once declared with a student, "I now smash and demolish every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They shall return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within the records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression." And she spoke it with such force that she herself trembled. Within days, her situation turned. Money appeared, friendships blossomed, her health lifted. Why? Because she cut a new record, and the old one could not play any longer. That is what 4183 does. It is a code of release, a rhythm of increase, a sound of order. Let me ask you now, what is the tune of your life? Is it the thin whine of fear, the heavy dirge of lack, the broken note of disappointment? Or will you dare to strike a new chord, to let your tongue sound the vibration of 4183 and command the orchestra of the unseen to play in harmony with your divine design? Remember, you are not asking, you are declaring. You are not begging, you are commanding. Life is not a beggar's bowl, it is a kingly game, and your word is the move that turns the board. So strike the chord, speak the code, and know that the vibration has gone forth. You may not see it in the moment, but already the strings of the unseen are quivering. Already the hidden doors are unlocking. Already the miracle is in motion. Such is the law of vibration, and such is the power of your spoken word. Here is where the whole game turns. And it is the very point at which most souls falter, because they want the harvest without preparing the ground. They want the miracle without making room for it. They want the answer, but will not lift a finger to set the stage. Yet the law is clear. Preparation is the proof of faith, and without faith it is impossible to please God, for faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. In the scriptures, the prophet Elisha told 3 kings stranded in the desert without water to dig ditches in the valley. There was no cloud in the sky, no sign of rain, no river near. Yet the command was, "Make this valley full of ditches." And as they dug, the ditches filled, not by rain but by the hand of the Almighty. So it is with you. Your preparation, your digging, is your declaration that the unseen supply is already on its way. You may say, "But how do I dig ditches in my life?" I tell you this. Act as if the good you have declared is already here. Not with strain, not with foolish spending, not with anxious rushing, but with the calm certainty that what is yours by divine right cannot be withheld and must arrive on time. I once counseled a woman who desperately needed an apartment at a time when every newspaper declared there were none to be found. Her friends pitied her and said she would have to put her furniture in storage and live in a hotel. But she refused their pity and declared, "Infinite Spirit opens the way for the right apartment for me. One with God is a majority." And when the thought tempted her to doubt, to hold back, to play small, she said, "No, I will dig my ditches." She went out and bought blankets for the apartment she did not yet see. That simple act of preparation was her silent word of faith, and soon enough the right apartment appeared, and out of hundreds of applicants, it was given to her. The ditch was dug, and the supply rushed in to fill it. I tell you plainly, if you ask for success but prepare for failure, you will receive the very thing you prepared for. Many pray for prosperity and then hoard their pennies in fear. They pray for health and then plan what hospital they will go to when sickness comes. They pray for love but speak only of heartbreak. They dig ditches for failure and then wonder why the desert fills with dust instead of water. Do you see? The law does not mock you. It simply mirrors you. If you ask with your lips but prepare with your actions for the opposite, the subconscious obeys the stronger signal, and the stronger signal is always the action. So, if you desire a trip, buy the trunk, as one of my students once did, and before long he was on the ship sailing to his destination, financed in a way he could not have imagined. If you desire a home, set aside a place for it in your thought, and prepare in joy. If you desire abundance, bless the money you have, spend a portion of it in faith, and let the law of circulation work, knowing that as money goes out, money must return multiplied. Every act of faith is a ditch dug, and every ditch dug must be filled. Now let me ask you, what ditch can you dig tonight? Can you lay out the clothes you will wear in the position you have called in? Can you prepare the table for the guest of love you have spoken into being? Can you speak over the dollars in your purse and declare them seeds of plenty? Do not say, "When it comes, I will act." Act and it will come. For faith without works is dead, and preparation is the living body of faith. Dig your ditch before midnight, and watch as the desert of lack fills with streams of supply, so abundant, so overflowing, that you will know it was never your action that brought it, but your faith that allowed the law to act. Now, beloved, I must take you even deeper, for it is not enough to dig new ditches of faith if the soil of your mind is still cluttered with the broken shards of the old. You cannot build a temple on a ruin unless first the rubble is cleared away. The subconscious is like a phonograph record, as I have told you before. It captures every tone, every whisper, every declaration, whether spoken in jest or in earnest, whether murmured in despair or shouted in triumph, and then it plays them back faithfully, again and again, until the music of your life becomes a tired refrain of your own careless speech. Some of you have been listening to the same record of defeat for years, a record scratched with phrases like, "I can't," "I'm afraid," "I'll never," "There's not enough." And every time it spins, you relive the same conditions, the same disappointments, the same lack. But tonight, I tell you, you can smash the old record and command a new one to be cut. A woman once said to me, "I am sick and tired of managing this house. I wish I lived in a trunk." She laughed, her friends laughed, but the subconscious did not laugh. It recorded. And in due time, the house was gone, the comfort was gone, and she lived with nothing but a trunk. Another woman who had abundance at her fingertips continually joked about preparing for the poorhouse, and sure enough, the poorhouse prepared itself for her, for the subconscious has no sense of humor. Do you see why the scriptures warn us that death and life are in the power of the tongue? It is not poetry, it is law. The careless words you have sown have borne their bitter fruit, but the same law that bound you is the law that frees you. For every false record can be shattered by the higher word of truth, and the moment you speak with authority, the moment you declare, "I now smash and demolish every untrue record in my subconscious mind," and they return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. The hammer of spirit falls, and the grooves of failure are broken forever. But you must not stop there. When the record of fear is smashed, a new one must be cut, for the subconscious will play something, and if you do not give it truth, it will replay the old lies. This is why you speak the substitution. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within, records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Speak it with conviction, and you will feel the very atmosphere around you shift, for heaven itself records your decree. It is the law of replacement. You cannot simply erase, you must replace. Pull out the weeds, yes, but plant flowers in their place, or the weeds will return. Do not think this is difficult. It is as simple as deciding what music you want to play in your home. You would not keep a record that grates upon your ears, that fills your house with discord, yet some of you have allowed such records to play in your souls for years. Tonight is the night to break them. Imagine yourself holding those old discs marked poverty, illness, failure, fear, and see them shattering in your hands, reduced to dust that blows away in the wind. Then see yourself placing upon the turntable of your subconscious the new disc, polished and perfect, inscribed with 4,183, divine release, divine order, divine increase. Can you hear the difference? Can you feel the vibration? One is the dirge of defeat, the other is the song of victory. And I say to you, never again allow a careless word to cut its groove into your life. Guard your speech as you would guard a treasure chest. Do not jest with lack. Do not rehearse defeat. Do not say, "I can't," even in passing, for the subconscious knows no jest. Speak only that which you desire to see manifested. Say, "I am fearless, I am free, I am supplied, I am guided, I am loved." And every time you speak it, the grooves deepen, the record becomes clearer, and soon the music of your life will match the decree of your tongue. This is the smashing of old records, and it is the very act that clears the stage for the miracle of 4,183 to play its full symphony in your affairs. Now we rise higher, and I want you to stay with me, because this is where the reasoning mind begins to stumble. This is where appearances protest. This is where the carnal eye says, "It cannot be." But I tell you, it is here, in the realm above appearances, that the true game of life is played. I call it the fourth dimension, the dimension of spirit, the realm of divine ideas, where everything already exists in perfect form, finished, complete, waiting only for your recognition and your decree to bring it into visibility. Most people live chained in the third dimension, measuring only by what they can see, hear, touch, and reason. They look at their bank account and say, "I am poor." They look at their body and say, "I am sick." They look at their circumstances and say, "I am defeated," and so they remain, trapped in the prison of appearances, never realizing that above their head the storehouses of heaven stand full to overflowing, waiting for one word of faith to swing the doors open. When Jesus said, "Lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest," He was speaking of this fourth dimension. He was saying, stop looking at the barren ground at your feet and see with the inner eye the abundance that already island. The reasoning mind says, the harvest is months away. The Christ mind says, the harvest is now. The reasoning mind says, you must wait for rain, for season, for chance. The Christ mind says, it is finished. Only speak the word and it shall appear. This is the difference between living under appearances and living under law. One binds you to cycles, delays, and probabilities. The other sets you free into timeless supply. I have watched men and women break free from the chains of appearances by daring to live in the fourth dimension. A man came to me once, desperate for $50,000 to save his business. The banks had refused him, his friends had turned him down, every door seemed shut. He said, it is too late. Tomorrow the time limit is up. But I told him, God does not need time, and he is never too late. Lift up your eyes from appearances. See with me the supply already given. Speak the word, and act as if it is already done. He obeyed, and though his train was late, though the hour was almost gone, when he walked into the bank, the loan was granted at once, and his business was saved. He moved from the third dimension of despair into the fourth dimension of faith, and the law responded with precision. Now perhaps you say, but how can I live in a world of spirit while my body walks in a world of matter? And I answer, you live in both already, though you may not know it. Your inner pictures are the seeds, your words are the water, your faith is the sunlight, and sooner or later, the garden outside must mirror the garden within. If the garden of your thought is choked with weeds of fear and complaint, do not be surprised when weeds spring up in your circumstances. But if you cultivate the fourth dimension, if you hold the picture of divine health when the body protests with pain, if you hold the vision of abundance when the purse is empty, if you declare peace when storms howl around you, then you are living in the realm where appearances are overruled by law, and appearances must yield, for they are shadows, and shadows cannot resist the light. I tell you this so you will understand why the code 4183 is not some charm or trick. It is the sound that shifts you from the third dimension to the fourth. It is the key that reminds the subconscious of the higher law, the rhythm that calls forth the already finished picture from the divine design. Speak it with faith, and you will find yourself less shaken by appearances. You will begin to walk through storms with calm, to face lack with composure, to hear the roar of fear and yet reply with steady conviction. I live in the fourth dimension where my good already is, and nothing can be added or taken away. This calm is not passivity, it is mastery. It is the serenity of one who knows the higher game is already won. So tonight, as midnight draws near, refuse to bow to appearances. Lift up your eyes, refuse the report of lack, refuse the verdict of fear. Speak the code and declare, I am not bound by what I see, I am governed by what I know. My good is finished in the fourth dimension, and I call it into form under grace, in perfect ways. And watch how swiftly the shadows scatter when the light of this truth floods in. For once you taste life in the fourth dimension, you will never again be satisfied to live chained to appearances. Now I must reveal to you the crowning secret of all manifestation, the fragrance that proves the flower is already in bloom, the note that tells you the song is finished in the unseen. It is joy, it is thanksgiving. Most people miss this, for they beg and they plead, they strain and they push, and even when they speak their affirmations, they do it with tight lips and anxious hearts, as though their words were coins tossed into a locked chest, hoping somehow the lid will open. But this is not the way of the law. The law responds to faith, and the proof of faith is joy. When you are truly convinced that your good is already yours by divine right, you cannot help but rejoice. Thanksgiving flows from you as naturally as breath, and joy becomes the atmosphere of your being. You do not wait for the thing to appear before you give thanks. You give thanks because you know it already is, and that very thanksgiving is the magnet that draws it swiftly into form. I once desired a rose tree. I did not ask in long prayers. I did not plead with heaven. I simply wished it for a moment and saw it in my mind's eye, pictured it being carried into my home. The next day, a friend brought me flowers. She had ordered lilies, but by a so-called mistake the florist sent a rose tree. Do you see the law? I had already given thanks for the tree, already rejoiced in the image of it, and therefore it had to appear. That so-called mistake was simply the law fulfilling my joy. Another woman came to me with only $2, desperate for prosperity. I said, "Bless this money, declare it your magic purse that can never be emptied, and see it bulging with bills, crammed, jammed, overflowing." She believed, she rejoiced, she gave thanks as though her purse were already heavy, and before long she received a gift of $6,000. Fearless faith, crowned with thanksgiving, brought it to pass. The world will tell you to wait until the blessing comes before you celebrate. But I tell you, if you wait, it will never come, for the celebration is what calls it. Thanksgiving is not an afterthought. It is the creative force itself. To walk in joy is to declare to heaven, "I trust you, I believe you, I know it is done." To murmur and complain is to declare to heaven, "I doubt you, I fear. I believe more in lack than in supply." Which confession do you think the subconscious obeys? Which decree do you think life will echo? Remember, joy is not a shallow emotion. It is a mighty vibration, and vibration is the language of spirit. Speak the code 4183 with thanksgiving, and you will feel the air change around you, as though unseen doors are swinging open, because they are. So I say to you, when you rise in the morning, give thanks before your feet touch the ground. When you pay a bill, give thanks that your supply is endless. When you sit at table, give thanks that your cup overflows. When you speak 4183, do not speak it as a beggar's chant, but as a king's command, sealed with thanksgiving and joy. Rejoice before you see the miracle, for that is the surest sign it is already on its way. And when it arrives, you will not be surprised, you will not gasp in disbelief. You will simply smile and say, "Of course, I knew it. I gave thanks long ago." That is the rhythm of joy, that is the crown of thanksgiving, and that is the sound that tells heaven and earth alike that you are walking in mastery. Now we come to a stumbling block that has tripped more souls than perhaps any other. For men and women will speak the word, they will even dare to believe it, but then they ruin the harvest by demanding to know how it will come, when it will come, through whom it will come. They dig up the seed to see if it has sprouted, they question, they prod, they calculate, and by doing so, they choke the very life they have planted. Hear me, you must release the how. The infinite has ways you know not of, weapons you know not of, channels you know not of, and the moment you try to map it, the moment you try to tell God how to work, you limit the Holy One of Israel and shut the very door you are asking him to open. The reasoning mind wants blueprints, guarantees, explanations, but faith wants none of these. Faith rests, rejoices, and expects, knowing that the invisible is at work and the form must appear in due season. Do you remember the child who asks for a toy at Christmas? He does not stay awake all night pacing the floor, wringing his hands, wondering what store his parents will buy it from, or what ship will carry it, or how many coins must be counted to pay for it. He asks and then he sleeps, confident that when the morning dawns, the gift will be there. That is faith, simple and fearless. Yet grown men and women, who call themselves wise, pray for health, pray for supply, pray for deliverance, and then lie awake all night worrying, calculating, and doubting. They speak the code and then strangle it with anxiety. They say, "But what if it doesn't work? What if I fail? What if it comes too late?" And so they cancel their own decree. Beloved, you must become as a little child again. You must release the how. You must say, "Father, I thank you that it is already done. I do not need to know the channels. I do not need to see the machinery. I rest in the finished work, and I rejoice." I recall the story of a woman who needed $3,000 at once or face ruin. To her reasoning mind, it was impossible. There was no way, no visible source, no friend to help. But she held to the truth. God is my supply. There is always a supply for every demand. And at the last possible hour, a relative came unexpectedly to her door and offered her exactly the sum. She had not reasoned it out. She had not demanded a channel. She had not even thought of him. But infinite intelligence moved through a channel she had never dreamed of, and the supply came right on time. That is the power of releasing the how. Think of it like this. When you send a letter, you do not follow the mail carrier through every street. You do not demand to know the routes, the trucks, the planes that will carry it. You drop it in the box and you rest, knowing the system is faithful. So it is with your word. Speak it, release it, and rest. When you speak 4183, do not look around nervously for signs. Do not measure by appearances. Do not chase after men and plead with them. Release it. Say, The law has received my decree, and it must return fulfilled. And go on in joy. The less you meddle, the faster it works. The more you rest, the swifter the supply. So I say to you tonight, speak the word, seal it with thanksgiving, and then let it go. Do not dictate the channels. Do not bind God to one door, for he has 1,000. Do not demand the plan, for his ways are ingenious, his methods are sure. Release the how, and you will marvel at the swiftness, the strangeness, the beauty of the ways in which the miracle arrives. That is the majesty of this law, and that is why I tell you, never meddle with the machinery, only declare the end, and the infinite will see to the means. Now, beloved, once you have spoken the word and released the how, the question that rises next is, then how shall I know what to do? How shall I know where to go? How shall I know which step is mine and which step is not? And here is the answer that silences all such questioning. You shall be led by the magic path of intuition. Intuition is the voice of God within you. It is the still small voice that whispers, "This is the way, walk ye in it." It is not reasoning, it is not calculation, it is not the chatter of fear. It is the divine directive, clear, certain, unerring. The reasoning mind argues, the intuition declares. The reasoning mind calculates probabilities, the intuition reveals certainties. And once you learn to follow it, once you train yourself to trust it, you will find that the way opens before you like a road lit by hidden lamps, every turn guided, every step prepared, every outcome secured. Too often people drown out this voice with noise and doubt. They pray for guidance, and then when the quiet nudge comes, they argue with it, they push it aside, they say, "That cannot be right, that does not make sense, that cannot possibly lead to supply." But the Spirit is never mistaken. It will tell you to take a step that looks foolish to the reasoning mind. But if you obey, you will find the miracle waiting there. A woman once came to me with only $8 to her name. Logic told her to stay in the city, to find work, to scrape and struggle. But her hunch was to go home, though it meant spending almost all she had on fare. I told her, never disobey a hunch. She went, and through that step was connected with an old family friend who opened to her a channel of abundance beyond anything she could have imagined. She had obeyed the magic path of intuition, and the way had opened. Another man came to me, desperate, needing a large sum for his business, certain it was too late. The bank had refused him, the clock was against him, the deadline was upon him. But I told him, go back, speak the word. See yourself received. He obeyed the nudge, though logic mocked him, and when he returned to the bank at the last possible minute, the loan was granted with no resistance. The hunch led him to victory, when reason declared defeat. This is the law. Intuition is the straight line, the beeline, the path that cuts through the labyrinth of appearances and takes you directly to your demonstration. So I tell you, when you speak 4,183 and release the how, listen. Do not force, do not strain, simply listen. The nudge may be to call a friend, to walk a street, to open a book, to sit in stillness. Do not despise the day of small things. The Spirit speaks often in whispers, not in thunder. But if you obey, the small step leads to the great opening. The door swings where you least expected, the supply flows through channels you never saw, the healing rises in ways you never traced. This is the magic of the path. It is not your plan, it is God's, and His ways are sure. And perhaps you say, but how do I know if it is intuition or simply my own restless thought? The answer is simple. Intuition is calm, steady, certain, without argument. It does not plead, it declares. It does not agitate, it directs. It may be but a gentle urge, but it carries peace with it. And when you follow, peace expands. That is how you know the difference. Fear shouts, intuition whispers. Fear confuses, intuition clarifies. Fear binds, intuition frees. Follow peace, and you will never be misled. So let this be your practice. After you speak the code, after you release the how, grow still, listen, and obey the nudge that rises. Even if it seems foolish to the reasoning mind, follow it. For Spirit cannot mislead. It is the lamp to your feet, the light to your path, the inner compass that points always to your good. That is the magic path of intuition, and if you walk it, you will never stumble, for the infinite walks before you, preparing the way. Now we arrive at one of the most marvelous revelations of divine law, and I want you to lean in and hear it with your whole heart. for it will release you from strain and striving forever if you grasp it. God has channels you know not of, and the supply that belongs to you may come from directions you could never imagine. Most men and women live hemmed in by their reasoning, fenced in by their limited vision, believing that their good must come through one source, one person, one job, one family connection, one narrow pathway. And because they cling so tightly to these human channels, they cut off the great river of supply that longs to rush in from 1,000 directions. They limit the Holy One of Israel by binding him to a single door, a single avenue, and when that door shuts, they cry that they are ruined. But I tell you, the Spirit is never limited. The infinite intelligence that created worlds has 1,000,000 ways to deliver your good, and if one door shuts, 10 more stand ready to swing open, if only you will release your grasp and let them. I recall a woman who came to me in despair, for she had no money for her rent, no channel in sight, and reason told her it was hopeless. Yet she held fast to the truth, declaring that supply was hers by divine right. And as she walked her dog one day, led down a street she would not ordinarily have chosen, her eyes fell upon a roll of bills lying in her path, and it was exactly the sum she required. She searched for an owner, but none could be found, for the money had been placed there by the hand of Spirit, a channel beyond sight, to meet her need. Another time, a student of mine obeyed an inner nudge to call upon an old acquaintance, though she felt embarrassed, for she had nothing to offer. Yet that simple step opened the way to a gift of thousands, coming from a heart she had not thought to lean upon. Do you see how the unseen arranges itself when faith is spoken? The very streets may shift, the very hours may bend, to bring into your hand the good that belongs to you. This is why I tell you, never say, my good must come from here, from this person, from this business, from this bank. For the moment you say that, you tie the hands of Spirit. Declare instead, my supply comes through endless channels, under grace, in perfect ways. The ways are myriad, the methods are sure, the law is unfailing. And then release it. Trust that the unseen is at work. You may find yourself led to a place you never thought to go, meeting a person you never thought to meet, receiving a letter you never expected to arrive. All of these are but the messengers of the unseen, the channels through which Spirit delights to show you that his arm is not shortened, that his river is not dry, that his methods are beyond all your reasoning. So when you speak 4,183, do not narrow your eyes and try to trace its path. Do not say, if it does not come through this one, I am lost. Do not cling to the visible and call it your source. God alone is your source, and the visible is but one of his countless channels. Rest in this truth, and you will be free. For when you release the demand that your good come in one way, you open yourself to the infinite ways in which it may rush to you. And then, when it does appear, you will marvel at the ingenuity of Spirit, at the beauty of his timing, at the strangeness of his methods, and you will say, truly, I could never have arranged this. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in my eyes. Therefore, beloved, cease from trying to plot and scheme. Stop binding God to your tiny plans. Speak the word, release the how, follow the nudge of intuition, and then walk forward with eyes wide open, expecting miracles from channels you cannot yet see. For the unseen is more real than the seen, and when you trust it, you will find rivers in the desert, treasure in unexpected places, supply laid at your feet by hands you never touched. That is the majesty of channels beyond sight, and it is waiting to prove itself the moment you dare to believe. Now, beloved, let us turn to the walls that hem you in, the walls that tower before you, the walls that echo your fears and mock your faith, for each soul has his own Jericho. It may be the wall of lack, the wall of resentment, the wall of delay, the wall of sickness, the wall of injustice, but whatever form it takes, the law is the same. When the word is spoken with faith, the wall must fall flat. The children of Israel faced the city of Jericho, its gates shut tight, its walls so thick that reason declared them impregnable. Yet the command was not to batter the gates, not to scale the stones, not to fight with weapons, but to march in silence and then to shout at the appointed time. And when they shouted, the walls fell of their own accord. Do you see the law hidden in this story? It is not struggle that wins the day. It is the spoken word, aligned with divine command. The walls of your life do not yield to your pushing and striving. They yield to your shout of truth, to the vibration of faith, to the decree that declares, the walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. I once gave this very declaration to a woman who felt hemmed in by endless postponements and disappointments. Everywhere she turned, doors were shut, promises broken, opportunities delayed, until she felt imprisoned by invisible walls. I told her, "Speak this aloud. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace." She did, and she pictured herself stepping over the rubble of fallen walls into a land flowing with good. Soon after, the thing she had waited for, the thing long postponed, came swiftly, as though nothing had ever stood in the way. The wall of delay had fallen flat. This is not chance, it is law. Yet many souls build their own walls by harboring resentment, envy, bitterness. A woman once envied a gift her friend had received. She spoke with jealousy, and she felt shut out, as though the wall of lack had risen before her. But I told her to affirm, "What God has done for others, He now does for me, and more." She obeyed, and soon received the very gift she had envied, and another besides. The wall of envy crumbled, and supply flowed in. That is why I tell you, resentment is mortar for the wall, envy is stone. Every bitter thought builds another layer between you and your good. But one word of truth, one decree of substitution, one shout of thanksgiving, and the wall must fall. So I ask you now, what is your Jericho? Is it the bank account that stares empty? Is it the body that aches with pain? Is it the door that refuses to open? Whatever it is, stand before it, not with fear, but with faith. Do not beat upon it with your fists of worry. Do not throw yourself against it in despair. Speak the word. Shout the code. Declare, 4183, the walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. See it in your mind's eye, hear the crash of the walls falling. See yourself stepping over the stones into freedom. Do this, and you will know the truth of the scripture that says, "By thy words thou shalt be justified." The wall is not stronger than the word, and when the walls fall, do not look back. Do not mourn over the rubble of old limitations. Walk straight into your promised land with joy, for the law of substitution will not leave you empty-handed. The wall falls only to reveal the treasure within. That is the way of spirit. So tonight, let your tongue be the trumpet, let your faith be the shout, let your decree be the vibration that shakes down every barrier, and you will see the walls of Jericho crumble at your feet. Now that the walls have fallen, you stand in the open field of your promised land, and it is here that the greatest truth of all must be revealed. Every life carries within it a divine design, a perfect pattern, an unalterable plan written in the mind of God before the foundation of the world. This design is not something you invent. It is not something you cobble together by trial and error. It is not something that depends upon luck or chance or the favor of men. It is a blueprint inscribed upon your superconscious mind, flawless, complete, eternal, awaiting only your recognition and obedience to unfold in visible form. Most people never find it because they are too busy sketching their own crooked plans, chasing after counterfeit desires, or bowing down to appearances. They live out lives of frustration because they are trying to fit themselves into garments never cut for them, trying to live in houses never built for them, trying to love partners never chosen for them by divine right. But I tell you, when you align with your divine design, struggle ends, fear dissolves, and life flows with a majesty and ease that no human effort could ever accomplish. I once spoke to a man who came to me discouraged and weary, saying he could find no place, no purpose, no satisfaction. He had tried one occupation after another, and though talented, nothing fit. He was as a square peg driven into round holes, bruised, battered, and unsatisfied. I told him, "You are not here to force yourself into another man's mold. You are here to fulfill your own divine design, and that design is permanent and cannot be lost. Speak this word, Infinite Spirit, open the way for the divine design of my life to manifest. Let the genius within me now be released. Let me find my place and fill it." He obeyed, and in a short time he was led into a work that suited him perfectly, one that brought him joy, recognition, and prosperity. His genius, long buried under the rubble of wrong choices, was released, and his life blossomed. The plan had been there all along, waiting for his decree. Do not be afraid of losing by surrendering to the divine design, for the opposite is true. When you cling to your own limited plans, you cheat yourself of the abundance waiting in the eternal blueprint. But when you let go and declare, "Not my will but thine be done," the divine design of my life now takes shape in concrete experiences, leading to my heart's desire, then you release the law to bring you into your perfect path. And that path will not only satisfy your heart, it will bless others. For the divine design is never selfish, never narrow, but always expansive, always inclusive, always tuned to the harmony of the whole. Your true place is a blessing to you and to all. Think of it this way. Every acorn holds the design of the oak tree. It cannot become a pine, it cannot become a willow, it cannot become a rosebush. Its destiny is the oak, strong, tall, fruitful, sheltering. And if it tried to twist itself into another form, it would fail. But if it simply yields to the design within, the oak unfolds naturally, inevitably, gloriously. So it is with you. Within you is the acorn of the divine idea, the seed of your perfect work, perfect love, perfect expression. Stop straining to be what you are not. Stop chasing another man's dream. Yield to your own design, and the oak of your life will rise strong and secure. So when you speak 4,183, understand that it is not only a code to break walls, it is a summons to your divine design. It says to the subconscious, erase the false sketches, clear away the counterfeits, bring forth the true. And when you live in this design, life ceases to be a battle and becomes instead a glorious unfolding, a revelation of what was always meant to be. Opportunities will meet you without struggle, people will appear at the right time, doors will open without effort, and you will know that you are at last walking in your true path. This is the joy of the divine design, and once you taste it, you will never again be content with anything less. And now, beloved, we come to the mystery of the forbidden, that word which the world hurls like a warning, that word which has kept countless souls timid, hesitant, afraid to touch the treasures that stand waiting for them in the storehouse of spirit. The world stamps forbidden upon anything it does not understand, anything it cannot control, anything that cannot be measured with yardsticks and balanced on ledgers. But spirit hides its greatest treasures in what the world calls forbidden, not to withhold them, but to protect them from the profane, and to test the faith of those who truly hunger and thirst after righteousness. Do you not remember how the prophets spoke in parables, how the mystics veiled their wisdom in riddles, how the Master himself declared, "To you it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given"? The forbidden is not the denied. The forbidden is the hidden, concealed until the faithful dare to believe, until the fearless dare to speak, until the obedient dare to act. Think of Ali Baba in the old tale, standing before the sealed mountain, its treasures locked away, invisible to the reasoning eye. The door did not yield to force, it did not yield to toil, it did not yield to struggle. But at the sound of the word, at the decree, "Open Sesame," the stones rolled back and the hidden storehouse was revealed. That is no mere children's story, it is a parable of truth. The code is the word, the decree is the key, and the treasure is your own good, long concealed by walls of doubt and fear. The world calls it forbidden, but to the faithful it is commanded, open. So when I tell you that 4,183 is a forbidden code, I do not mean it is dangerous. I do not mean it is evil. I mean it is hidden from the careless, withheld from the doubting, sealed against the fearful, but ready to yield itself to the fearless word of faith. I once counseled a woman who trembled at the thought of affirmations, saying, "Is it not wrong to command God? Is it not forbidden to declare such things?" I told her, "You are not commanding God, you are commanding the law, and the law is God in action. You are not taking what is not yours, you are claiming what has been yours all along by divine right." She dared to speak the word, though her lips shook, and the very condition that had oppressed her for years dissolved in days. The forbidden became the permitted, the hidden became the revealed, the concealed blessing burst forth. So I ask you now, will you live bowed under the world's label of forbidden, or will you rise and live beyond it? Will you remain timid before the locked door, or will you speak the word that rolls the stones away? For let me tell you, beloved, there is no power in the universe that can keep from you that which belongs to you by divine right. There is no wall that can stand before your decree. There is no locked gate that cannot be opened by the vibration of your words spoken in faith. The world may mock, the world may scorn, the world may call it forbidden, but the world is not your judge. The law of spirit is your judge, and the law declares, "All that the Father hath is thine." Therefore, when you speak 4,183, know that you are living beyond the forbidden. You are moving past the fear of appearances, past the warnings of unbelief, past the narrow judgment of men, and you are standing in the liberty of the sons of God. To the fearful, the code remains a riddle. To the faithful, it becomes the key. To the world, it is forbidden. To you, it is the open sesame. And once the treasure is revealed, once the blessing floods in, you will never again tremble at the world's prohibitions. You will know that nothing is truly forbidden to the soul that lives in divine alignment, nothing withheld from the one who dares to speak the word with authority. For to live beyond the forbidden is to live in freedom, and freedom is your birthright. And now, beloved, we stand at the end of this teaching. And yet, it is not an ending at all. It is a beginning. It is the opening of a new chapter in your life. It is the midnight gate swinging wide before you. You have walked with me through the mysteries of the code. You have seen why numbers and spirit are alive. You have seen why midnight is the appointed hour. You have learned that fear is inverted faith and must be replaced by truth. You have seen how substitution takes away the counterfeit and delivers the true. You have felt the vibration of the code striking chords in the unseen. You have dug your ditches in faith. You have smashed your old records. You have lifted your eyes to the fourth dimension. You have crowned it all with joy and thanksgiving. You have released the how and chosen instead to obey the hunch. You have walked the magic path of intuition and discovered channels beyond sight. You have shouted down the walls of Jericho, stepped into the promised land of your divine design, and you have dared to live beyond the forbidden into the liberty of spirit. And now the only thing left is to speak the code itself, not as one who is trying, not as one who is begging, not as one who is straining, but as one who knows, as one who commands, as one who stands in dominion. So let us say it together, with fearless joy, 4183. Speak it aloud even now. Let it roll from your tongue. Let it vibrate through your body. Let it echo through your mind. Let it etch itself upon the phonograph of your subconscious. Let it sing itself into the unseen. Say with me, 4183 by divine right, under grace, in perfect ways, my miracle is here. Do you feel the power of it? Do you feel the atmosphere shifting as you declare it? That is the law responding to your decree. That is the infinite intelligence rising to meet your faith. That is the unseen bending itself to your spoken word. And I tell you, not one syllable spoken in faith can ever fall to the ground. The word has gone forth, and it cannot return void. It must accomplish that which you please. It must prosper in the thing whereto you send it. And here is my challenge to you. Do not let this night pass without speaking it. Do not close your eyes in fear. Do not let the day die with anxiety on your lips. Before midnight strikes, speak the code. Say it with faith. Say it with thanksgiving. Say it as a decree, not a request. Say it until you feel the joy of possession flood your heart, until you feel the calm of assurance settle upon you. And then go to your rest, not with worry but with peace, not with fear but with praise, knowing that the law has received your word and the answer is already moving toward you. And when the miracle comes, and it will, do not forget this night, do not forget this word. Do not forget that life is not a battle but a game, and you win not by struggle but by alignment with divine law. Share it, live it, repeat it, and you will never again be a beggar at life's door. You will walk as a king in your kingdom, a queen in your dominion, a child of God in your inheritance. And now, I leave you with this. Speak with me once more. 4183, my miracle is here. Seal it in your heart, write it upon your soul. Let it be the song of your midnight and the anthem of your dawn. And when the walls fall, when the doors open, when the supply floods in, remember that it was not by chance, not by struggle, not by reasoning, but by the word spoken in faith. And if you are ready to go deeper, I invite you to follow me into the next revelation, where I will unveil a single phrase, short and simple, that cancels years of fear in seconds. It is a phrase men and women use every day without knowing its power, and when you learn to wield it rightly, no enemy can stand before you. Do not miss it, for it may be the most liberating truth you have ever heard. Click here and walk with me into that freedom. For now, rejoice, give thanks, and speak the word, for the game is yours to win, and the victory is already sealed. There is a law most have forgotten. Everything responds to its right name. Animals, people, even money. Call a dog, and it runs to you. Call money, and it does the same. Yet most people never speak its true name. They speak fear instead. they speak doubt instead, and then they wonder why money does not appear. Tonight, I restore to you the forgotten law of naming. In this lesson, I will show you how to speak to money as law, how to call it by its right name so it cannot escape you. You will learn why careless speech keeps money far away, why the tongue either multiplies or dissolves supply, and how a single shift in naming turns poverty into plenty. By the end, you will not only know the word to call money, but the spiritual law that forces it to obey. You may have tried budgeting, scrimping, even begging God for supply, yet the bills keep mounting and the worry grows. You may have said words of affirmation with no result, because your mouth still called money by the wrong name in idle talk. But tonight, you will see why idle words carry as much power as affirmations, why every careless statement is a seed, and how to uproot those false names and plant the truth. You will feel the freedom of knowing that money is not your master, it is your servant, and it answers to your command. In this teaching, I will uncover the forgotten law of naming, why words attach vibration to money, why the subconscious repeats whatever name you give it, and how to speak so that supply must rush to you. I will show you the declarations that drew money into my students' hands sometimes in days, and I will give you the exact phrasing to write, to speak, and to guard upon your tongue. We will expose the false names, scarcity, difficulty, expense that bind money away from you, and we will replace them with truth. Stay with me, for at the end of this lesson, I will reveal the single phrase that dissolves debt like smoke, a phrase so bold that most fear to say it, but once spoken, it changes everything. Here's something most people completely miss, though it is as plain as the sunrise and as old as the scriptures. Everything in this universe responds to its name. Call a child, and he turns his head. Call a dog, and it comes running. Call a friend across the street, and she lifts her hand to wave. Do you think money is any different? It is not. Money is not dead matter. It is energy, vibration, substance clothed in form. And when you call it by its right name, it must answer. But here is the tragedy. Most people never call money by its name. They call it by false names: scarcity, expense, burden, difficulty, and then they wonder why it hides. For the law is simple. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. If you condemn money with your tongue, it will withdraw from you. If you justify money by naming it rightly, it will come at your call. Why is this so? Because the subconscious mind is like a phonograph, recording every word you speak, every phrase you repeat, every label you attach. It does not argue, it does not reason, it does not say, "Ah, she was only joking." It simply records and plays back in form. One student of mine, tired of managing her home, often said in jest, "I wish I lived in a trunk." She laughed, her friends laughed, but the subconscious did not laugh. It wrote the record. And soon enough, her home was gone, and she found herself with nothing but a trunk. Do you see the power of naming? What you name, you claim. What you call, you recall. Every word is a seed, and every seed must bear fruit after its kind. Now, imagine what happens when you attach the wrong names to money day after day. It's hard to get. It never stays. It slips through my fingers. I can't afford it. Every one of those sentences is a decree. Every one is a seed planted in the soil of your subconscious. And what harvest can such seeds bring but lack, debt, and delay? The tongue is the rudder of life, and if you turn it towards scarcity, you steer straight into poverty. But the reverse is also true. If you call money by its right name, if you say, "Money is divine, money is obedient, money serves me under grace in perfect ways," then the subconscious accepts that record, and life must play it back as supply, abundance, and ease. Perhaps you say, "But how can words carry such power over something as real as money?" I answer you with a question. How can a dog, flesh and blood, respond to the sound of its name? How can a man stop in his tracks when his name is called across a crowded street? It is vibration. It is recognition. The name is a signal, and the ear is tuned to hear it. Money, too, is substance with vibration, and it recognizes its name. If you call it poverty, it will shrink away. If you call it abundance, it will draw near. That is why I tell you, never again say, "I can't afford it." Say instead, "It comes to me under grace." Do not say, "Money is hard." Say, "Money is obedient." Do not say, "It never stays." Say, "It multiplies and increases as it serves me." So tonight, write this truth upon your heart. Everything responds to its name. If you have been careless in naming money, repent of it now. Cancel every false decree, every idle word, every careless joke, and replace them with truth. Call money by its right name. Speak to it as a friend, as a servant, as a faithful companion, and it will answer. For the law cannot fail. What you name, you claim. And when you claim money rightly, it cannot hide from you any longer. What I am about to tell you may strike you as sobering, but it is the very reason why so many souls live in lack while repeating affirmations half-heartedly, wondering why their prayers seem unanswered. It is not that the law fails, but that their tongue has been working against them all along. You see, careless naming blocks supply. Every time you say, "I can't afford it," you have called money by the name of impossibility, and the subconscious has recorded it. Every time you sigh, "Money slips right through my fingers," you have called it fleeting, and the law has echoed your decree. Every time you groan, "There's never enough," you have baptized money with the name of scarcity, and the harvest of scarcity has come faithfully. The subconscious mind is an obedient servant. It does not know a jest from a decree. It does not know exaggeration from prophecy. It only hears, it only records, it only plays back. And so the words you toss about lightly, the phrases you speak in moments of irritation, the jokes you make to amuse others, these careless names are the very chains that bind your supply. I once knew a woman who, though she was comfortably provided for, loved to jest that she would end her days in the poorhouse. Her friends laughed, she laughed, but the law did not laugh. It engraved the record, and in time, her fortune was lost, her comforts vanished, and she found herself living exactly in the conditions she had prophesied for herself in jest. She had named money poverty, she had named money loss, and money obediently answered to those names. Another student of mine continually spoke of how everything is so expensive, nothing is within my reach. She did not realize she was pushing supply further and further from herself. When I instructed her to cancel that false naming and to speak instead, "What I need appears, and I can afford it under grace," the tide turned. Soon she found herself supplied in unexpected ways, receiving gifts and opportunities she had never imagined, simply because she had renamed money. Do you see now why I say careless naming blocks supply? The law does not discriminate between deliberate affirmations and idle chatter. Both are seeds, and both must bear fruit. If you speak truth for 5 minutes in the morning and falsehood for the other 23 hours of the day, which seed will outnumber the other? Which harvest will fill your fields? That is why the scriptures warn that every idle word must be accounted for. There are no harmless words. Every name you give money either calls it into your hand or drives it away. Perhaps you ask, but how can I change when I have been careless for so long? Have I not already written countless false records in my subconscious? Yes, you have, but do not fear. For the same tongue that wrote the false record is the tongue that can erase it. Declare with me, I now smash and demolish every untrue record of poverty, lack, and debt in my subconscious mind. They return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within records of wealth, abundance, and supply. Speak this with conviction, and you will feel the atmosphere shift, the old grooves beginning to break, the new record beginning to play. So I charge you tonight, guard your speech as you would guard treasure. Never again call money hard. Never again call it scarce. Never again name it with words of fear. For careless naming blocks supply, but careful naming multiplies it. Call money by its right name, and it will come gladly, swiftly, obediently, until your cup overflows. Now, beloved, let me show you the glorious reversal, the divine antidote to all the careless naming that has shut doors and barred windows in your life. For if false words bind, then true words must free. If wrong names push supply away, then the right name draws it swiftly to your hand. The law is never partial, it works in both directions with equal force. The tongue that condemns is the tongue that justifies. The word that shuts is the word that opens. And this is why I tell you, the right name opens the channel. Speak rightly of money, and the way is cleared, the pipes are unblocked, the floodgates swing wide. Speak wrongly, and you stand in your own way. The key is not toil, not bargaining, not chance, it is naming. I recall a woman who came to me burdened by debt and wearied by struggle. She confessed that her daily speech was filled with phrases like, "I'm always behind, there's never enough, money runs from me." I told her, "You are naming money as your enemy, and money Obedient servant that it is, must answer to the name you give it. Reverse your naming, and you will reverse your condition. She resisted at first, for she had made a habit of her lamentations. But when she finally began to declare, "Money is divine. Money comes to me under grace, in perfect ways. Money serves me and multiplies as it blesses," a great change took place. Within weeks, she received not only the funds to clear her debt, but also unexpected gifts that lifted her into freedom. The law had not changed, her naming had. So I ask you, what name will you now give to money? Will you keep calling it scarce, elusive, difficult, rebellious, or will you call it divine, obedient, plentiful, ever-present? The world scoffs at such things, for they think words are empty air. But I tell you, words are substance, words are vibration, words are seeds. Just as a farmer knows that wheat seed brings wheat and thistle seed brings thistles, so must you know that words of lack bring lack, and words of plenty bring plenty. If you want wheat, you cannot plant weeds. If you want money, you cannot plant poverty. The right name is the seed of the right harvest. Perhaps you wonder, but what if I speak rightly and see no change at first? Do not be discouraged. Seeds do not sprout in a day, and records long engraved take time to erase. But every time you speak the right name, you are cutting a new groove in your subconscious. Every time you look upon the mirror and declare, "Money is obedient, money comes to me now under grace," you are striking a new vibration. And vibration builds upon vibration until at last the whole atmosphere hums with your decree, and then, suddenly, the visible changes to match the invisible. Do not quit before the harvest. Keep naming, and the harvest must come. So here is your charge. Never again call money by a false name. Refuse to say, "I can't afford it." Refuse to declare, "It never comes." Refuse to murmur, "It slips away." Replace those names with truth. Money is here. Money is obedient. Money multiplies. Money is my servant, and it comes to me by divine right. Write these words. Speak them. See them reflected back at you on your mirror, and watch the channels open. You will marvel at how swiftly supply flows when it is no longer chained by your tongue, but loosed by your decree. The right name opens the channel, and once the channel is open, no man, no circumstance, no condition can shut it again. Here's something most people never realize until it has already chained them hand and foot. Debt is not first written in ledgers or signed on paper. Debt is spoken into existence by the tongue. Every sigh of, "I can't afford it," every lament of, "I owe and I'll never catch up," every complaint of, "There's always more month than money." These idle words are the chisels that carve debt into the stone of your affairs. The subconscious, that faithful servant, takes down each phrase like a stenographer, recording without judgment, replaying without pause. And when enough of these records pile up, they form the conditions you now call your financial reality. The bill collector, the empty purse, the mounting balance, these are but the echoes of words long spoken and never revoked. I once counseled a man who lived in perpetual debt. He worked tirelessly, earned well, yet could never get ahead. When I listened to him speak, I understood why. His conversation was filled with phrases like, "I'm always behind," "I owe everybody," "I'll die in debt." His subconscious had been fed this diet for years, and his affairs mirrored it perfectly. I told him, "You are naming yourself debtor, and life is merely honoring the name you gave." He was startled, for he thought his speech harmless. But when he dared to change his words, when he began to declare daily, "God is my supply, I live in abundance, I pay all men, and all men pay me. I am free from debt by divine right, under grace, in perfect ways," the tide turned. Opportunities arose to clear what was owed. Unexpected checks came, his income increased, and within a year, he was free. His condition had been debt, but the root had been words. When the words changed, the condition had no choice but to follow. Do you see, beloved, why idle words are never idle? They are seeds, and seeds must sprout. The field of your life cannot remain bare. It will bear fruit after the kind of seed you sow. Sow lack, reap lack. Sow debt, reap debt. Sow abundance, reap abundance. The farmer who plants thorns cannot protest when his field pierces his feet. The man who sows idle words of poverty cannot complain when his affairs bleed him dry. The harvest is only the echo of the seed. Now perhaps you say, "But I was only joking, only exaggerating, only expressing my feelings." The subconscious does not laugh. It does not weigh sincerity. It does not check for irony. It only records, it only plays back. That is why the scriptures declare, "By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." It is not the word you mean, but the word you speak that shapes your world. This is why debt so often multiplies, not because money is lacking, but because men multiply the wrong decrees with their lips. So I say to you now, cancel every word of debt you have spoken, retract every careless phrase. Say aloud, I erase every false record of debt in my subconscious mind. They return to the dust heap of nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now record the truth. I am free, I am supplied, I am prosperous, I am abundant. Repeat it until the new record is louder than the old. Look upon your mirror word and declare, money is my servant, not my master. Money comes to me, not debt. Money multiplies, debt dissolves. And as you speak, the atmosphere will change, the harvest will shift, and the chains will break. For idle words create debt, but conscious words create freedom, and the choice is always yours. What I am about to show you is subtle, yet it has ruined more demonstrations than open disbelief. For while many guard themselves against outright fear, they let their tongue wander in jest, speaking lightly of lack, joking about ruin, laughing at poverty, as though the subconscious could be tricked by a chuckle. But the subconscious does not laugh, beloved. It does not know jest from decree. It only hears the vibration, records the phrase, and plays it back in form. A joke of poverty carries the same weight as a prophecy of poverty. A careless jest becomes a careless harvest. Many souls who think themselves faithful are still bound, not by their serious declarations but by their playful ones. I once knew a woman who lived in comfort but constantly amused her friends by saying, I suppose I'll end in the poorhouse yet. She laughed, they laughed, but life did not laugh. The record was cut. Years later, her fortune dwindled, her comforts vanished, and she lived in conditions that mirrored her jest. She had spoken her own prophecy under the mask of humor. Another student often exclaimed, I'm so broke it's a joke. Her friends took it lightly, but her affairs grew ever tighter, until she finally came to me weary with lack. I told her, stop calling poverty a joke. Name money rightly. Call it abundant. Call it obedient. Call it yours by divine right. When she obeyed, when she struck those false phrases from her tongue, the tide began to turn. The joke lost its power because it was no longer spoken. You see, jesting is often more dangerous than deliberate confession, because it slips past your guard. You would not dare to say with solemnity, I will end in poverty. But you might say it with a laugh. And the subconscious, ever faithful, makes no distinction. It engraves the decree and brings it into form. The law is no respecter of persons. It is no respecter of tone. Whether you laugh or weep, whether you speak in earnest or in play, the vibration is recorded and must return. That is why the scriptures warn us that every idle word must be accounted for. Even the lightest jest is not idle in spirit. So I tell you plainly, never jest with lack. Do not call yourself broke, even in play. Do not exaggerate your burdens for humor's sake. Do not weave poverty into your jokes or sprinkle despair into your laughter. For jesting that binds is jesting that plants seeds you do not wish to harvest. Replace it with joy rooted in truth. If you must jest, jest with abundance. Say, I'm so supplied that even my shadow multiplies coins. Say, money rushes to me so quickly I must laugh to keep up. Let your humor be in harmony with truth, and it will plant only good. Guard your lips, beloved, for every word is law, whether whispered in sorrow or shouted in jest. And once you know this, you can no longer plead ignorance. Choose your words as you would choose jewels. Do not throw them away for a laugh that costs you dearly. Speak with joy, yes, but joy rooted in truth, not mockery of your own abundance. And you will find that laughter, instead of binding, becomes liberating, because it is aligned with law. Beloved, what I tell you now may be the greatest safeguard of your entire demonstration. For once you grasp it and practice it faithfully, you will never again sabotage your own prosperity. It is this, you must guard your tongue. For the tongue is both sword and scepter. It wounds when used carelessly, but it rules when wielded with mastery. The tongue is the rudder of life, as James declared, and though it is a little member, it turns the entire ship. If your ship has been steering toward the rocks of lack, if your voyage has been plagued with storms of debt and waves of fear, Do not look first to the winds or the waters. Look to the rudder. What have you been saying day after day? What have you been declaring about money? For the tongue has set the course, and the tongue alone can alter it. Guarding the tongue does not mean silence, only it means discipline. Many think they must muzzle themselves completely, but I tell you, the tongue must not be chained but trained. Train it to bless and not to curse. Train it to speak life and not death. Train it to call money by its right name, to prophesy abundance instead of lack, to declare obedience instead of rebellion. When you say, "I can't afford it," you have unleashed a curse upon your supply. When you say, "Money comes to me under grace, in perfect ways," you have unleashed a blessing. Both are decrees. Both are orders to the subconscious. Both are seeds in the soil of spirit. Guarding the tongue means catching yourself in the very moment of false speech and turning it instantly to truth. Cancel the careless decree and replace it with the righteous one. I recall a student who had practiced affirmations but saw little result. She came to me discouraged, saying, "I repeat the words you have given me each morning, yet my purse is still light and my bills heavy." I asked her, "And what do you say the rest of the day?" She paused, then confessed that she often complained to friends, "I'm broke, I can't manage, everything costs too much." I said, "There is your answer. You plant roses in the morning and weeds in the afternoon. Which do you expect to flourish?" She wept, for she saw her own sabotage clearly. From that day on, she guarded her tongue as a watchman guards the gate. Whenever she was tempted to speak lack, she stopped and declared instead, "God is my instant, constant, and lavish supply." And soon, the evidence appeared. The roses she planted with her tongue began to cover the weeds, and her life blossomed. Do you see, beloved, how simple the law is? You need not toil endlessly, you need not beg or plead, you need only guard your tongue. Every careless phrase is a leak in the vessel of your prosperity. Every guarded phrase is a plank in the ark of your abundance. If you wish to live free from want, build your ark word by word. Let your speech be your fortress. Keep watch at the door of your lips, and admit only the truth of abundance, only the decree of supply, only the names that call money rightly. So I charge you now, make a covenant with your tongue. Say, "I will no longer speak of lack. I will no longer joke about poverty. I will no longer call money by false names. My tongue is consecrated to truth. It speaks life, not death. It speaks abundance, not lack. It speaks obedience, not rebellion. And as I guard my tongue, my life shall be guarded also." Practice this covenant, and you will find that your words become a hedge of protection, a river of supply, a fountain of joy. For the tongue is mighty, and when it is mastered, money must obey. Here, beloved, we come to one of the most marvelous secrets of the subconscious mind, and it is why I have told you to write the word on your mirror and not merely in a notebook tucked away. The mirror is not an idle piece of glass. It is a portal to the hidden chambers of your soul. When you gaze into it, you do not simply see your face, you see the image of your own identity. And the subconscious, ever faithful, ever obedient, accepts whatever image you hold of yourself as truth. If you look into the mirror each morning and sigh, calling yourself tired, poor, unlucky, the subconscious writes it down and engraves it as your law. But if instead, you look into that glass and see yourself with the word of abundance shining before your eyes, the subconscious cannot resist it. It joins the word with the image, fuses the decree with the self, and says, "So this is who I am. This is the law. This is the record to be played." And soon the outer world must match the inner decree. The mirror works because it is repetition without effort. You may grow weary of affirmations if you try to repeat them for hours, but the mirror does the repeating for you. Each time you pass by, even if you do not pause, your eye catches the word, your mind absorbs it, your subconscious records it. Drop by drop, the groove is cut until it becomes a river. And when the river of thought flows strongly enough, it carries with it every circumstance of your life. That is why I tell you, write the word where you must see it daily, where you cannot escape it, where your very reflection becomes one with it. For what you see joined to yourself, you will become. I once knew a woman who took this instruction to heart. She wrote a single word, wealth, in bold letters on her mirror. Each morning and evening, she saw herself reflected beside it. She did not strain, she did not beg, she simply let the image sink into her heart. Within a week, an unexpected check of $50,000 came into her hands, a gift she had never imagined. The world called it chance, but I knew it was law. She had written wealth upon her mirror, and the subconscious had written wealth upon her life. Perhaps you wonder why the mirror carries more force than other methods. It is because the mirror unites word and image. To speak a word is powerful, but to see it joined with your own face magnifies it. The subconscious is most deeply impressed when the spoken word, the seen image, and the felt emotion are joined together. The mirror unites them. When you look and speak and rejoice in the word you see, you create a trinity of impression that the subconscious must obey. It cannot argue against an image so vivid, a sound so clear, a feeling so strong. So I tell you, beloved, treat your mirror as your altar. Approach it not with vanity but with reverence. Write the word boldly, look upon it daily, speak it with faith, feel it with joy. And as surely as the dawn follows the night, you will see your affairs begin to reflect what your mirror has already declared. For the mirror is not glass only. It is the gateway of the soul. And what you write upon it, you write upon your life. Beloved, what I tell you now is as vital as the seed itself. For no matter how true your word, no matter how bold your decree, no matter how faithfully you look into the mirror, if you scatter your seed through idle chatter, you weaken the harvest before it has time to grow. Secrecy is not weakness. Secrecy is protection. A farmer does not dig up his seed every morning to show his neighbors. He does not tear open the soil to prove something is planted. He covers it, he waters it, he guards it until the first shoot breaks through. So, it must be with your word. When you write that name upon your mirror, let it be your holy covenant with God. Do not parade it before doubters. Do not hand it to scoffers. Do not invite the cold winds of envy to blow across it. Keep it sealed. Keep it sacred. Let it rest hidden in the soil of your subconscious until the time of manifestation. I once counseled a woman who was eager for prosperity. She learned an affirmation and began to speak it, and soon enough she felt the stirring of faith. But she could not resist telling her friends. She spoke of it at every gathering. I am speaking the word for money, she would announce, as though their approval could add strength. Instead, what did she reap? Raised eyebrows, mocking smiles, questions like daggers. Do you really believe that works? How much have you gotten yet? Isn't it foolish to expect such things? Each word of doubt struck her subconscious like frost upon a tender plant. Her faith withered. The decree lost its vibration. Nothing came. But later, when she learned the power of silence, when she held her decree close like a treasure, she saw the harvest ripen. Secrecy had protected the seed, and the seed bore fruit. Even the Master, after miracles, often charged those healed, "See thou tell no man." Why? Because a harvest too tender to withstand the voices of unbelief must be shielded. Premature testimony invites interference. Once the fruit is visible, no word of doubt can erase it. But before the sprout appears, one careless suggestion can weaken the root. Secrecy is the fence around your garden. It is the hedge that guards your word while it takes root. So, do not confuse secrecy with fear. Fear hides because it doubts. Secrecy guards because it believes. When you keep silent, you are not doubting, you are protecting. You are saying, "This word is too precious to cast before unbelieving ears. It is mine and God's until the world can see the harvest. And once the harvest appears, then let your testimony shine, for then no one can deny it, and your words may strengthen others. But until then, protect your decree. Therefore I say to you, write your word, speak it before your mirror, rejoice in it, but keep it between you and God. Hold it in the secret place until it bursts into form. For secrecy protects the seed, and the seed that is protected multiplies, while the seed that is exposed to doubt may never take root. Guard your decree as you would guard treasure, and in due season you will see the fruit no man can take from you. Beloved, let me now place into your hands the secret that makes the soil of your subconscious quicken with life, the very rain that brings forth the sprout from the hidden seed. It is thanksgiving. Without it, your word remains as a seed lying dormant in dry earth. With it, your decree breaks forth into visible form, and the harvest comes with speed. Most souls pray with long faces, beg with heavy tones, or affirm with weary repetition, as though the heavens must be persuaded to yield. But true thanksgiving is not the sigh of one who waits, it is the song of one who knows. Gratitude is the proof of possession. When you rejoice before the evidence appears, you are declaring to the law, "It is already mine." And the law, obedient and unfailing, answers, "So be it." I once desired a rose tree. I did not storm the heavens with pleading. I did not count the cost or calculate the store. I simply pictured it, gave thanks for it, and felt the joy of already possessing it. The very next day, a friend sent flowers, and by what the world would call a mistake, the florist delivered a rose tree instead of the lilies she had ordered. Was it a mistake? No, beloved. It was law. Gratitude had fertilized the seed, and the harvest was swift. Another time, a student of mine came to me with only $2, desperate and afraid. I told her, bless this money. Call it your magic purse. See it bulging, overflowing, jammed with bills. Give thanks for it as though it were already full. She obeyed, she rejoiced over that little purse, and soon after she received a gift of $6,000. Gratitude turned her $2 into thousands. Thanksgiving was the fertilizer that brought her demonstration into form. Why does Thanksgiving hold such power? Because it signals the subconscious that the work is already done. Fear says, what if it never comes? Faith says, I know it is mine. And Thanksgiving is the sound of faith. It is the vibration of possession. When you thank God in advance, you close the gap between desire and manifestation. You align yourself with the higher law where all good already exists, and you draw it down into visible form. Thanksgiving is not an afterthought. It is the creative act itself. So I say to you, never let a day pass without rejoicing in the word on your mirror. Do not wait until the money arrives to give thanks. Thank God now. Smile at your mirror, point to the word, and say, I praise and thank thee that this is already true. My supply is here, my abundance is here, my prosperity is established under grace and in perfect ways. Feel the joy rise within you as though you were already holding the evidence in your hand, and soon enough you will. For joy is the sound of the harvest ripening, and gratitude is the rain that brings it forth. Therefore, beloved, treat Thanksgiving as the daily watering of your seed. Each word of praise moistens the soil. Each song of joy brings forth the sprout. Each smile of faith calls the sun upon your field. And when the season is fulfilled, you will gather sheaves not of struggle but of grace, not of toil but of abundance. For Thanksgiving is the fertilizer of miracles, and the heart that rejoices will never know lack. Now, beloved, let me draw the circle complete. For you must see with clarity that the word written on your mirror is not meant to remain as something outside of you, separate, foreign, waiting at a distance to come nearer. No, the true secret of demonstration is this: the word and your very self must become one. Until you see the word as your own name, until you claim it as your very identity, you will treat it as something to be chased, something to be begged for, something to be hoped for. But when the word becomes flesh in your consciousness, when you can look into the mirror and say with unshakable calm, that is who I am, then the unseen hastens to clothe itself in form. For the subconscious does not resist identity, it embraces it, it magnifies it, it insists upon it. Whatever you name yourself, life will echo back to you. This is why the mirror is such a holy tool. It forces you to look upon yourself with the decree beside you. It fuses your reflection with your affirmation. You do not merely say, money serves me. You see yourself with those words written above, and the subconscious records, this is me, this is who I am. A man who sees himself as poor will never be rich, though he toil day and night. A woman who sees herself as lacking will repel abundance, though others pour gifts at her feet. But the one who looks upon herself and says, I am abundance, I am prosperity, I am the channel of divine supply, will see every circumstance bend itself to that picture. The identity and the word become one, and once they are fused, they cannot be torn apart. I recall a student who was weary of failure. She had spoken affirmations before, but always in a way that made them sound separate from her. Money will come. Prosperity is near. Supply is possible. And the law answered weakly, for her words carried no identity. I instructed her instead to stand before her mirror and declare, I am prosperity. Money serves me now. Abundance is my name. At first it felt strange to her, even presumptuous. But day after day, as she gazed into her own reflection, the strangeness faded and the identity grew. Soon, she no longer hoped for prosperity, she lived it inwardly. And in short time, outwardly, her affairs rearranged themselves. Opportunities came, debts dissolved, her purse overflowed. The word had ceased to be a phrase, it had become herself. So I ask you, what name are you wearing? When you look in the mirror, do you call yourself poor, struggling, unlucky? Do you attach to your own soul the names that bind money away from you? If so, you must strip them off like filthy garments and clothe yourself in truth. Write the word boldly, stand before it daily, and declare, "This is me, this is my name, I am abundance, I am prosperity. I am supplied by divine right." Do not say it as if you were pleading for a visitor to arrive. Say it as one announcing a fact. Say it as one who knows. For when you know, the law has no choice but to reflect your knowing in the world around you. Identity is the strongest decree you can ever speak. You may affirm for hours that supply will come, but the moment you declare, "I am supply," and believe it, the demonstration rushes to appear. The world outside must conform to the world within. As you see yourself, so shall it be. So let the word on your mirror and the image in your glass become one. And when they are fused, when no separation remains between the decree and the self, then you will live in a world where abundance is no longer a hope but a fact, not a visitor but a name, not a dream but your very identity. Beloved, here we arrive at the great shadow that has robbed more men and women of their supply than any outer thief. And it is this: fear. Fear is not an idle feeling, a passing mood to be brushed aside as harmless. No, fear is inverted faith, a false decree clothed in trembling, a prophecy spoken against your own good. Every fear is a command sent to the subconscious. Every dread is a seed planted in the dark soil of your imagination. Every what-if is a name you give to evil, and the law, which knows no jest and makes no exceptions, must record it. Fear is a false naming, and when you call money with the voice of fear, you do not call it as friend or servant, you call it as enemy, as absence, as lack. And money, faithful to the name you give, obeys. I once knew a man who so feared a particular disease that he studied it constantly, rehearsed its symptoms in his mind, and spoke of it often to those around him. He did not realize he was naming it again and again, baptizing his body with its image. The subconscious, ever obedient, etched that record deep, and in time his body manifested the very illness he had feared. He called it into form by the false decree of fear. Another woman, though longing for supply, was haunted by the words, "It will never come, I will be left without." Every glance at her purse was a fearful decree. Every sigh over her bills was an invocation of lack. And so lack remained with her faithfully, answering to the name she had given it. Do you see now why fear must be treated not as a feeling but as a command? Each time you say, "I fear I won't have enough," you are handing poverty its marching orders. Each time you declare, "I'm afraid this will fail," you are inviting failure to sit at your table. Fear is not silence. Fear is speech, and speech is law. Therefore, fear is the false decree that shapes false conditions. But here is the mercy of the law. Just as a false decree can shape poverty, so a true decree can dissolve it. Fear may have built walls, but faith can shout them down. Fear may have sown weeds, but faith can plant wheat that chokes them out. Fear may have recorded a false name, but faith can erase and rename. You need not remain bound by the decrees of yesterday. You can cancel them in an instant. Speak boldly. I erase every false decree of fear. They are powerless, they are nothing. I now declare only truth. I am supplied. I am abundant. I am fearless in the law of good. When you speak this, you cut a new record, and the false one begins to fade. So I tell you, do not treat fear lightly. Do not let it masquerade as harmless. Recognize it as the false decree it is, and cancel it on sight. Replace it with faith, with truth, with bold words of supply. Refuse to call money by names of dread, and begin to call it by names of joy. For as surely as fear has answered you with lack, faith will answer you with abundance. The choice is yours, and the law will fulfill whichever decree you give. Beloved, now that we have unmasked fear as the false decree, let us rise into the luminous truth that casts out fear forever, for fear cannot stand in the presence of its opposite. That opposite is faith. And I tell you plainly, faith is not strain, it is not tension, it is not a fevered effort to believe what you secretly doubt. Faith is the calm recognition of truth, the steady agreement with God. Faith is the hand that signs the contract heaven has already drawn up. It does not create the supply, it agrees that the supply is already finished. It does not force the harvest, it declares that the harvest is already ripe. Faith says yes to what God has already decreed. You see, the whole world teaches that life is uncertain, that money is hard, that men must strive and sweat to gain a crumb. But faith looks above appearances and says, I agree with the law of abundance. I agree with the truth that God is my supply. I agree with the eternal design that what is mine by divine right cannot be withheld. That agreement is the vibration the subconscious cannot resist. It records the decree and rushes to play it back in form. This is why idle affirmations often fail. The lips speak the words, but the heart still agrees with fear. The subconscious always obeys the deeper agreement. I once counseled a woman who lamented, I say my affirmations, but nothing comes. I asked her, what is the agreement of your heart? She confessed that each time she spoke of abundance, she also thought of her unpaid bills, her empty purse, her fear of loss. She was speaking supply but agreeing with lack. I told her, do not merely recite words. Shift your agreement. Say, God is my unfailing supply. I am one with his abundance. I thank thee, it is done. And do not speak it as though you are trying to force it. Speak it as one agreeing with what already island. She obeyed, and the miracle followed. Unexpected funds came, her bills were cleared, and her joy returned. The law had answered her agreement. Faith is not blind, it sees with the inner eye. Faith does not deny the appearance, it declares the higher truth. When the outer cries, there is not enough, faith answers, there is always enough. When the purse feels light, faith says, my purse is a magic purse that can never be emptied, for God fills it continually. When the world mocks, it cannot be done. Faith answers, with God all things are possible. This is not fantasy, it is agreement. And once you agree with God, the whole of heaven agrees with you. So I tell you, begin today to listen to the agreements of your heart. Are you aligning with fear or with truth? Are you calling money scarce or obedient? Are you naming yourself poor or supplied? Cancel the false agreements and speak the true. Declare, I agree with God that money is mine by divine right. I agree with God that supply is endless. I agree with God that abundance comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Say it until it becomes your nature. Say it until your tongue and your heart speak the same language. For when faith becomes your agreement, the law must rush to fulfill it, and you will live in the ease and freedom of one whose word and God's word are one. Beloved, now that you see faith as agreement with God, let me show you the law that makes it practical and immediate, the law that takes a false desire, a wrong picture, a crooked name, and replaces it with the true. It is the law of substitution. The mind cannot think two thoughts at once. The heart cannot hold two decrees at the same time. When fear tries to plant its seed, when the old record begins to play, when the tongue is tempted to speak lack, you do not wrestle with it, you do not reason with it, you do not argue endlessly. You simply substitute. You replace the false decree with the true one, and by repetition the true will erase the false, just as light dissolves shadow. I once had a student who longed desperately to marry a man she called A. B. She prayed, she affirmed, she pleaded, yet the relationship never bore fruit. She grew weary and came to me asking why her demonstration was delayed. I told her, you are decreeing for what may not be yours by divine right. Release the false picture. Substitute it with this affirmation. Infinite Spirit, I call in my true mate, the one who belongs to me by divine right, who will make me supremely happy. She obeyed, though it stung her to let go of the name she had clung to. But soon, A. B. drifted out of her life, and another man appeared, her true mate, who gave her joy far greater than she had imagined. The law of substitution had worked. She gave up the false name and received the true one. This is the same law you must use when fear whispers, I can't afford it. Do not argue with the thought, do not brood over it. Substitute immediately, I can afford it under grace. God is my supply. When you are tempted to say, money never stays with me, substitute at once. Money multiplies and increases as it serves me. When your lips are about to murmur, I am always behind, replace it instantly with, I am supplied ahead of time, under grace, in perfect ways. Every substitution is a new seed, and every new seed weakens the root of the old one. Think of a phonograph record. Once it is etched, it will play the same tune endlessly, but if you cut a new groove, the old song is drowned out, and the new melody fills the room. The subconscious works the same way. Every false decree has etched its groove. But when you speak the new word, When you substitute faith for fear, abundance for lack, obedience for rebellion, you are cutting a new record. Soon enough, the old one crumbles, and the subconscious can play only the melody of truth. So I say to you, never argue with fear. Never plead with lack. Never try to fight shadows. Substitute instead. Replace the false name with the true one. Replace the crooked decree with the straight. Replace the wrong image with the right. Do this again and again, and you will find your inner life filled with light, your outer life filled with abundance. The law of substitution is the mercy of God, for it allows you to erase in a moment what you may have spoken for years. Use it faithfully, and you will see how quickly the crooked paths are made straight and the false names are forgotten, while only truth remains. Beloved, now we come to the moment when all these truths must be set to work against the last and greatest obstacle that so many face, the towering wall of lack. For lack rises like Jericho, with stones of fear stacked upon stones of doubt, mortared together with years of false decrees, until it seems no power can bring it down. But I tell you, lack is not substance. It is shadow. It is a false picture built on false words, and when the true word is spoken with faith, the wall cannot stand a moment longer. The children of Israel did not take Jericho by hammer and chisel. They did not climb ladders or throw themselves against the stones. They circled in silence, gathering power. And when the moment came, they lifted their voices in a shout, and the vibration of that shout toppled the walls flat. So must you do with lack. Do not batter yourself against it with toil. Do not bleed your hands upon its stones with endless struggle. Stand before it in silence, gather the power of your decree, and then shout the truth until the wall crumbles into dust. I once instructed a woman hemmed in by endless postponements. Every door she knocked on seemed locked, every promise broken, every opportunity delayed. It was as though life itself conspired to hold her back. I told her to declare, "The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace and in perfect ways." She wrote it, she spoke it, she pictured herself stepping over the rubble into the land of her good. And soon enough, the very opportunity she had been denied was offered freely, and all delay dissolved. The wall had fallen. Not by force, not by manipulation, but by decree. This is why I tell you, never accept lack as permanent. Never look at the wall and call it immovable. Never name it as your master. For the moment you do, you strengthen it. Instead, look upon the wall and say, "You are nothing, you are false, you are already fallen." Call it crumbled, call it dust, call it gone, and the subconscious will obey. Speak abundance into the very face of scarcity, and scarcity will yield. Perhaps you say, "But my debts are so high, my purse so light, my bills so many." All the more reason to shout the decree. For the greater the wall, the greater the triumph when it falls. Do not wait for the evidence to change before you speak. Speak now, declare now. Shout now, "The walls of lack now crumble away, and I enter my promised land." Repeat it until the vibration fills your being, until you can see with the inner eye the wall already lying flat at your feet. Then watch as life rushes to confirm your vision. So I say, beloved, break your walls, not with struggle but with sound. Do not lift your fists, lift your voice. Do not bruise your body, command with your tongue. For the wall of lack is not substance but shadow, and the shadow cannot resist the light of a fearless decree. When you call money by its right name, when you shout abundance against the stones of scarcity, the walls must fall, and you will walk freely into the land prepared for you. Beloved, once the walls of lack have crumbled, you must understand the deeper truth that keeps you free, for it is not enough to tear down barriers if you do not know what to build in their place. Many are delivered from immediate want only to fall back again into struggle, because they have never learned that money has its rightful place in the divine design of their lives. Money is not your master. It is not an enemy to fear, nor a tyrant to dread. It is a servant, an instrument, a tool created to express the good that is already yours. When it flows rightly, it clothes you, feeds you, houses you, blesses you, and allows you to bless others. When it is misnamed, misused, or misunderstood, it becomes a false idol that enslaves. But in the divine design, money has only one role: to serve. Each soul carries within it a perfect blueprint, a divine pattern that includes not only your work, your relationships, your health, but also your supply. It is not random, it is not uncertain, it is not a gamble. It is written into the plan of your life, as surely as the oak is written into the acorn. And when you call money by its right name, when you see it as divine substance flowing under grace, you align with that design, and money takes its rightful place as your obedient servant. The chaos ends, the anxiety dissolves, the endless chasing ceases, and you find yourself supplied in ways that are natural, effortless, and permanent. I once counseled a student who had been chasing money with desperation. She took jobs she hated, clung to people she did not love, bent herself out of shape, all because she believed money was her master. She said, "If I do not obey money, I will perish." I told her, "You have reversed the truth. Money is not your master. You are its master. You must call it back into its place." I gave her the affirmation, "Money is divine. Money is obedient. Money serves me, and it cannot enslave me." She wrote it, she spoke it, she placed it on her mirror. At first her mind rebelled, for the old belief was strong. But day by day, the new record was cut, and soon she found herself no longer desperate, no longer enslaved. Money began to come without toil. Opportunities arose that aligned with her gifts. She discovered the joy of being in her divine design, where money flowed as naturally as water down a stream. So I ask you now, what place have you given money in your design? Have you enthroned it as master, letting it dictate your choices, your moods, your relationships? Or have you named it rightly, as servant, as instrument, as supply that obeys your word? Until you restore it to its rightful place, you will know no peace. But the moment you declare, "Money is divine, money is obedient, money serves me under grace in perfect ways," you step into alignment with the eternal blueprint. And then, beloved, money will no longer torment you, no longer flee from you, no longer bind you. It will serve you joyfully, abundantly, faithfully, as part of your divine inheritance. Remember this always. Money has no will of its own. It is not good or evil in itself. It is shaped by the names you give it, directed by the decrees you speak, guided by the agreement you make. In the hands of fear, it becomes a chain. In the hands of faith, it becomes a key. In the divine design, it is your obedient servant, and you its fearless master. Call it rightly, and it will answer. Place it rightly, and it will remain. For money in its divine place is not a torment but a blessing, not a master but a friend, not a tyrant but a faithful helper in the great game of life. Beloved, now that you know money's rightful place in your divine design, I must take you deeper still, to the very edge where most turn back in fear, for here stands the word the world has stamped with a warning. Forbidden. How many treasures have been hidden behind that word? How many souls have been held in bondage by it? The world whispers, "Do not speak of money with reverence. Do not command it. Do not name it. To do so is forbidden." And so men and women, trembling under false teaching, live as beggars when they were born as heirs. But I tell you the truth, what the world calls forbidden is often only hidden, waiting for the faithful to uncover it. The mysteries of the kingdom are not cast before the scoffer. They are revealed to those who dare to believe. The forbidden is not denied, it is concealed, and when you walk by faith, it is unveiled. Think of the story of Ali Baba, that ancient parable dressed as a tale. The treasure of the mountain was not yielded to brute strength. No hammer could break it, no rope could pull it, no force could open the sealed cavern. It yielded only to the decree, "Open Sesame." The world calls it legend, but I call it law, for everything responds to its right name, and treasures are unlocked by the tongue. Your own abundance is often sealed behind walls the world calls impossible, forbidden, unattainable. But when you speak the right word, when you call money by its name under grace and in perfect ways, the door rolls back of its own accord, and what was hidden is revealed. I recall a student who trembled as she came to me. She had been taught all her life that to speak boldly of money was a sin, that to claim abundance was pride, that to command supply was forbidden. Her lips quivered when I told her to declare, "Money is divine, money is obedient, money serves me," she whispered. "Is it not wrong to speak so?" I said, "You are not commanding God. You are commanding the law, and the law is God in action. You are not seizing what is not yours. You are claiming what has been yours from eternity, what was written into your divine design. The only thing forbidden is to live beneath your inheritance." She obeyed, though she felt fearful at first. She wrote the word on her mirror. She spoke it in secret. She gave thanks before seeing. And soon, the very debts that had weighed her down dissolved in miraculous ways. The law had answered, because she dared to live beyond the forbidden. So I ask you, what has fear forbidden you to claim? Has the world told you it is forbidden to be rich while others are poor? Has it told you it is forbidden to expect ease instead of struggle? Has it told you it is forbidden to command money instead of chasing it? These are the lies of fear, the chains of ignorance. Cast them off. For the law is no respecter of persons, and all that the Father hath is yours. The supply of God is endless, and the door is never truly shut except by the names you dare not speak. Therefore, beloved, tonight I call you to live beyond the forbidden. Write the word upon your mirror. Call money by its rightful name. Do not tremble before shadows. Do not bow before false warnings. For the treasures of the Spirit are not locked against you. They are sealed only until faith arises to claim them. And once you dare to name them, once you dare to command them, once you dare to live beyond the forbidden, the storehouses of heaven fling open, and you step at last into the liberty of your inheritance. Beloved, we have walked a long path together in this teaching, from the moment you first heard that money answers to its name, through the sobering truth that careless words can bind supply, into the secret of the mirror where word and self become one, across the shadowed valley where fear masquerades as prophecy, and at last into the radiant heights of faith, substitution, and divine design. And now the only thing left is to seal the word, to press it so deeply into your heart that no doubt can uproot it, to crown it with thanksgiving so pure that the heavens must respond, to close this lesson not as an echo in your ear, but as a living decree on your tongue. For words heard may inspire, but words spoken transform. Until you speak, until you claim, until you declare, the law lies waiting. But once the word is uttered with faith, the law rushes into action, and your world begins to change. So let us do it together, here and now. Stand before the mirror of your imagination and see yourself reflected beside the decree. Say with me, money, you are divine. You are obedient. You come to me now, by divine right, under grace, in perfect ways. You serve me, and you cannot enslave me. Speak it again, not as one begging, but as one commanding. Speak it not as one hoping, but as one knowing. Speak it until every fiber of your being hums with the vibration, until the subconscious records it in letters of fire, until the unseen bends itself to obey. For this is the final step, sealing the word. Without it, the seed remains loose in the wind. With it, the harvest is guaranteed. And here is my challenge to you. Do not let this teaching remain a pleasant thought, a curiosity tucked away for another day. Write the word on your mirror tonight. Do not delay, do not discuss. Do not scatter it in chatter. Write it, guard it, bless it, and let it face you every morning and evening until it becomes your name. Look upon it and see yourself one with it. Call money by its right name, and watch as the channel opens, the walls fall, the debts dissolve, and the supply rushes in as though it had been waiting all along. For it has been waiting not for God, not for men, not for chance, but for your decree. And when your demonstration comes, and it will remember to testify, not in idle boasting, but as proof that the law is true. Say, I called money by its name, and it answered. For this testimony will strengthen you for the next decree, and remind you that life is not a battle of struggle but a game of words, and the player who speaks rightly always wins. And now, beloved, I leave you with one more truth to carry you forward. There is a phrase short, common, spoken by almost every tongue each day, that cancels miracles as swiftly as they come. Most people use it without knowing, and with it they drive supply away, even as they call it. In my next teaching, I will reveal this forbidden phrase, the one word you must erase from your tongue forever if you wish to hold what you have called. Do not miss it. For once you know it, you will never sabotage yourself again. Until then, stand before your mirror, speak your decree, seal your word with thanksgiving, and rejoice. For money answers to its name, and the name you give it tonight will shape the harvest of your tomorrow. I tell you today, money is not far off. It is waiting at your very door. By your word you can command it, and by your doubt you can shut it out. Many of you have begged, worried, and feared, yet the stream has not opened. But I speak the truth. Command the universe now, and money shall flow before Sunday. In this teaching, you will learn how to command the universe with your words so that money comes to you swiftly, in right ways, before Sunday. You will see why your begging has failed, and why fear has kept your purse shut. You will learn the difference between idle words that bind you and living words that free you. And when you speak as I instruct, you will prove for yourself that God is your supply, and no man can keep you from it. I know many of you have spoken affirmations and seen no change. You have prayed, yet your bills remain. You have hoped, yet Sunday comes and goes with no miracle. You wonder, why do these laws work for others, but not for me? Hear me, it is not because the law fails. It is because you have not spoken with authority. You have asked as beggars, when the law answers only to kings. And today I will show you how to speak as one with dominion, so that money hastens to you. In the next 2 hours, I will open to you the laws of wealth as I have lived and taught them. I will show you stories of those who blessed their last dollar and saw checks arrive in 3 days. I will teach you the exact words to command money to flow before Sunday. I will expose the hidden traps of fear and doubt, and I will give you the true affirmations that break them. And before we are done, I will place in your hand the key that unlocks the floodgates of supply. Stay with me, for even one sentence, spoken in faith, can change your affairs before the week is out. Here's something most people completely miss. Your life today is not ruled by the economy, not by your boss, not even by your bank account. Your life is ruled by your own tongue. I say it again, so it strikes deep into your soul. Your life is ruled by your own words. The Bible declares, death and life are in the power of the tongue. That means every sentence you speak is either sowing life into your path or sowing death into your path. You can't escape it. Your words are seeds, and the harvest is always certain. Now I know some of you will say, but Florence, I didn't mean it. I was only joking. I was only talking. Listen closely. The subconscious has no sense of humor. It records every syllable like a phonograph, and then it plays it back into your affairs. A careless joke becomes a condition. A phrase of despair becomes a reality. One woman told me again and again, I am sick and tired of this house. I wish I lived in a trunk. She laughed when she said it, her friends laughed with her, and yet in time she found herself living in a trunk. She had spoken her own dwelling into form. You may think words are light, but I tell you, they are weightier than gold and heavier than stone, for words are spirit, and spirit creates. Do you see the stakes now? If you have spoken poverty, you have chained yourself to lack. If you have spoken fear, you have sown fear into your path. If you have spoken defeat, you have built your own prison walls. But here is the glorious truth. If you have spoken life, you shall reap life. If you have spoken riches, you shall reap riches. If you have spoken health, you shall reap health. Whatever your tongue plants, your future must harvest. There is no escape from the law, but that is your deliverance, for if words created your bondage, words can also create your freedom. I remember another case. A woman who had more money than she could ever spend kept joking, I'm just getting ready for the poorhouse. She thought it was clever to say. Thought it was light-hearted. Yet her subconscious heard only the word poorhouse. And in due season her wealth drained away and she faced destitution. Why? Because she sowed lack with her lips until her world mirrored it back. Beloved, do not think you are immune. Every careless word is a seed. Every idle phrase takes root. This is why Jesus said, by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. Now lean in close, for this may change everything for you. If you want money to flow before Sunday, you must first close the gate of idle speech. Stop saying, I can't afford it. Stop saying, money is hard to come by. Stop saying, every time I get ahead, something breaks. Do you see? Those phrases are not harmless. They are commands to your subconscious, and the subconscious obeys without question. It does not argue. It does not reason. It only produces. If you want a new harvest, you must plant a new seed. You must begin to guard your tongue as you would guard a treasure chest filled with gold. So here is what I command you to do, starting tonight. Listen to yourself. Notice every phrase that crosses your lips. When you hear yourself say something against your own good, stop at once and correct it. If you say, I can't pay this bill, cancel it and speak instead. God is my unfailing supply, and this bill is paid in full under grace. If you say, I am afraid money won't come, cancel it and speak, money flows to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. This is not pretending, this is law. Your spoken word must come to pass. Think of your tongue as the rudder of a great ship. No matter how fierce the storm, no matter how vast the sea, that small rudder determines where the ship goes. Your life is the ship. Your tongue is the rudder. If you speak toward poverty, the ship sails toward poverty. If you speak toward abundance, the ship sails toward abundance. The question is not whether you are commanding. You are always commanding. The question is, what direction are you commanding? So let me ask you, what have you been saying this week? What phrases have you spoken over your money, your work, your future? Did you speak life or death? Did you speak lack or riches? Did you speak fear or faith? The tongue never rests. It is always creating. And what you see in your affairs today is only the harvest of what your lips sowed yesterday. If you want a new harvest by Sunday, you must sow a new word tonight. That is why I tell you, begin now to declare, death and life are in the power of the tongue, and I choose life. Money flows to me before Sunday. God is my supply, and His supply is endless. Let these words replace every idle phrase. Let these words engrave a new record in your subconscious. And soon you will meet them in your outer world, just as surely as the woman who spoke of her trunk met her trunk, just as surely as the woman who joked of the poorhouse met the poorhouse. But you will meet riches, not lack. You will meet freedom, not bondage. You will meet the overflowing supply that belongs to you by divine right. What I am about to tell you may sound simple, but it holds the key to turning lack into plenty, sickness into health, sorrow into joy. Your word is not a small thing. It is not a passing breath. It is not a fleeting sound in the air. Your word is your wand, and when you wave it with faith, it transmutes your entire world. A wand is an instrument of power, a rod in the hand of one who knows the law, and it is not given to strike others but to call forth hidden treasure, to command the unseen to take shape, to turn the wilderness into a garden. When I speak of the wand, I do not speak of fairy tales, I speak of divine law. Your word is your wand because it contains within it the vibration that shapes matter, and matter must obey the vibration of spirit. I have seen this truth proved again and again. A woman once came to me with only $2 left in the world. Her face showed strain, her heart was heavy, her purse was almost empty. She feared poverty was about to swallow her. I said to her, "We bless the $2. We do not curse the little, we magnify it." And then I spoke over it the affirmation that has opened many a door. You have the magic purse of the spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, money comes in, under grace, in perfect ways. I see it crammed, jammed, bulging with money, yellow bills, green bills, pink checks, blue checks, silver and gold. Always full, never empty. She listened with eyes wide, and she said, "I feel it. I feel my bag heavy with money." She had nothing but $2, yet she gave me one as a love offering. She sowed into the vision of plenty, she acted her faith, and soon after she received a gift of $6,000. $2 became $6,000 by the waving of the wand of the word. Was this chance? No, beloved, this is law. Do you see what happened? She did not beg, she did not plead, she did not look to men for help. She lifted her word like a wand and changed her picture. You must learn to do the same. When you say crammed, jammed, bulging with money, the subconscious cannot help but picture it. It cannot help but obey it. That is why I teach you to use strong, colorful words that make the picture vivid. The imagination is the scissors of the mind. It is always cutting out the patterns, and your words are the patterns it cuts. When you say, "I'm broke," the imagination sees emptiness. When you say, "I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right," the imagination sees streams of gold rushing in. The law cannot fail. The only question is, which picture are you cutting? Which wand are you waving? I tell you plainly, the universe does not respond to whining. It does not answer to sighs and groans. It answers to command, to decree, to the spoken word charged with faith. The wand of your word is not meant to describe your misery. It is meant to call forth your destiny. Stop rehearsing your troubles. Stop repeating your lack. Every time you say, "I never get ahead," you wave your wand against yourself. Every time you say, "I always lose money," you bind yourself to loss. But the moment you change the declaration, the moment you pick up the wand and declare, "I always have more than enough," money comes to me quickly and easily, under grace, in perfect ways, You change the record in your subconscious, and the picture begins to shift. So let me ask you, what wand have you been waving this week? Have you been waving the wand of lack or the wand of abundance? Have you been waving the wand of fear or the wand of faith? The wand is always in your hand, for the word is always in your mouth. The difference between poverty and plenty, between bondage and freedom, between fear and joy, is the way you swing that wand. You cannot keep speaking darkness and expect light to come. You cannot keep calling for emptiness and expect fullness to arrive. You must call for the thing you desire, and you must call it with faith. Beloved, hear me clearly. Your word is your wand, and if you will take this wand and speak boldly, the universe must obey. Say now, I bless the money in my hand. I see it increase. I see it bulging, flowing, multiplying. My purse is never empty. My supply is endless. My needs are met before Sunday. Do not say it timidly. Do not whisper it with doubt. Say it with power, as if the heavens are listening because they are. And as you decree, so shall it be. Here is the great mistake that has bound multitudes in chains of lack and delay. They approach the universe as beggars instead of commanders. They plead, they whine, they ask with trembling voices, "Please, God, give me something. Please, universe, help me." But listen to me, the law does not bow to begging. The law does not answer to fear. The law does not move for one who supplicates in weakness. The law moves when you speak with authority. The law obeys the voice of command. The scriptures declare in Isaiah, "Concerning the works of my hands, command ye me." Do you hear the force of those words? Not, ask timidly, not, plead sorrowfully, but command. Command with the authority of a son or daughter who knows the Father's house is already theirs. Command with the certainty of one who knows the throne belongs to them. Command with the boldness of one who knows the supply is already prepared and only awaits the word that releases it. Let me show you how this works, for the law proves itself in stories. A woman once came to me in great distress. She was about to be sued for $3,000. She had no way, in her sight, of getting the money. Her mind was frantic, her heart fearful, her lips ready to confess defeat. I told her plainly, God is your supply, and there is a supply for every demand. And then I spoke the word. I give thanks that she receives $3,000 at the right time, in the right way. Notice, I did not say, "Oh, please, Lord, maybe somehow, if it be thy will." No, I commanded. I gave thanks. I spoke with authority. The day came, the 15th of the month, and still no money had appeared. She trembled. She wanted to give up. She wanted to cry. But I reminded her, God is never too late. Act rich. Order an expensive luncheon. Show your faith with your actions. That night, her cousin, with the long white beard, appeared at her door. He asked casually about her finances. He said, "I will give you $3,000 at the first of the month." She fretted, "But I need it tomorrow." Yet the very next morning, he called and said, "Come to my office. I will give you the money today." She walked to the bank and placed $3,000 in her account before the deadline expired. That is not begging, that is commanding, and commanding brought forth the miracle. Do you see the difference? Begging is fear disguised as prayer. Commanding is faith clothed in authority. When you beg, you confess you do not believe. When you command, you prove you know the law cannot fail. When you beg, you put the power outside yourself, hoping some force may pity you. When you command, you place yourself inside the power, declaring it must obey. The difference between begging and commanding is the difference between famine and feast, between poverty and plenty, between despair and demonstration. I tell you again, stop begging. Stop saying, "Please, maybe someday." Stop lowering your voice as if you are not worthy. You are not a beggar at the gate. You are a child of the King, and the King says, "All that I have is thine." Your supply is not withheld. It waits on your decree. So pick up the scepter of your word and rule your world. Speak aloud. I command the universe to release my wealth before Sunday. I command every channel to open. I command every gate to lift. I command money to flow under grace, in perfect ways, swiftly, easily, and without strain. Say it not with fear, but with power, for the law recognizes only authority. Beloved, understand this. The universe is a perfect servant, not a master. It does not think, it does not reason, it does not weigh, it only obeys. If you say, I am poor, it says yes. If you say, I am rich, it says yes. If you say, I cannot pay this bill, it says yes. If you say, this bill is paid in full under grace, it says yes. It mirrors your decree without question. That is why begging fails, because begging says, I do not have, I cannot have, I hope I may someday have. And the universe answers, yes, you do not have. But command says, it is mine. It comes now. I claim it by divine right. And the universe answers, yes, it is yours. It comes now. It is done. So let me put this question to you. How have you been speaking to your money? Have you been pleading with it to stay, weeping as it leaves, fearing it will not return? Or have you been commanding it as a servant, ordering it to multiply, instructing it to appear on time, directing it to come from the four winds? Your money is a servant. Your word is the command. If you speak like a master, it obeys. If you speak like a beggar, it runs away. Therefore I charge you, stand tall, lift your head, and decree with me now. Concerning the works of his hands, I command. Money flows to me before Sunday. Supply appears now. My word is law, and the law cannot fail. Here is something most people never realize until it is too late. The subconscious mind is like a phonograph, always recording, never missing a sound, never forgetting a phrase, never losing a word. It does not ask if the tune is pleasant. It does not decide if the song is useful. It does not edit or question. It records every vibration, every syllable, every declaration. And then, just as faithfully, it plays it back into your affairs. That is why some of you live today inside the echo of words you spoke years ago. You are walking in the record grooves you cut with your own tongue. You think life is happening to you, but life is only playing back the record you pressed with your words. I tell you, beloved, this is why you must break the old records if you would see new demonstrations. If you do not, you will live again and again the same sorrows, the same lacks, the same delays, because the subconscious has no sense of humor and no sense of time. It will play back your careless joke from 10 years ago as if you just spoke it this morning. You may have said, I'm always broke. And though you said it in passing, though you laughed as you said it, the subconscious carved the groove. Now, every time a new supply is about to appear, the needle falls into that old groove and plays the same tired tune. I'm always broke. The money slips away. The opportunity closes. The door shuts. Not because God denied you, not because fate opposed you, but because your own tongue set the record. Think of it this way. A singer stands before a phonograph with a blank disc. He sings, and every tone, every cough, every stumble, every pause is etched into the surface. Later, when the record is played, nothing can be added. Nothing can be subtracted. The disc plays back exactly what was imprinted upon it. So, it is with your life. You are the singer, your words are the song, and your subconscious is the disc. If you want to change the music, you cannot beg the phonograph. You cannot plead with the disc. You must record a new song. You must smash the old record and cut a new one. That is why I give you this decree. I now smash and demolish every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. When you say this with power, you are not speaking poetry. You are commanding the subconscious to break the groove, to shatter the disc, to destroy the false picture. And once the false record is broken, the new record can play. I have seen people imprisoned for years by the records of their own speech. A man will say over and over, nothing ever works out for me, and so nothing works out. A woman will declare, I never keep friends, and so friends come and go like shadows. Another will sigh, every time I get ahead, something happens, and so the moment they rise, calamity appears to fulfill the groove. But I have also seen the glorious transformation when they break the record. When they lift their voice and say, every wrong record is smashed, every old groove is broken, I now sing a new song of supply, of joy, of love. The change comes quickly, for the subconscious is always obedient. It only plays what is given. If you do not like the song, give it a new one. So let me ask you, what records are still playing in your life? Can you hear the scratchy old tune of fear in your finances? Can you hear the broken refrain of lack in your daily speech? Can you hear the weary chorus of sickness in your body? If you hear them, do not despair, rejoice, for now you know you can smash them. The word that created the false record can also destroy it, and the word spoken in truth can create the new. That is why I say with all certainty, you are never bound forever. You are only bound until you speak the word that smashes the chain. Do not delay another moment. Speak aloud. Even now, I break every record of poverty, of fear, of sickness, of delay. I erase them, I smash them, I replace them with the living record of abundance, of joy, of strength, of perfect supply. Say it until you feel it. Say it until your very bones vibrate with the new song. Say it until the old tune fades and the new melody fills your mind. Then watch how swiftly life will begin to dance to your new record. For life has no choice. The subconscious only obeys. The word only creates. The record only plays. And when the song is health, wealth, love, and self-expression, the harvest will be exactly that. Now that you see how words create, how the tongue directs, and how the old records must be broken, you are ready for the formulas of power. These are not idle phrases, not hopeful mutterings, not timid whispers into the air. These are living decrees, forged in the fire of faith, charged with divine authority, and released into the unseen where they shape substance and call it into form. I have given these formulas to many, and I have seen the results with my own eyes. Bills paid without struggle, debts dissolved, sudden checks arriving, doors opening where no door had been, gifts flowing from unexpected channels. The law does not fail, it waits on the word, and when the word is spoken with conviction, the law must fulfill it. So hear me now. If you desire money to flow before Sunday, you must speak as one who already has it. You must command as if the supply were already in your hand, for in truth it island. You must take these affirmations upon your lips and speak them aloud with the force of certainty, not once, not twice, but as often as the thought of lack tries to intrude. When fear whispers, answer with a decree. When doubt rises, strike it down with a declaration. When the old record begins to play, drown it with the new song of abundance. Here is one formula. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Money, opportunities, and supply hasten to me from the four corners of the earth. They cannot be withheld, for they are mine by law. Say it slowly, let every word strike your subconscious like a hammer upon stone. Do not rush, for these words are not empty. They are commands, and the universe hears them. Here is another. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. This is not fantasy, this is law. Large sums, not trickles. Quickly, not someday. Under grace, not through strain or injustice. In perfect ways, not through trouble or loss. This affirmation has multiplied purses, paid off debts, opened streams of income, and brought unexpected gifts. Repeat it until you feel the vibration of money flowing, until you see it in your mind as already here. Another. Every bill I hold in my hand is paid in full, under grace, in perfect ways. I bless it, and I see it dissolved into nothingness, for God is my unfailing supply. Many fear their bills, they curse them, they resent them, and in doing so, they bind themselves to more bills. But when you bless a bill, when you declare it paid, you cut the groove of provision, and soon provision appears. And still another. I see money pouring in from all directions. I see my purse crammed, jammed, bulging with supply. I see checks arriving, I see doors opening, I see channels freed. I give thanks now for the avalanche of abundance. Do you hear the color of those words? Do you feel how they paint a picture in the mind? That is why they work. The subconscious responds to pictures, and words create pictures. So choose words that flash, that throb, that blaze. Say crammed, jammed, bulging, and you cannot help but see it. Say avalanche of abundance, and you cannot help but feel it. The imagination sees, the subconscious records, and life obeys. Beloved, let us not make this complicated. It is not your work to figure out the channel. It is not your work to see the way. It is only your work to speak the decree. The law arranges the rest. Your supply may come from an old friend, as it did for the woman with only $8. It may come from a cousin at the last hour, as it did for the woman facing a lawsuit. It may come from a business deal, a gift, a forgotten account, an opportunity you never dreamed of. Do not limit God with your reasoning. Simply speak the word and let the infinite arrange the channel. Now, I give you a direct challenge. Take one of these formulas and speak it morning, noon, and night until Sunday. Do not beg, do not plead, do not question. Declare it with power. Act as if it is already done. And when you see money flow, when you see provision arrive, you will know that the word is law and that God's supply cannot fail. So let us seal this moment with a decree together. Speak it with me now. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. I see myself supplied before Sunday. God is my unfailing source, and my purse is never empty. Let these words be your song until the demonstration appears, and it will. For the word has gone forth, and it shall not return void. Here is a truth you must write upon your heart. Fear and faith are the same power flowing in opposite directions. Faith is the unwavering assurance that only good can come. Fear is the twisted assurance that evil must arrive. Both are creative forces, both plant seeds in the subconscious, both bring harvests according to their kind. And I tell you plainly, most people are creating far more by their fears than by their faith. They worry, they dread, they imagine calamity, and then they wonder why calamity shows up. They rehearse disaster in their minds, and then they meet disaster in their lives. They think they are merely being cautious, but in truth they are giving their faith to the very thing they do not want. I once knew a man who feared a rare disease. It was so rare that most physicians had never even seen it, yet this man read about it constantly, pictured it vividly, spoke of it as if it stalked him. His mind played the disease like a motion picture day after day, and in time his body manifested it. He died not because fate cursed him, but because his inverted faith fulfilled his command. His imagination was the scissors of his mind, cutting the pattern, and his fear was the ink that pressed it into his subconscious. That is how exact the law island. It has no mercy for ignorance, it has no exceptions for pity, it simply obeys the command of the strongest vibration, whether it be faith in good or faith in evil. Now let me show you the other side. I once worked with a woman who faced a lawsuit for $3,000, a sum she could not possibly pay in the natural. She trembled with fear. She saw only ruin. But I taught her to shift her fear into faith, to take the same energy she had been giving to dread and give it instead to expectancy. Together we spoke the word, giving thanks that her supply was already provided. She acted as if the money were already in hand. And though the hours ticked toward the deadline, the supply appeared in a most miraculous way, carried to her door by a relative at the very last moment. Do you see the difference? The first man rehearsed disease and reaped disease. The second woman rehearsed provision and reaped provision. Fear created a coffin, faith created deliverance. Both obeyed the same law. So I say to you now, if you want money to flow before Sunday, you must cast out fear as you would cast out a thief. Fear will creep in with whispers. What if it doesn't happen? What if the money doesn't come? What if you fail again? That is inverted faith, and if you give it lodging, it will build the very lack you dread. When fear comes, do not argue with it, do not reason with it. Answer it with a decree. Say, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" I replace fear with faith. I replace dread with expectancy. I know my good comes swiftly, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it until your heart is steady, until your breath is calm, until your subconscious feels the weight of faith pressing deeper than the record of fear. Let me ask you this. Have you not seen in your own life that what you feared often came to pass? How many times have you dreaded a bill only to see it arrive? How many times have you feared a quarrel only to find it breaking out? How many times have you worried about losing only to watch loss manifest? That is not coincidence. That is law. Now imagine if you gave that same focus, that same emotion, that same intensity not to fear but to faith. Imagine if, instead of rehearsing what could go wrong, you rehearsed what must go right. Imagine if, instead of saying "it never works out," you said "it always works out for me." Imagine if, instead of picturing empty hands, you pictured overflowing purses. What would you reap? You would reap abundance, and you would reap it quickly. Therefore, begin today to reverse your inner movie. Stop seeing lack. Stop picturing defeat. Stop rehearsing disaster. Put faith in the place of fear. Use your imagination as God intended to cut the pattern of your highest good. Say aloud with me now. I walk in faith, not fear. I see money flowing to me before Sunday. I see bills paid. I see doors opening. I see channels freed. Fear has no power, for faith has taken its place. And as you speak, so shall it be, for faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Faith is law, and fear is only law inverted. Choose faith, and the universe must obey. Here is a principle that has baffled many, and yet it is so plain once you see it. Faith must be acted, not merely spoken. You may say words with your lips, you may even shout them into the air, but if your actions contradict your declarations, you have canceled your decree. The universe listens not only to your mouth, but to your movement. Not only to your affirmations, but to the way you carry yourself. Faith without works is dead, for works are simply the outward echo of the inward belief. If you command abundance, but then walk like a beggar, hoard pennies like a miser, and fear every bill that comes into your hand, you have acted poverty even while speaking wealth, and your actions have spoken louder than your words. But when you act rich, when you behave as if the supply is already at hand, when you move in confidence as though the harvest has already been gathered, you prove your faith to the law, and the law cannot deny you. I recall a woman who came to me in trembling despair. She was facing a lawsuit for $3,000, a sum she did not have. The 15th of the month drew near, and the shadow of defeat loomed over her. I spoke the word for her, declaring that her supply was already provided, yet the day came and still no money was in sight. Her fear rose, but I told her, act rich, order an expensive luncheon, do not show lack in your behavior, prove your faith by the way you carry yourself. It seemed foolish to her reasoning mind. Should she not save every penny? Should she not withdraw and hide? No, for that would be acting poverty, and to act poverty is to decree it. So she obeyed. She ordered the costly luncheon. She laughed. She carried herself as though the account were already full. That very evening, her cousin appeared, and within hours the $3,000 was in her hand. Do you see? The supply was not released until she acted as if she already had it. Her act of faith sealed the command. This is why I tell you, if you want money to flow before Sunday, you must not only speak as though it is yours, you must act as though it is yours. If you declare, large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways, but then you shrink from opportunity, you refuse to spend on what is right, you move as if the purse is empty, you contradict your own decree. But if you carry yourself with poise, if you walk into a room with confidence, if you treat your affairs as though provision is already present, then you have aligned your outer world with your inner word, and the universe hastens to fill the picture. Consider this. A farmer does not wait to see the harvest before he buys his tools. He acts as if the crop is sure. He digs, he plants, he waters, he prepares, though the field still looks barren. Why? Because his faith is not in appearances, but in the law of sowing and reaping. If he waited for proof before he acted, he would never harvest. So it is with you. If you wait to feel secure before you act secure, if you wait to have before you behave as though you have, you will wait forever. But when you act as if your abundance is already here, you set the law in motion, and the law rushes to fulfill the picture you have acted. Now, let me ask you, how are you acting this week? Are you walking with shoulders stooped as though burdened with lack? Are you counting every coin with dread, as though the purse is always ready to run dry? Are you refusing to prepare for the very supply you have commanded? Or are you stepping boldly, dressing with confidence, blessing the bills in your hand, and moving as if the universe has already delivered? Your actions are decrees. They speak as loud as your words. And if your actions and words agree, your demonstration is certain. So I challenge you now, before Sunday, do something that proves your faith. Prepare for the money you have commanded. Buy the small thing that represents your confidence. Clean the space where the supply will sit. Write the check as if the funds are already there. Dig your ditches before you see the rain. Act as if, and the law will make it so. Say with me, I act now as if my supply is certain. I move with confidence, I walk with poise, I live as one who is already provided for. And by my act of faith, the universe confirms my word. Do this, and you will not only speak riches, you will live them, and your Sunday will be filled with proof. Here is a mystery of the law that many stumble over, and yet it is as plain as the rising of the sun. When you truly believe, you prepare. Preparation is the unmistakable sign of expectancy. It is the outer proof that the inner decree has already been made and received. To speak without preparing is to confess that you do not yet believe. To affirm abundance while still arranging for lack is to cancel your own word. The scriptures are filled with this principle. When the 3 kings were in the desert with no water for their men or their horses, the prophet Elisha gave them this astonishing command. Ye shall not see wind, neither shall ye see rain, yet make this valley full of ditches. What did he mean? He meant, prepare the channels before the supply appears. Dig the ditches while the sky is clear. Act as though the flood is certain, even though the ground is dry. And when they dug, the water flowed, for their preparation had proved their faith. I once knew a woman who needed an apartment in New York City at a time when people said it was nearly impossible. Every friend she had shook their heads and said, "You will not find it. There is a great shortage. You must store your furniture and live in a hotel." But she refused their reasoning. She knew that there was a divine design for her dwelling, and she declared, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right apartment." And then she began to prepare. She had thought of buying blankets for her new home, and a whisper of doubt came to her. "Do not buy them, for you may never find the apartment." But she answered at once, "No, I will dig my ditches by buying the blankets. I will prepare as if the apartment is already mine." And so she did. Soon after, an apartment appeared as if by miracle, and though more than 200 applicants wanted it, it was given to her. Why? Because she had proved her faith with preparation. This is what I tell you now. If you are commanding money to flow before Sunday, then prepare as though it has already arrived. Clear a place in your purse or your wallet, make ready a space in your bank account, write the list of what you will bless and pay when the supply comes. Do not speak as if the money is coming and then hide in fear, making no preparation for its arrival. That is double-mindedness, and the double-minded man receives nothing. But the one who prepares is saying, "I know it is done. I expect it, I welcome it, I make space for it." And when you make space, the universe fills it. Think of it this way. No bride prepares her wedding feast after the bridegroom has already entered. She prepares it long before, because she knows the hour is sure. No farmer waits to see the rain before he plants his seed. He prepares the ground, he sets it in order, he makes the furrows ready, because he knows the law of harvest cannot fail. Yet many of you are like those who pray for rain and yet refuse to dig the ditches. You pray for abundance and yet make no room for it. You command money, but you act as if it will not come. You decree supply, but you continue planning only for lack, and then you wonder why nothing changes. Beloved, the law is exact. If you want abundance, prepare for abundance. If you want money by Sunday, make space for money today. So I ask you, what preparation will you make right now? Will you clean the place where the harvest will be stored? Will you open a new account to hold the increase? Will you buy the blankets for the apartment you have called? Will you make a purchase that proves you expect the purse to be full? Do not wait for the sign, for waiting is doubt. Prepare in advance, and your preparation will call the supply into form. Say with me, I now prepare for the riches I have commanded. I dig my ditches, I open my channels, I clear the way for supply. I expect money before Sunday, and my preparation proves my faith. The doors open, the channels free, the floodgates swing wide, and abundance flows in. Hold this decree, act upon it, and you will see the miracle. For preparation is faith in action, and faith in action cannot be denied. Now let us come to the crown of this law. For faith without joy is still incomplete, and expectancy without gladness is but half-hearted belief. The true seal of demonstration is joyful expectancy. To expect with heaviness, to anticipate with gloom, to hope with worry clinging to your heart is not faith but fear dressed in a thin disguise. Real faith laughs before the harvest is visible. Real faith claps its hands while the sky is still cloudless. Real faith sings the song of victory while the battlefield still looks bleak. The scriptures say, "Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart." Not beg, not groan, not sigh delight. Delight is joy. Delight is cheerfulness. Delight is the radiant smile of one who knows the outcome is sure. I remember once comparing faith to a child on Christmas Eve. A child does not lie awake, dreading that his gift will not come, biting his nails and murmuring, "Perhaps there will be nothing for me." No, he goes to bed certain, bubbling with joy, his heart leaping with the thrill of expectancy. He knows in the morning there will be toys, and because he knows it, he sleeps soundly, he wakes laughing, he runs with shining eyes to receive what he already believed was his. This is the picture of true faith. If you want money to flow before Sunday, you must become like that child. You must go about your days as though the treasure is already on its way. You must laugh when appearances say otherwise. You must give thanks, even while your purse seems light. You must say, "I am delighted in my supply, for it is already mine." And that delight becomes the magnet that draws the gift into your hands. But most of you, I know, have done the opposite. You have prayed with frowns, you have affirmed with sighs, you have spoken decrees while secretly thinking, "What if it fails again?" That is not joyful expectancy, that is doubt wrapped in the clothes of faith. And the subconscious, ever faithful to reproduce the strongest vibration, records not the words of your lips but the mood of your heart. If you affirm riches but vibrate worry, you harvest worry. If you decree supply but vibrate fear, you reap fear. But when your affirmation is clothed in joy, when your decree is wrapped in thanksgiving, when your command is sung instead of sighed, then you have reached the true vibration of faith, and the law cannot fail to bring the good into view. I knew a man who read a simple sign one day that changed his whole life. The sign said, "Why worry? It will probably never happen." Those words struck him like a hammer on stone. They erased the habit of fear from his mind, and in its place grew a conviction that only good could come. From that day forward, he carried himself with lightness. He laughed instead of fretting, he blessed instead of cursing, he expected good instead of dreading evil. And in time, his life turned from one of constant strain into one of overflowing good. What happened? He shifted from fear to joyful expectancy, and the law answered. So I ask you plainly, how are you waiting for your supply before Sunday? Are you waiting with long faces, counting days and hours with dread? Or are you waiting with joy, thanking God in advance, blessing the unseen as though it were already visible? If you are waiting in gloom, you will reap delay. If you are waiting in joy, you will reap swiftly. Joy is the sign that faith has taken root. Joy is the fragrance that proves the flower of supply is already blooming. Joy is the sound of chains breaking and doors opening. Beloved, begin now to expect joyfully. Say aloud with me, "I rejoice, for my supply is certain. I clap my hands, I sing my song, I bless my money as though it were already overflowing. I expect before Sunday a miracle, and I expect it with joy. Walk through your house singing, bless your purse with laughter, speak to your bills with cheer, thank God for the avalanche of abundance. Do this not once, but continually, until joy becomes the very air you breathe. For joyful expectancy is irresistible to the law, and the law must fulfill the song you sing. What I am about to tell you may shatter the chains of fear that bind so many of you. You worry about time, you tremble as the hours pass, you stare at the calendar and say, "There is not enough left, it is too late, my chance has passed." But listen with your whole being. In divine law there is no lateness, there is no delay, there is no missing of the hour. Spirit is never too late, spirit is never too early, spirit is always on time. Your human clock may panic, but God's clock is perfect. The moment you stop trembling at appearances, the moment you refuse to bow to the hands of the clock, the moment you declare with certainty, God is never too late, then the supply you need rushes in at the exact appointed second, and you will see that all your fear was wasted breath. I recall a man who came to me in despair, needing $50,000 within a set time for his business. He had exhausted every visible channel. The bank had refused him, investors had turned him down. Friends could not or would not help. The deadline loomed, and he said to me, "It is too late. Tomorrow is Saturday, the bank closes at noon, my train will not arrive until 10, and the time limit expires before I can even make the case." But I told him calmly, God does not need time, and God is never too late. With him, all things are possible. He scoffed, but I held to the vision for him. I spoke the word. You are identified in love with all connected to the bank. The divine idea comes out of this situation. With God, all things are possible. He went, still doubting, but when he arrived at the bank with only minutes to spare, they granted him the loan with ease, and he walked away with the very $50,000 he had despaired of. Think of it, the clock read only 15 minutes before the deadline expired, yet divine supply proved itself on time. Not too soon, not too late, but perfectly in the last hour. This is the way the law works. You may think the door has closed, you may think the curtain has fallen, you may think the chance has slipped away, but if your word has gone forth and your faith has not faltered, The demonstration will appear right on schedule, often in the very moment when your human reason says it is impossible. That is why I say, never bow to appearances, never worship the clock, never tremble at deadlines. Time is not your master, God is your master, and God is never too late. I tell you this also, sometimes the lateness is only in your own mind. You expect the money to appear today, but the perfect channel is being prepared for tomorrow. You expect the gift at one door, but God is arranging it through another. You think it must come by Friday, but Sunday is the appointed hour. Do not bind the supply with your schedule. Speak the word, act your faith, expect with joy, but leave the timing to infinite intelligence. For what appears as delay is often divine perfection, arranging a greater gift, a smoother channel, a richer harvest. Trust the clock of spirit, and you will never miss your good. Now I ask you, how many of you have said, it is too late? How many of you have whispered, the week is almost over, the month has ended, the deadline has passed, the time is gone? And how many of you, because of that whisper, let go of your faith, surrendered your decree, and watched your harvest vanish? You lost not because God failed, not because the law faltered, but because you bowed to appearances. Beloved, if you want money before Sunday, you must never confess it is too late. Even if it is the 11th hour, even if it is the last 15 minutes, even if it seems the door is shutting, say aloud, God is never too late, my supply is at hand. It appears now, swiftly, perfectly, under grace. Say it until every nerve in your body knows it. Say it until the clock loses its power over you. Say it until you feel the calm assurance of one who knows time is but a shadow and spirit rules the hour. So let us declare together. I do not fear the clock, for God is my timekeeper. The money I have commanded flows in perfect timing. It cannot be late, it cannot be withheld, it cannot be lost. Before Sunday, I see my supply. Spirit is never too late, and my word is law. Hold this truth, and you will see miracles arrive not early, not late, but exactly when needed, for divine timing is flawless and cannot fail. Now, let me show you another great secret of the law. For many of you wonder, if God is never late, then how do I know the moment? How do I know the channel? How do I know where to turn when my eyes see no way? The answer is this: intuition is the divine clock. It is the whisper of spirit within you, the gentle nudge that says, this is the way, walk ye in it. It comes as a hunch, as a sudden flash, as an inner certainty that directs your steps without explanation. When you obey the hunch, you are obeying the timing of God. When you ignore it, you wander in the wilderness of reasoning, and reasoning will always lead you astray. I have seen over and over that money, supply, and opportunity arrive in the most perfect ways when a student follows the hunch. I recall a woman who came to me with only $8 left. To her eyes, lack was screaming. She was tempted to hoard, to shrink back, to give up, but she held to the truth that God is supply, that money is but a shadow of spirit, and she prayed for guidance. Soon, a hunch came, a sudden feeling to go in a certain direction, to make a particular move that seemed small, even foolish to her reasoning mind. Yet she obeyed. That obedience opened a channel that led to gifts, to new income, to thousands of dollars flowing her way. Had she ignored the hunch, she would have missed the timing. But because she followed, she entered the current of supply that was waiting for her all along. Beloved, this is how the law works. Intuition is not a vague feeling. It is the divine signal that the hour has struck. It is the clock of heaven chiming within you, telling you the exact moment to act. You must not argue with it, you must not delay, you must not say, it makes no sense. The reasoning mind is Pharaoh, always saying, it cannot be done, it is impossible, there is no way. But intuition is Moses, saying, stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. If you follow Pharaoh, you remain in bondage. If you follow Moses, you walk out of Egypt and the Red Sea parts before you. Now many of you ask, how do I hear intuition? How do I know the difference between a hunch and a fear? The answer is simple. Intuition comes with peace, with quiet certainty, with a sense of rightness, even if it challenges your comfort. Fear comes with agitation, with dread, with confusion. One voice lifts you, the other depresses you. When you learn to trust the lifting voice, you will see miracles arrive in perfect timing. And remember, the hunch may lead you to the smallest step. A phone call, a walk down a street, a word spoken to a stranger, but that step opens the floodgates of supply. Spirit rarely thunders, it whispers. but the whisper is the hand on the divine clock. So I ask you now, have you ignored your hunches? How many times has something within nudged you to act, but you delayed, you doubted, you said, "It cannot matter"? And later you saw that you missed the very opportunity you were asking for? Or perhaps you obeyed a hunch and found yourself at the right place, the right time, receiving the gift you had prayed for? That is no accident. That is the divine clock at work. If you want money before Sunday, you must tune your ear to this clock. Do not look only at the outer calendar. Do not count the hours with dread. Instead, listen within. Watch for the gentle pull, the inner direction, the unexpected thought that glows with life. Act on it, and you will step into the precise timing of your supply. So let us affirm together. I am divinely sensitive to my intuitive leads. I give instant obedience to the voice of spirit. I do not argue, I do not delay, I do not fear. I hear the whisper of God within me, and I act. And by acting, I step into perfect timing. Before Sunday, I follow my hunches, and they lead me straight to my supply. Say it with power, for it is not a hope, it is a law. Intuition is the clock of heaven, and when you obey it, you are never late, you are never lost, you are always on time. Now here is something that may seem strange at first, but when you grasp it, you will see why I chose the very words of this message, that money flows before Sunday. Many people drift because their faith is vague. They say, "Someday I will have money, someday I will be successful, someday things will change." But someday is not a date. Someday is an endless mist where nothing ever takes form. The law does not answer to vagueness, it answers to definiteness. When you set a point, when you mark an hour, when you say with certainty, "Before Sunday I shall see supply," you create a magnetic field that pulls the demonstration into visibility. You call the invisible into the visible by anchoring it in time. It is not that God needs the day marked, but that your subconscious does. It requires a frame, a groove, a picture, and when you set that frame by declaring a definite moment, the law rushes to fill it. I have seen this countless times. A woman once came to me with a need, and I told her, "We will set a definite date." We fixed it, we spoke it, and she held to it in faith. When the day came, the supply was there. Another time, a student set a vague intention and drifted for months with no result. Only when she fixed the decree, "By the 15th of the month this matter is settled," did the law begin to move. On the very morning of the 15th, the answer appeared. Was it coincidence? No, beloved, it was the power of definiteness. This is why the Sunday proof is so powerful. When you declare, "Before Sunday I will see money flow," you anchor your faith to a definite point. You have given the law a shape to fill, a container to pour into, a door to open at a precise hour. The law delights in definiteness because it shows you are certain. To drift in vagueness is to confess doubt. To fix a point is to confess faith. That is why I tell you, do not say someday, say by Sunday. Do not say maybe soon, say now and before this week ends. And remember, even if the hour seems late, even if the deadline seems impossible, do not waver. You have set the decree, and the law cannot fail. Appearances may scream, the purse may still feel empty, the bills may still glare at you, but you must stand on the words spoken. Before Sunday, money flows. The stronger the contrast, the greater the miracle when the word proves itself. The Red Sea did not part until the waters were at the feet of Israel. The supply does not always appear until the last hour, but it always appears in time. So let me ask you, what have you fixed? Have you spoken with vagueness, one day, somehow, perhaps? Or have you declared with definiteness, "Before Sunday, my money comes"? If your words are vague, your harvest will be vague. If your words are sharp, your harvest will be sharp. Fix your faith, fix your decree, fix your timing. Then watch as heaven and earth rearrange themselves to meet the command. Say aloud with me now. I set the time, and the law fulfills it. Before Sunday, my supply appears. Before Sunday, my purse is filled. Before Sunday, I hold in my hand the evidence of my decree. I do not drift. I do not delay. I do not doubt. I anchor my faith in time, and the time is now. Speak it with power, speak it with certainty, and hold to it as the days draw near. For the law is faithful, and the Sunday proof will come. Now I must tell you another secret, for some of you will say, "But Florence, I have set my decree, I have spoken with power, I have fixed the time, And yet the hour has come and gone, and my good did not appear. What then? Did the law fail? Did God forget? Beloved, the law never fails, God never forgets, and Spirit is never late. What you call a delay is often only divine perfection, preparing something greater than your small reasoning mind could ever have imagined. Your decree is always answered, but sometimes the answer comes in a different wrapping, sometimes through another channel, sometimes on a higher level than the one you demanded. And if you resist, if you kick against it, if you cry, "Why is it not this way? Why is it not this person? Why is it not this door?" you shut yourself out of the very good that is already on its way. That is why I tell you, practice non-resistance. Say always, this or something better. God's way, not my way. The perfect channel, not the one I force. Then, even if the form shifts, you remain open to the greater blessing. I once knew a woman who longed for a certain man. She fixed her faith upon him. She declared he was her perfect mate. She held fast, but he did not return. She thought the law had failed. She thought her word had been wasted. But I told her, release him. Do not resist. Say, this or something better. Let divine selection choose for you. She obeyed, though her heart struggled. And not long after, another man entered her life, one far more suited, loving, faithful, and true. In time, she saw that the first man would have brought sorrow, but the second brought joy. What she thought was a delay was in truth a divine protection, preparing the perfect channel. Had she clung and resisted, she would have missed her true good. This is the lesson. If the money, the gift, the opportunity does not appear in the exact way you demanded, do not despair, do not rail against heaven. Say instead, something better is on its way. God is arranging a greater channel. I rest in divine order. When you relax into this truth, you free the law to work swiftly. But when you resist, you bind the flow. Resistance is like a hand gripping the rope, tightening it, cutting off the current. Release is like opening your hand, letting the water rush. That is why Jesus said, resist not evil. Do not fight the appearance. Do not struggle against the seeming delay. Speak the word, hold the faith, but let go of force. Let God arrange the channel. Now perhaps you fear that letting go means losing what you desire. Not so. Letting go does not mean indifference. It means trust. It means you know the supply is certain, even if the form surprises you. It means you no longer choke the seed by digging it up to check if it grows. You plant, you water, you bless, and you rest. That resting is non-resistance, and in that rest, the miracle blooms. So let me ask you, are you resisting? Are you still fretting, still demanding it must come from this person, through this channel, on this day, in this form? Or are you open, free, at peace, saying, I know my good comes, I bless every channel, I welcome the unexpected, I trust divine order? One path brings strain, the other brings swift demonstration. Say with me now, I resist nothing, I cling to nothing, I fear no delay. Every seeming setback is a setup for greater good. I rest in divine order, I welcome the perfect channel, I know my supply comes easily, freely, joyfully. I let go, and God's way is revealed. Speak this not once but often, until your very heart rests. For when you stop clutching, the hand of Spirit places the gift into your palm, and then you will see what you once called delay was only perfection in disguise. Now that you see how the law of timing moves, how faith commands and intuition directs, let us deal with the shadows that still haunt so many of you. For even when the decree is strong, even when the timing is perfect, many see their good delayed because of hidden blocks within themselves. And the first of these blocks is fear. Fear is the great enemy of supply. Fear is the robber of abundance, the thief of joy, the destroyer of faith. Fear is not harmless. Fear is not a passing mood. Fear is inverted faith. Faith turned upside down. Faith in evil instead of good. Faith in failure instead of success. Faith in sickness instead of health. Faith in lack instead of plenty. Fear is creative just as faith is creative, but it creates the very thing you dread. That is why Job declared, "The thing I greatly feared has come upon me." He was not struck at random. He drew his fear to him by the law. I knew a man once who lived in constant worry, always fearing this or that calamity. Every day he spoke of disaster. Every night he rehearsed it in his mind. He thought he was being cautious, but in truth he was planting the seeds of destruction. One day he read a sign that said, "Why worry? It will probably never happen. Those words pierced his heart. They struck him like a lightning flash of truth. He suddenly saw that his fears had no power of their own except the power he was lending them. He stopped worrying, he stopped rehearsing disaster, he stopped giving his faith to evil. From that moment, his life began to turn. The disasters ceased, the calamities evaporated, the fears melted away. He had disarmed his enemy by withdrawing his faith. So I ask you, what are you fearing today? Are you afraid that money will not come by Sunday? Then you are pouring inverted faith into lack. Are you afraid you will lose your job, your health, your friends? Then you are building a pattern for loss. Fear is the shadow that covers the harvest, the frost that kills the seed. If you want to see money flow, if you want to see abundance rise, you must cast fear out as ruthlessly as you would cast out a thief who had broken into your house. Do not coddle fear, do not pet it, do not feed it with words. Recognize it as your enemy and banish it with the sword of your decree. Now do not think that fear is stronger than faith. Fear has no power of its own. It is a parasite. It feeds only on your attention. Withdraw your attention and it withers. Replace it with faith and it vanishes. The way to destroy fear is not to wrestle with it, not to argue with it, not to try to reason it away, but to replace it with the positive word of truth. Say aloud, there is nothing to fear, for there is no power to hurt. God is my supply, God is my defense, God is my unfailing source. Therefore, I walk in perfect safety, I live in perfect abundance, I move in perfect freedom. Say it until the vibration of fear is drowned in the vibration of faith. Say it until your nerves are calm, your breath is steady, your heart is light. Fear cannot live in the presence of a strong decree of faith. Beloved, you must also learn to laugh at fear. Laughter is a weapon of spirit, for it shows you no longer believe in the shadow. When the thought of lack comes, laugh at it. When the whisper of failure comes, laugh at it. Say, you are a lie, and I do not believe you. My supply is certain, my good is on its way. Before Sunday, I will see proof, and nothing can stop it. Treat fear as you would treat a barking dog behind a fence. Ignore its noise. Walk calmly by, knowing it cannot touch you. The moment you stop feeding fear with attention, its teeth are pulled, its claws are blunted, its shadow dissolves. So let us declare together, I am fearless, for God is my supply. I do not tremble at appearances, I do not bow to shadows. I cast out fear with perfect love, and love brings my supply before Sunday. Fear is nothing, faith is everything, and my faith is unshakable. Speak it with power, and as you do, feel the wall of fear crumble. Feel the river of supply begin to flow freely. For fear is the first enemy, and once it is cast out, your path is already half cleared. Now that we have cast out fear, let us deal with another enemy of supply, more subtle perhaps, but just as destructive: resentment. Resentment is a hidden poison in the heart, and it shuts the door of abundance as surely as a lock shuts the door of a house. Many people wonder why their good is delayed, why their prayers seem unanswered, why their decrees seem powerless, and all the while resentment is crouched within, choking the current, damming up the flow. Resentment is the belief that someone else has more than you, that someone else has taken what should be yours, that someone else is standing in your way. Resentment is envy, bitterness, and silent judgment. It whispers, why should they prosper while I struggle? Why should they succeed while I fail? Why should they receive while I am left empty-handed? And the very moment you give harbor to such thoughts, you slam the door of your own prosperity, because you cannot bless what you resent, and only what you bless returns to you multiplied. I once knew a woman who envied her friend because that friend had received a beautiful gift. She thought, why should she have it and not I? Her heart boiled with quiet jealousy, though she tried to hide it. I gave her this statement to speak. What God has done for others, He now does for me, and more. At first she resisted, but at last she spoke it in faith. Within a short time, she not only received an exact duplicate of the gift, but also something even greater besides. Do you see? When she stopped resenting and began blessing, the channel opened, and her good flowed in. But while she resented, her hands were tied, and the door was locked. Resentment always works this way. If you envy another's success, you push your own success farther away. If you resent another's wealth, you drive your own wealth from your door. If you curse another's joy, you darken your own heart against joy. But when you bless another's good, when you say, "What God has done for them, He now does for me and more," you join the vibration of blessing, and blessing flows back to you multiplied. Beloved, I must tell you plainly, you cannot prosper while holding bitterness. You cannot manifest money before Sunday if you are secretly cursing those who have it already. You cannot open the floodgates of abundance while your heart is clogged with envy. Resentment is like rust in the pipes. It blocks the flow. But forgiveness is the cleansing water that clears the channel. Forgiveness does not mean excusing wrong. It means releasing yourself from the prison of bitterness. It means saying, "No one has power over my supply. God is my source, and what is mine by divine right cannot be withheld." So I ask you now, whom are you resenting? Who do you secretly blame for your lack, your delay, your disappointment? Is it a parent, a friend, a partner, a stranger? Is it society, government, or circumstance? Whoever it may be, let it go. Release them in your heart, bless them, and be free. For the moment you forgive, the chains fall away, the channels open, the good rushes in. Say it with me now. I give thanks for the good that others receive. I bless every success, every gift, every fortune, for what God has done for them, He now does for me and more. I harbor no resentment, no envy, no bitterness. My heart is clear, my channel is open, my supply flows freely. Speak it until you feel the resentment drain away. Speak it until you can see another prosper and rejoice instead of grieve. Speak it until you are glad for every blessing around you, for then you will be vibrating on the same current, and that current will carry blessings straight into your own life. Beloved, never forget, resentment shuts the door, but forgiveness swings it wide. Envy binds, but blessing frees. Bitterness drains, but joy multiplies. Cast out resentment, and you will see how swiftly money flows to you, how quickly the supply appears, how surely Sunday becomes the day of proof. For when the heart is clear, the law has no obstruction, and abundance rushes in like a mighty tide. Now that we have seen how resentment slams the door of supply and blessing opens it, let us press deeper into the law of forgiveness. For forgiveness is not merely a moral virtue, not merely a kind gesture to soothe the conscience. Forgiveness is a spiritual necessity, a law of release, a power that clears the clogged channels of the subconscious and allows the river of supply to flow again. Without forgiveness, even the strongest affirmations are hindered, even the boldest decrees are delayed, for the heart cannot hold bitterness and abundance at the same time. A divided heart cannot prosper. You cannot cry out for riches while secretly nursing grudges. You cannot demand health while clinging to old injuries. You cannot claim joy while feeding the memory of wrongs. Forgiveness is the great broom that sweeps the subconscious clean, and until you sweep, the dust of old hatred and the cobwebs of bitterness choke the current of good. I knew a woman whose life was a tangle of misery, sickness, and financial strain. She suffered a skin disease that no doctor could cure, and her affairs were as inflamed as her body. When I spoke with her, it became clear that she was bound by deep resentment against a former friend. Day after day, she rehearsed the injury, she recited the wrong, she relived the pain. And as she repeated the story in her mind and on her lips, her subconscious kept the record, and her body and her purse reflected it in endless affliction. I told her plainly, "You must forgive. Release her entirely, bless her, and let her go. Say, 'I bless you and I set you free.' Divine love fills my heart and dissolves all resentment." At first she resisted. Her pride clung to the grievance. She said, "But she wronged me. She does not deserve my blessing." I answered, "It is not for her sake alone, it is for yours. Forgiveness is freedom. If you do not forgive, you are bound with her in chains. But if you forgive, you are free, and your good can flow." At last, she obeyed. She spoke the words of forgiveness, though her heart trembled. She repeated them daily, until one morning she awoke and the bitterness was gone. Her heart felt light, her mind clear. The disease that had tormented her began to vanish. Her skin healed, her strength returned. And as her body healed, her finances shifted too. New doors opened, opportunities appeared, supply began to flow. What medicine could not do, forgiveness accomplished. For forgiveness released the blocked current, and when the current flowed, health and wealth returned together. This is the law. Every grudge is a debt in your own account. Every unforgiven injury is like a bill you are still carrying, weighing down your purse, cluttering your mind. When you forgive, you cancel the debt, you wipe the slate clean, you remove the shadow from the channel, and in the place of bitterness flows blessing. Jesus said, "Forgive, and ye shall be forgiven." That means as you release others, your own debts are released, and the energy bound in bitterness is freed to return as supply. So I ask you now, whom must you forgive today? Who lingers in the back of your mind as a shadow? Who stirs your heart with anger when their name is spoken? Is it an old partner, a parent, a friend, an enemy? Whoever it is, bless them now. Do not wait for them to change. Do not demand their apology. Do not cling to the old story. Say, "I bless you, I release you, I forgive you, and I set you free. God is the judge and the law, and I am free to prosper." Repeat it until the resentment dissolves. Repeat it until the bitterness drains away. Repeat it until your heart feels light and your soul sings with peace. For when forgiveness is complete, the river flows again, and money, health, love, and joy rush into your life like water breaking through a dam. Let us speak it together. I fully and freely forgive everyone who has ever wronged me, consciously or unconsciously. I release them, I bless them, I set them free. As I do this, I free myself, and divine abundance flows to me now. Before Sunday, I see the proof of this release. For the law of forgiveness has cleared my channel and opened the floodgates of my supply. Speak it with faith, speak it with love, and feel the cleansing power wash through you. For forgiveness is not weakness, it is strength. Forgiveness is not loss, it is gain. Forgiveness is not surrender to evil, it is triumph in spirit. And when you forgive, you are not only healed, you are enriched. For forgiveness is the golden key that unlocks the storehouse of heaven. Now we come to another thief of supply, one that creeps softly and often goes unnoticed until it has undone the whole harvest: doubt. Doubt is the silent poverty of the mind. Doubt is the voice that whispers, "Perhaps it will not work this time. Perhaps you have asked too much. Perhaps God has forgotten. Perhaps the law is not certain." Doubt is subtle, for it often dresses itself in the garments of reason, it comes clothed as caution, it disguises itself as wisdom. But in truth, doubt is a parasite that feeds on faith until the decree is cancelled and the demonstration dissolves. You may speak 100 affirmations with your lips, but if doubt lodges in your heart, those affirmations are as seeds sown on stone, they sprout not, they bring forth nothing. One word of doubt can cancel a multitude of decrees, for the law is exact, and it responds not to the many words but to the strongest vibration. If the strongest vibration is doubt, then doubt will bear fruit. I have seen this many times. A student will come to me saying, "Florence, I have affirmed and affirmed. I have repeated the words. I have spoken the decrees, but nothing happens." And when I listen, I hear in their very tone the undertone of doubt. They say, "I believe," but they say, "I trust, if only." They say, "I affirm, yet still." That small tale of doubt undoes the whole decree. It is as if they plant a seed and then dig it up every day to see if it is growing. No seed can grow when it is continually disturbed. The subconscious is like the soil, it must be given a seed and left to do its work in quiet. But when you speak the word and then cancel it with doubt, the soil is disturbed, the seed dies, the harvest is lost. Doubt is poverty because it declares that God is not enough, that the law is not sure, that the universe may fail. It is the opposite of truth. For truth says, "My God shall supply all my need." Truth says, "The law of the Lord is perfect." Truth says, "Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away." The universe is more certain than the rising of the sun. The law is more sure than the turning of the earth. When you doubt, you are calling God a liar, and when you call him a liar, you shut yourself out of his riches. That is why James said, "He that wavereth is like a wave of the sea driven with the wind and tossed. Let not that man think he shall receive anything of the Lord." A double-minded man, uncertain in his decree, receives nothing. But the one whose heart is fixed, whose decree is certain, sees the harvest without fail. So how do you overcome doubt? Not by fighting it, not by wrestling with it, for wrestling with doubt only strengthens its grip. You overcome doubt by replacing it with certainty, by repeating the decree until it settles into the very marrow of your bones. You speak the word not once, not twice, but until doubt falls silent and faith sings alone. You act as if, you prepare as if, you expect with joy, until your whole being vibrates certainty. You treat doubt as you would treat an intruder, you refuse it entry. When the whisper comes, perhaps it will not happen, you answer. Get thee behind me, for it is already done. When the shadow comes, maybe God has forgotten, you answer. God never forgets. And my supply flows now. When the reasoning mind says, this cannot be, you laugh and declare, with God all things are possible, and this is no exception. Beloved, you must learn to guard certainty as a treasure chest. You would not leave gold unguarded. Do not leave your faith exposed. Watch your words, for doubt often slips in through careless speech. Watch your thoughts, for doubt often whispers when the mind is idle. Watch your moods, for doubt often hides in gloom. When you sense it, cancel it at once with the truth. Say, there is no power in doubt. I live in certainty. What I have spoken is done. Before Sunday, I see my supply. Say it until certainty fills you like sunlight filling a room. So let us decree together. I banish doubt. I refuse to waver. I refuse to tremble. My decree is certain. My faith is fixed. My word is law. Money flows to me now, before Sunday, under grace, in perfect ways. Nothing can cancel my decree, for God Himself has confirmed it. Speak it with strength, for doubt cannot stand against certainty. And as you guard this certainty, you will see how swiftly the demonstration appears, how quickly the law fulfills the word. For doubt is poverty, but faith is riches. And when faith is unmixed, your purse cannot remain empty. Now we come to the grand work of demolition. For once fear has been cast out, resentment forgiven, and doubt banished, there still remain in many minds great walls, towering structures of unbelief, habit, and appearances. These are the walls of Jericho that seem to hem you in, the thick barricades that whisper, you cannot go further, you cannot break through, you cannot receive. They are built of years of old thoughts, of generations of false beliefs, of the race mind, that chants, money is hard, times are tough, lack is natural, poverty is holy. These walls may look unshakable, but I tell you, they are but shadows. They are nothing before the power of the spoken word. Just as the walls of Jericho fell flat when the trumpet sounded and the people shouted with a great shout, so every wall of lack, every wall of delay, every wall of impossibility in your life can fall in an instant when you lift your voice and decree. Understand this. You do not have to climb the walls. You do not have to chip away at them stone by stone. You do not have to exhaust yourself in struggle. You only have to speak the word, sound the trumpet, lift the shout, and the walls must collapse. For walls built of false belief have no true foundation. They are only sustained by your agreement with them. The moment you withdraw your agreement and replace it with decree, they lose their power and crumble. You may have lived with them so long that you think they are part of the landscape, but they are not. They are illusions, and illusions cannot stand when the light of truth is spoken. I remember a student who seemed bound by endless delays. Every plan was hindered, every step obstructed. She felt surrounded by invisible barriers. I gave her this decree. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. She repeated it daily, not in a whisper of doubt, but in a voice of triumph. And within weeks, every obstruction vanished. The doors that had been bolted swung open. The channels that had been closed poured forth freely. What years of struggle had not accomplished, one decree of truth did. She had blown the trumpet, and the walls had fallen flat. This is what I want you to see. When you feel hemmed in, when you see no way, when appearances scream, impossible, that is not the signal to surrender, it is the call to shout. Lift your voice and say, the walls of lack and delay crumble away now. I enter my promised land under grace, in perfect ways. Say it again and again, until you feel the vibration of power moving through you, until you see in your mind's eye the walls shaking, trembling, collapsing, until you stand inwardly free. For the subconscious must obey the image, and when you give it the picture of walls falling, it will enact it in your affairs. So I ask you, what walls surround you now? Is it the wall of debt, the wall of fear, the wall of past failure, the wall of unbelief? Do not stare at them in despair. Do not measure their height, do not count their stones. Simply lift your trumpet, your word, and blow. Simply lift your voice and shout the decree of freedom. You will be amazed how swiftly the wall that seemed eternal dissolves into dust. Let us do it now. Say aloud with me, The walls of lack and delay crumble away now. I enter my promised land, flowing with milk and honey, under grace, in perfect ways. Every barrier falls, every obstruction vanishes, every chain breaks, and I walk in freedom and abundance. Feel the ground shake beneath you as you speak. See the walls fall flat. Walk boldly forward in your imagination into the land of supply, into the fields white with harvest, into the treasure houses already open. For this is not fantasy, it is law, and the law responds to your decree. Beloved, never forget, no wall is stronger than your word, no barrier is higher than your decree, no delay is longer than your faith. When you speak with authority, when you shout with certainty, when you declare with joy, the walls must fall, and you must enter your promised land. And if you will do this now, without hesitation, you will see before Sunday that what once seemed impossible has become your possession. Now that the walls have fallen, now that fear, resentment, and doubt have been cast out, you are standing at the threshold of a new life. The barriers are gone, but the door to abundance still waits to be opened. And this door, beloved, does not swing wide for drudgery, for boredom, for resentment of labor. It opens only to joy, only to interest, only to the fire of enthusiasm. For the secret door to success and supply is not hidden in some distant mountain or locked away in some secret vault. It is hidden in your own heart, and the key that turns it is the spark of interest in what you are doing. The universe answers to joy, for joy is the language of spirit. When you are bored, when you are indifferent, when you drag your feet through the day, you close the door of opportunity. But when you are alive, when you are absorbed, when you are thrilled by the work of your hands, you fling the door wide and abundance rushes in to meet you. I once met a man who proved this law in a most remarkable way. He was Jim Tully, once a tramp, a wanderer, a man who slept under hedges and lived from hand to mouth. By appearances, he had nothing. But he had one gift. He was interested in his life, even in its roughness. He dramatized it, he thought about it, he told stories of it with vividness and fire. His imagination was alive, his interest was burning. And that interest opened the door for him to become a writer, celebrated and successful, his books published, his life transformed. He did not wait until he had riches to become interested. He found interest in what he had, and that interest drew success. He turned the tramp's life into a golden key that unlocked the hidden door. This is the secret. The door opens to the one who is absorbed, fascinated, alive to the possibilities of the present moment. If you despise your work, if you drag through your duties, if you curse your tasks, you shut the door with your own hand. But if you make the most of what is before you, if you put your heart into the smallest thing, if you find joy even in the humble task, you send out a vibration that calls opportunity, that draws money, that attracts favor. For the Spirit says, "He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much." The door will not open to the grumbler, but it will swing wide to the one who finds delight in the smallest blessing. So I ask you now, where is your interest? Do you rise each morning with enthusiasm, ready to bless the day? Or do you rise with sighs, ready only to endure? Do you put your energy into the work before you, even if it seems small? Or do you scorn it, waiting for something greater before you give your best? Beloved, the law is exact. What you give your heart to expands. If you despise the little, you will never see the much. But if you honor the little with joy, the much must come. Interest is the key, and when you turn it, the hidden door to abundance opens. So let us decree together. I give thanks for the work of my hands. I put joy into it. I put interest into it. I put love into it. Every task becomes alive with spirit, and every door swings wide before me. I open the secret door to abundance now, and I walk through it with joy. Speak it not as a dry formula, but as a living song. Say it until you feel enthusiasm stir in your veins. Say it until the very things that once bored you begin to glow with meaning. For when joy returns, the door opens, and when the door opens, abundance pours through. Beloved, never forget, the universe has no use for the dreary and disinterested, but it crowns with riches those who are alive, awake, and interested. Be alive now, and the hidden door will open for you before Sunday. Now I must show you something so simple that many overlook it, so common that many despise it, and yet so powerful that it has opened the very gates of abundance for those who practice it, the smile. Yes, beloved, even a smile can be the golden key that turns in the secret door, for a smile is not just a curve of the lips, it is the outward radiance of inward joy, it is the announcement of faith, it is the silent decree that says, I expect good, I welcome good, I am already living in the vibration of good. When you smile, you send out rays of light that touch others, that open hearts, that draw opportunities. The Chinese have a proverb, a man without a smiling face must not open a shop. They understood that abundance comes not to the sullen, but to the cheerful, not to the gloomy, but to the radiant, not to the one who scowls at life, but to the one who greets it with a shining countenance. I recall the lesson given in a French film where Maurice Chevalier played the leading role. In it, a man was poor, dreary, almost a derelict, and he moaned, "What good has my honesty done me?" Chevalier answered, "Even honesty will not help you without a smile." And the man changed on the spot. He smiled, and his life began to prosper. What opened the door? Not a new bank account, not a new profession, not a sudden inheritance, but a smile. The inner radiance that declared, I expect good. I am open to joy. I am ready for abundance. I tell you this because many of you have closed your doors by walking about with gloomy faces, by sighing, by spreading heaviness. You may speak affirmations with your lips, but if your countenance is clouded, if your eyes are dim, if your tone is heavy, you cancel the very decree you are trying to make. Your outer expression must match your inner word, for the world hears not only what you say, but what you radiate. If you radiate gloom, you draw gloom. If you radiate cheer, you draw cheer. If you radiate joy, you draw joy. So I ask you, how do you meet the world? Do you greet it with scowls, with sighs, with complaint? Or do you greet it with a smile, with a sparkle, with expectancy? The smile is your silent word, your unspoken decree, your living affirmation. It tells the universe, I am already supplied, I am already joyful, I am already victorious. And the law answers by sending you more of what you declare. Beloved, you must learn to practice the smile even before the outer supply has appeared. Do not wait for money to arrive to be cheerful, and the money will arrive. Do not wait for the miracle to shine, shine and the miracle will come. The smile is the seed, and the harvest is abundance. The smile is the magnet, and the treasure is drawn to it. Let us decree together with shining faces, I smile upon my world, and my world smiles upon me. I radiate joy, I radiate cheer, I radiate light, and abundance hastens to meet me. My smile opens doors, my cheer attracts riches, my radiance draws supply. Before Sunday, I shall see the proof, for I smile, and the universe smiles back with treasure. Say it, and as you say it, let your face break into a smile, even if forced at first, until the vibration of cheer fills you. For the law cannot resist the radiant soul. The universe itself opens to those who smile upon it. Now let me reveal to you another key that few ever consider, yet it is one of the strongest laws in the game of life. If the smile radiates outward power, silence gathers inward power. If the cheerful countenance draws friends and opportunities, the quiet tongue preserves energy and focus. The scriptures declare, there is a time to keep silence and a time to speak. Most people fail because they speak when they should be silent, scattering their forces, wasting their substance, pouring out their creative energy in idle chatter, complaints, or endless explanations. They discuss their affairs with every ear that will listen. They confess their fears to anyone who asks. They detail their struggles as if rehearsing them could bring relief. But the truth is, every word spoken of doubt or delay strengthens the wall you are trying to tear down. Every detail shared of your troubles gives them new life. Every time you explain your problems to another, you impress your subconscious again with the picture of bondage. That is why I say, silence is golden, for silence is strength, silence is power, silence is protection. I remember a man of great ability, full of brains and talent, who could never seem to succeed. No matter what work he attempted, it came to nothing. One day I discovered his secret. Every evening, when he came home from the office, he would sit with his mother and aunt and pour out the story of his day, his hopes, his fears, his disappointments, his frustrations. They listened eagerly, but in his very telling he was scattering his energy, leaking his force, draining his magnetism. I told him plainly, stop talking about your affairs, hold your tongue. Keep your energy within. Do not scatter your forces in endless words. He obeyed, though his mother and aunt were dismayed at the sudden quiet. But within a short time, his fortune changed. He was offered a position at $100 a week, and soon it rose to $300. What years of labor had not accomplished, a simple vow of silence did. He stopped scattering his forces, and the law rewarded him with strength and success. So I ask you, how much of your energy have you thrown away in words this week? How often have you spoken of your lack, your struggles, your delays, your fears? How many times have you opened your mouth only to reinforce the very thing you wish to destroy? Beloved, you must learn to keep silence until your decree is fulfilled. Do not chatter about your demonstration. Do not explain your process to those who cannot understand. Do not scatter your energy in idle words. Speak the decree with authority, then hold your tongue. Let the subconscious work in quiet. Let the law do its perfect work without interference. Silence is the womb of creation. The seed grows best when hidden beneath the soil. So it is with your word. Plant it, then be still. Now, this does not mean never to speak at all, for the tongue is also the trumpet of victory. It means to speak only truth, only life, only decree. It means to refuse to voice fear, to refuse to discuss defeat, to refuse to rehearse troubles. It means to learn the discipline of speech, to know when to speak and when to be silent. This discipline will multiply your power, for the one who speaks only with purpose commands attention, while the one who chatters endlessly is ignored. So let us decree together, I speak only words of power. I refuse to scatter my forces in idle chatter. My word goes forth in strength, and then I keep silence while the law fulfills it. I am strong, I am steady, I am certain, and my supply flows without obstruction. Speak it with resolve, and then practice it. Hold your tongue when the urge to complain arises. Guard your mouth when the temptation to explain appears. Replace idle chatter with the golden silence of faith. For silence is golden, and the one who learns it opens the secret door where abundance waits in stillness. Now I bring you to the climax of this section, the place where all we have spoken gathers into one shining truth. The right word, spoken in faith, is the master key that opens doors no hand can unlock, dissolves rocks no hammer can break, and parts barriers that have stood like mountains before you. From the beginning of time, stories and legends have carried this truth, for men and women of old, though clothed in fable, knew the eternal law of the spoken word. Think of the tale of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, where the treasure was hidden behind a rock, impenetrable, immovable, sealed to all who approached. No strength of muscle could move it, no tool could break it. Yet when Ali Baba cried out the word, "Open sesame," the rocks rolled back, the door swung wide, and the hidden riches lay revealed. Was that story mere fancy? No, beloved, it was the picture of divine law. The spoken word is the password to treasure. It is not force that opens the way. It is not struggle that reveals the gold. It is not strain that brings supply. It is the decree, the command, the word spoken in faith. So it is with you. There are rocks of lack that seem immovable. There are doors of delay that seem locked tight. There are walls of impossibility that seem to tower forever. And yet, none of these can withstand the word. The right word, spoken with authority, is your open sesame. When you decree, the walls of lack and delay crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. You are sounding the trumpet, and the rocks must part. When you say, large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways, you are giving the password, and the vault of supply must open. When you declare, I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right, you are speaking the code, and the treasures of heaven hasten to you. Understand this. Appearances are only locked doors. They are not reality. They are not truth. They are not eternal. They are illusions, waiting for the word that will dissolve them. Every time you speak with fear, you reinforce the lock. Every time you declare lack, you make the rock heavier. But the moment you lift your voice in decree, the lock falls, the rock parts, the door swings wide. The subconscious does not know maybe. It only knows the command. Give it the command, and it obeys. So I ask you, what door do you need to open before Sunday? What rock stands in your path? What treasure seems hidden behind barriers? Do not stare at the rock in despair. Do not hammer at the door with effort. Speak the word. Use your password. Cry aloud your open sesame until you feel the vibration of obedience in the very air around you. The law cannot resist it. Let us decree together with power. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. Open sesame, I speak the word, and the treasure appears. I command, and the door swings wide. I decree, and abundance rushes in. Before Sunday, I hold in my hand the proof. For my word is law, and my decree cannot fail. Speak it until you feel the rocks moving in your imagination, until you see the doors swing in your inner vision, until you know with certainty that the treasures are already yours. For once the word has gone forth, it cannot return void. It must accomplish what it is sent to do. Beloved, never forget, the universe is not locked against you, the treasure is not hidden from you, the doors are not barred to you, they only await the sound of your decree. The spoken word is the password, and when you speak it, nothing can withstand it. So go forth with your open sesame on your lips, and watch how swiftly the riches long prepared for you pour into your life before this very week is done. Now, beloved, we come to the close of this message, and yet it is not a close at all, but a beginning. For if you have listened with an open heart, if you have spoken the decrees with your lips, if you have let the truth sink into your bones, then tonight you are no longer the same person who pressed play at the beginning. You began with questions, with fears, with doubts, with the heaviness of bills, deadlines, and delays. You began perhaps feeling hemmed in by the walls of lack, perhaps bowed beneath the weight of appearances, perhaps haunted by the shadows of fear, resentment, and doubt. But now you know that none of these shadows have power. Now you know the law. Your word is your wand, your decree is your scepter, your faith is your shield, your joy is your magnet, your silence is your fortress, your forgiveness is your broom, and your certainty is your key. You know that the universe does not answer to begging but to command, not to fear but to faith, not to gloom but to joy, not to bitterness but to blessing. You know that God is never too late, that intuition is the divine clock, that definiteness draws demonstration, and that even what seems like delay is only perfection preparing itself. And so I tell you, you are no longer a beggar at the gate, you are a king at the door. You are no longer one who pleads for scraps, you are one who commands the feast. You are no longer one who wanders in circles, you are one who speaks the word and walks straight into the promised land. And because you now know this, you must act upon it. Do not let these words drift away like smoke. Seize them, live them, speak them, prove them. For truth without practice is no truth at all. But truth spoken, truth lived, truth acted, that truth makes you free. So let us seal this teaching with a decree that you can carry with you every morning, every evening, every moment that fear or lack tries to whisper again. Speak it with me now. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. The walls of lack and delay crumble away, and I walk now in my promised land. My purse is never empty. My supply is endless. Before Sunday, I see the proof with my own eyes. I hold it in my own hands. I rejoice in it with my own heart. Let these words be your song, your shield, your hammer, your trumpet. Repeat them until they engrave themselves upon your subconscious. Repeat them until you no longer wonder, no longer doubt, no longer fear, but only expect with joy. Repeat them until the world around you becomes the perfect reflection of the word you have spoken. And when you see your proof, when the check arrives, when the gift is given, when the bill is paid, when the purse is filled, when the miracle stands before you, do not stop there. Give thanks, rejoice, bless it, and then lift your vision higher. For the law is endless, the supply is infinite, the good prepared for you has no measure. This Sunday may bring one miracle, but the Sundays ahead will bring greater and greater demonstrations if you continue to walk in the law, to speak with authority, to act with faith, to forgive with freedom, to smile with joy, and to guard your silence with wisdom. And now, beloved, before we part, I leave you with one more invitation. For tonight, you have learned how to command the universe that money flows before Sunday. But there is yet another mystery, another forgotten teaching, another law that few ever hear. It is the law of calling money by its name. For money, like a servant, responds when it is called a right. And in my next message, I will reveal to you the one word, the secret code, the hidden call that makes money answer as surely as a child answers to its mother's voice. Do not miss it. For if tonight you have learned to command, tomorrow you shall learn to summon. And when you know both, your riches will never fail. So click, beloved, and continue with me. For your harvest has only begun, and the law of calling money by its name is waiting to be placed in your hands.